Oh, hi there, and welcome to day number 7 of the NADPC. My name is Nomad, and I'm joined by two lovely gentlemen on the panel. We've got Cinderin and MLP here to take us through another fine day in the best region of them all. Cinderin, how's it going? You know, you had your first day of NA the other day. How would you describe this region so far?
Well, I mean, that's a pretty small sample size, just that one day, right? But I think my biggest takeaway from that day was just very positive about nouns. You know, this is a region that for quite a while now, it's been like, okay, which of these 3 teams is going to take the 2 slots? And this time around, I was like, okay, maybe Wildcard could be on paper one of those teams. Hasn't been the case.
Nope.
But I'm going to make a bold prediction right now. Nouns is going this time. They will go this time.
Whoa.
But I don't know who they'll go instead of.
Okay, all right, you're not going that far.
It could be either of the other 2, but I'm getting the nouns vibe this time, and I'm expecting to see that in the first series today as well.
All right, well, you did mention the last day of play, and of course, I think it's important to go back and have a look. So let's take a look back on the games we had for the last day of the NADPC, because we started things out with this series, as you mentioned, and nouns, they were looking kind of spicy, Mike. They're bringing some fresh new strategies to the DPC.
Yeah, I mean, this offlane Witch Doctor, I don't know what to think about it. Cinder and I, you and I, we were commenting on this a lot, like the Holy Locker build-up. Are the tooltips wrong? Nobody really knows. Is the demo wrong? Nobody really knows. But nevertheless, offlane Witch Doctor appears to be very, very potent right now. And by the way, I believe T Panda pointed this out to us. He broke some records.
Yeah, I have them right here. If you don't remember them by heart, I mean, maybe you do remember them by heart.
I don't.
That'd be very impressive. But yeah, so okay, I just scrolled away from it. That's exciting. That's perfect.
Great job.
Here we are.
Great job.
So in one of these 2 games, which was, I mean, these games were like half an hour, right?
Right.
Which makes this even more impressive. He had the highest healing ever on Witch Doctor in one of these games in a 30-minute game.
Holy.
Top 4 healing total this patch, and the top 3 are like hour-long games by Caudle. So again, that's the comparison is kind of unfair, right? But the one that is very fair is highest healing per minute. And that
makes sense.
That's that one. This patch, 1,200 healing per minute.
Jesus, that's a lot of health. That's a lot of health. I mean,
he healed the same damage as Zeus did.
Yes, yeah, I remember that. Shout out to Alone for the assist on that one for sure. I mean, just constantly popping off the. I mean, they were like walking towards the high ground and he just pop a Zeus ulti, like super premature. That was kind of questionable, but hey, he helped the brother out and helped him get that record, so that was pretty sick. And this is game number 2 here, where they really doubled down on the Witch Doctor thing. They just piled all in on the healing. We had IO, we had Leshrac with a Bloodstone, we had an Abaddon carry as well. I mean, like, is this something we're going to see more of?
The Abaddon carry or the Witch Doctor?
This whole strategy, this whole kind of, yeah.
Well, this is what scares me. This is why I think Cinderin might have a good point with the whole nouns might make it to the major thing, because I think out of any team in NA, this might be the most versatile team in terms of drafting, and I don't know what to expect from these guys. Like, I want to see these kind of drafts come out again, because I love the offlane Witch Doctor. I think it's fantastic to watch, and as well as that, Poswan Abaddon is rather broken right now, Nomad. I can't lie. So, you know, I'd love to see it.
Alrighty, well, on to Series 2, and it was Shopify Rebellion versus 5 Rat 4 Staff, and if you're thinking this was going to be a stomp, then you might be mistaken. No, I'm kidding, you're absolutely right, it was a stomp. It was a complete beatdown, but 5 Rat, you know, they tried to bring their best stories to this competition, but unfortunately, it just didn't really pay off for them. Shopify just looking too damn crispy.
Yeah, there was a lot in this game that. Oh, well, let me rephrase that. I think, first of all, a little bit more stat padding here for Arteezy on his Shadow Fiend. He has an incredible win rate on the hero, and they're very comfortable picking that up when they want to. As we're seeing here in this game, his Shadow Fiend, Abed Storm, is just a classic. And for the most part in these 2 games, I think the most impressive thing about Shopify Rebellion was just their pacing. I think they were very quick. Even when they suffered small losses in team fights, they got right back onto the horse, straight back in, and kept the flow of the game very quick and nice, so that was good to watch.
Yeah, and as we saw in the interview with Crit, he was just so chilling. He was just like, yeah, I mean, we were just kind of, it was just flowchart for us, really. Like, we knew what we wanted to do, we knew how to do it, and our bet, we knew he would deliver when we put him in these positions, and that's been pretty much the strategy for this DPC. I don't know, Mike, was I close to gaslighting you with that bait and switch at the start? Did I have you doubting yourself, being like, was it close? Am I wrong?
Not really, though, man.
Damn it.
It was a nice try. I mean, it was a pretty stompy kind of affair between these 2, so it's kind of hard to pull that one off.
Damn it! All right, I'll have to work on my gaslighting.
Arteezy Pudge, by the way, that was a treat in game number 2. This this was not really a traditional Shopify strategy per se, right? If you're playing offlane Lycan, you usually play it with a carry that wants to use the Ags or that a strategy that synergizes a lot with him with the Overlord. But I think they just had other elements that worked really well together, and it was cool. It was cool to see them have fun. I think that was something in this series that was really nice to see from Shopify. Just with the camera shots when Arteezy was playing Pudge, right? He was just having a great time. They were cracking some laughs. They were playing really well around Glimpse as a team, setting the Pudge up for success. So, and both games, I believe Crate was tiny. I think both times. Stellar performance from him in both games.
Yeah, he owned. And now the leaderboards are going to look something a little bit like this. We've got Nouns and TSM currently sitting in those golden positions at 3-0, but Shopify also pretty close behind. They do have that one loss against TSM, but other than that, they are hot on the heels, threatening them. So if any of these teams ever drop a game, Shopify will eat them up like sharks in the water, snapping at the ankles. Meanwhile, poor old 5-Rap 4-Staff after the series yesterday are down at 0-4. Things looking very grim for them indeed. And of course, the other team we saw yesterday was the side of Wildcard, who have also unfortunately been a big letdown for a lot of us here. This team just haven't been able to put it together. I mean, Mike, what is it about this team which just hasn't worked for you?
Wildcard, I mean, they don't look like they're on the same page. I'm going to be frank with you. It almost feels like they're not trying in these games. Just, I don't know, they're making all this space for Yuar. Yuar just, I'm not sure if it just doesn't fit, but he doesn't join the team fights ever. Like, they just look, they're not on the same page. There's no coordination. Yeah. It's not really a team from what I'm seeing.
So the two games we had yesterday against Nouns, I think big part of it for me was just a strategic issue, right? Like you had Yawar in a super farmed Naga in one game and a super farmed Morph in the other game, but it was against the Death Ball strat that's just going to come at you at 30 minutes and push your towers, and they didn't have enough damage. They didn't have the team fight to really match, and they didn't win their lanes in a meaningful way in either game. So then it's kind of just coasting for Nouns in those two. But other than that, I'm kind of with you. I feel like it's a bit disconnected. It's not crisp. And with the level of players that some of these are and the experience they have, you're expecting more than this.
Absolutely do. Well, let's have a look at the series we've got coming up today, gentlemen, because we have quite the series in store for you, and a big question mark, I would say. Nouns versus Dog will be our first series. Now, for this one, I think we are, of course, leaning over towards the side of Nouns. These two teams both looking quite good, but Dog Champ just a little bit still in their formation stage. Meanwhile, Nouns looking very, very established and very, very crispy. Meanwhile, we have Bait versus Felt, and this one, I think, is going to be probably the closest series we've had in a while. I mean, it's kind of unpredictable though, right, Mike?
No, I think it's pretty unpredictable. I mean, both Bait and Felt, some moments they show you crazy good games, other moments they kind of fall apart. But these two, I feel like, are pretty evenly matched. I feel like they're right on top of each other, right, in terms of group standings. So
yep, they are
close
indeed.
Matchup.
Yep, they're currently both 5th at 1 and 2, so they're sitting above the water for elimination. So loser of this team is going to be slightly closer towards those elimination spots. But yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like Bait, you just have no idea what team's going to turn up, and Felt, they're still in this formation period, but they're making all the right noises and saying all the right things, which are kind of making us believe. But how much do we believe? I mean, we could take a look at the predictions and find out exactly who's believing in Felt and who's believing in Bait. And I myself, I'm a Felt believer. Fear as well, also in the Felt camp. But you two have put Bait. Why is that?
I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit of wishful thinking.
Yeah.
A little bit of I don't want to say bias because I'm not like particularly invested into either team winning. But I was. It's hard not to cheer a little bit for Dendi. And it's been a rough time. And with these two teams tied, I am probably also digging a little bit back. Oh wow, that was hard to say. Digging back into my. I'm out of breath.
We're here for you.
Digging back to season 1, where they had this one standout game against Shopify Rebellion, where they got absolutely trashed in their lanes and somehow magically turned a mid Witch Doctor into a competitive game.
Yeah.
When you see that kind of performance against that level of team, I haven't seen Felt being able to do that when they fall behind, right? Like, yeah, they can hold their own, they can have all right games, but they don't have that X factor where when things get hard, can they really pull out a win against these teams? So I think Bait, with their experience in that, probably gives me a slight edge for them, but probably a 2-1 either way.
Yeah, I think Bait just look hotter when they look hot, right? Like it's like Synderen said, like Felt, when they're struggling, but Bait, you almost have this sense of hope going into the matches, and I don't know. I think Bait looks slightly cleaner. I think it's going to be a hard one for Felt.
I think it is indeed. It'll be a good chance for them to kind of make a big name for themselves. And also, our first series is going to be a very big chance for DogChamp to make a name for themselves because so far, Nouns have not dropped a game. These guys have been looking incredible so far. We saw them yesterday absolutely wipe the floor with Wildcard. They've beaten Bait. They've beaten 5-Rat 4-Staff. I mean, Nouns truly looking like, as you say, could be one of the top 2 teams. Definitely top 3. So give me a little bit about this team, how are they doing so well?
So I think something that they've improved quite a bit that I've criticized them for in the past is I think their strategies are more streamlined at whatever they run. Because there's been times in the past where I look at their picks and I'm just like lost, where's the red thread? What's the plan? Like, how are you playing off each other? The games that I've seen so far, it just makes a lot of sense what you're trying to accomplish. And the fact that they have, when they reach that point of confidence where their quirky picks start making sense, that's when it gets scary. When you pick that offlane Witch Doctor and we're like, wow, this looks good. Yeah. Instead of, what the hell is Moo doing again? That's a pretty good improvement for me. So that's the biggest thing. I also think overall in terms of like team cohesion, there's less mistakes. They're a bit more polished and playing tighter together. So all of those things, push things up into a higher level.
You know what the craziest thing is though, boys? I've got the inside information. I've been speaking to Nev.
Oh no.
I know. This isn't
Every time someone says this on my panel, I just clench. I clench it.
Well, the thing is, I've been speaking to Nev. Apparently, compared to last tour and last year, this tour they have not boot camp. They have not been scrimming very much. So I'm not sure if that plays into it, but maybe they're just more relaxed, having a bit more fun. I'm not sure. Apparently, they have not been practicing very much. That's the honest truth.
I don't know. This feels like a bit of tomfoolery from me. This feels like muddying the water. These guys have looked crispy. These guys have looked like really, really like well planned out and fleshed out as a team.
Here's the thing, though. If you don't practice that much, you don't reach that point where Moo gets bored.
Right.
And you need to start pulling out the really weird stuff. We haven't got to that point.
Yeah.
It's not the off-lane Jenkins Shadow Fiend that we've approached just yet. So we're still keeping it clean.
Okay, my last question, Mike, is, we've mentioned the strat a lot. Do you think they've got anything else up their sleeve? Do you think there's more strats to come from Nouns?
100%. I just don't know what it's going to be. But I can guarantee this team, they're very versatile. I think they've got pretty much infinite hero pools. I think, like you pointed out, Moo just gets bored very quickly. So chances are we aren't going to see the Witch Doctor anymore. Chances are we're going to see something different. I just hope it's damn good.
I hope so as well, Mike. I hope so as well. Meanwhile, the other team we've got playing today is DogChamp, a team you might not know much about, but they have been making some waves here in the Division 1. These guys came up from Division 2 without dropping a single game, had a huge reshuffle, and has to be said, it did set them back a little bit, but they're coming back in fighting. They're turning heads. They've had to kind of really stretch. They've started shuffling as well to try and make it work with this new roster. Are we starting to believe in the Russell carry, Mike?
Well, I don't know how to feel about it, right? Because I think the strength of DogChamp is the fact that they can transition Sunlight to offlane, transition Russell to carry, but then it's like, does it look amazing? Not amazing. I mean, he was playing Naga, every game he won, if I remember correctly. So it's like if you
and does that ever truly look amazing?
Exactly
when
right.
You play Naga?
You get my point, right? Like, it doesn't. It's just this hero that has a win condition, and if you qualify for that win condition, chances are it's just going to win. So I need to see a little bit more from this guy.
Yeah, and I think, he hit a last hit record on that Naga Siren. Admittedly, it was early on at the time, but if you're being really, really mean, you could say something along the lines of, well, he's just hitting creeps. He's not joining the fights. He's not taking objectives. So if we want to be really mean about it, then we could say that. But he absolutely deserves that record because, he got it at the time. So I'm not sure if it's still standing now, but that was quite the performance on the Naga Siren, carrying through 2 games in a row. But Sin, when a team drops games in their winning series, does that kind of make you worry, or does it make you kind of hope that they're learning more than other teams?
There's it's a glass half full, half empty way of thinking, right? Because one is, okay, we dropped a game, but we still won the series, so you overcame some adversity, right? And it wasn't just straightforward. And sometimes it can actually, I would argue, it can be good to win 2-1 instead of 2-0 because you get to, you might need to dig a little bit deeper with strategies. You might learn something, explore something that you've tested in scrims that you end up using in that game number 3. So I think it's okay. And at the end of the day, like if you're a pro player, you just want to win. Right. So if you get the win in the end, it's like, okay, we messed up once, but whatever. Morale's back up after a series win. I think for this series and for DogChamp in general, if they win this, they're pretty much guaranteed staying in Div 1 at this point, right? Then they would have a 3-1 score, which would be great. If you're a team that, in NA, we have this like cycle of teams get promoted from Div 2. They generally get relegated the next season. Then they come back up, back down. DogChamp this season looks like a team that's staying here, right?
Yep.
They're already 2-1. We've seen a lot of other teams already 0-3, 0-4, right? So probably passing the bar, and that's probably really motivating for them.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a journey now over towards the mid lane and have a look at the player comparison between RCY and Mr. Gunner Daddy. Because when we're talking about DogChamp, it's really hard to ignore RCY, but he hasn't really performed in the same way he did Division 2 and Division 1 so far. You know, it has been more of a team effort. I mean, Mike, is that just like a consequence of playing against better teams your mid laner just can't quite own, or has RCY kind of dialed it down a bit?
Yeah, I mean, I do think it's a consequence. I mean, he was playing, what was his last matchup against Arbit? Like, what? You know, can you blame that guy for not having the most amazing performance?
Do you want to stay in Div 1 or what? Just beat Arbit.
Just win.
Nevertheless, I mean, this guy's got a lot of potential. Against Gunner, though, I mean, Gunner's... This guy's pretty damn good. I mean, at least third best mid in NA. I want to say second, but you know, I know that's going to be a bit of a spicy take, so it's not going to be an easy matchup.
Platinum above Bryle?
I didn't say anything, though.
That's what he said.
I didn't
he
say
hates
it.
Bryle.
I like that we don't even have to discuss Arbit. That's just a given. You know? We don't have to even talk about it. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like this is probably going to be relatively close. I don't think these games are going to be won that much in the laning stage. I think it's more of a macro thing for me personally, where Nouns probably have a bit more of an edge. I think RCY will hold his own against Gunner. And also, do you guys feel like Gunner is the kind of player that just crushes his lane? I feel like his impact in the game comes more from what happens after, rather than being a dominant laner, whereas someone like Abed is a guy who can truly just, you know, demolish the 1v1 in a given format.
That is a difference indeed. Well, we're really going to enjoy watching that matchup, but you might enjoy it even more if you're earning money whilst you're doing it, or earning tokens in which you can use to then bet on your favorite teams across Western EU and the NA region. And that's exactly what you can do with esportsbet.io's new watch to earn platform. That is 3,000 free tokens per hour that you're watching, which is the equivalent of $3 per hour. All you need to do is just watch the games over on esportsbet.io. You don't need to place a bet. It's a new way to earn tokens and engage with the new Dota 2 community. Head over to esportsbet.io and start earning tokens today. But right now, we're jumping into the draft. It is time for game number 1 of Nouns versus DogChamp. Nouns, they have absolutely decimated 5-rat. They have eviscerated Bait, and they have obliterated Wildcard. Is it going to continue with DogChamp here, or can DogChamp take the fight? What are these bans looking like, Mike?
I love the Prophet ban. I mean, so this is Sunlight's favorite hero. If we saw the Prophet, Sunlight would 100% go back to POS 1, so I do appreciate the...
No, I'm just smiling from here to there because of a first ban Witch Doctor, you know?
Oh, that's true.
So I was just like, this is amazing, you know? You love to see it. I mean, I'm going to say that's almost the dream of any niche hero player, is that they become first phase ban. Right?
Yeah.
It's such an asset for the team to have if the enemy teams need to start banning your Witch Doctor first phase, because it opens up for other strategies you have. There's definitely going to be an IO here, I would imagine. IO Lesh?
Be amazing.
I mean, why not?
The old TSM special, pulling it out. They did run it once themselves, so it wouldn't be surprising.
I just think that hero pairing is incredible in this patch. It's been incredible for a while, and with a lot of other heroes getting nerfs, sure, Leshrac got a slight nerf on the ult, but I think a lot of the other heroes' nerfs were more significant. So I think, by relative comparison, this is arguably better now than it was before this patch, so I think it's just a grab, honestly, for Nouns.
But what do you think of the first pick Monkey King? Because, like, comparing Monkey King to IO Lesh is kind of, it kind of feels a bit rough, right?
I'm not sold on this Monkey King first pick against this opener. I don't think the hero performs particularly well against this duo either. It's okay if you have, like, Diffusal and they stay in the ring. Lesh might struggle a bit, but his pacing is just, I think, too fast.
I think it could be a POS 4 MK though, right? Because I'm pretty
they've
sure...
been running it there.
Right, yeah.
For sure, but then it's a matter of, is it worth a first pick? Is the hero good enough that you put it as a first pick if you're not even willing to flex it, right?
Yeah.
Is this a first pick hero? In my book, it isn't. This is a first pick hero, in my book. So, all right.
And do you like it versus the heroes it's picked up against so far?
I think it's okay. So in my experience, Death Prophet's biggest problems is if the enemy team has either really heavy kite or super strong single target damage. And Leshrac has a lot of damage, but it's generally, you know, spread damage. It's not like super focused. So Death Prophet can actually sustain against Lesh in a fight. If you have Siphons running, you can tank him up. It's okay. I don't think it's outstanding, but one of the better options they had.
For sure, for sure. I like Death Prophet. I think this hero gives you kind of like just something easy to play around, which I think is really important when we're looking at these teams which have recently shuffled, and when you're playing against a team much better than you. One thing which can happen is if you get too in your own head about your draft, pick up some kind of weird timing heroes, it can just get way too confusing and complicated because you're trying to deal with the issues which the enemy are bringing up, whilst also trying to figure out your own draft. Get something simple with the Death Prophet, and you know what you have to do every time that ultimate's up. It's a clear timing to work around. The Monkey King, I don't love it, but it is something which is comfortable for them. This is a hero they picked up twice, along with the Naga Siren in those 2 winning games in the series they turned around before. So it could work for me. It could work for me. But definitely need to have a better plan than what they've currently picked up versus the ILS. So I'm looking forward to seeing what their answer is, because they must have one.
I would not advise the Naga this game.
I
don't think that's a good
Absolutely
idea. I feel like you're going to get run over. I think for DogChamp, I like saying this when you're playing against a team that you're on paper worse than, is that make sure you don't go down on your ability to fight. Because I think if you're beating a team that on paper is better than you, it's going to be because you have something that you can execute and you outplay them by fighting them. I think DogChamp are not likely to win a very strategic macro game that drags late game and they start playing the map, because I think, first of all, you're playing against IO, but I also think Nouns are just more experienced and better at that playstyle. So I would love to see them pick some, heavy team fight, some early decent laners and some stuns, and just run at this lineup and try to beat them at pace.
So what you're saying is drag them down to their level. Pull them down into the gutters. Let's go fight.
That's a very mean way to say it.
Is it too late to already be, too early to be pointing out the damn RCY Tinker as well? I mean, I hate the fact that I have to bring up this hero, but you've got to...
You do.
You've got the Monkey King vision, right? And we saw this last time. Like, he just tree dances, gives all the vision away, then rocket spam comes flying in. I don't know exactly what the matchup's like against the Leshrac, though. Like, because I'm not a Tinker player, Syndra, and I have standards.
Yeah, same. I actually think Tinker's one of my highest win rates. But few games.
Right.
It's many years ago. I'm a changed man. I got a lot worse. I think Tinker is interesting. I don't know if this is the game for it, though. I think Beastmaster actually makes it a kind of a rough matchup. You constantly have that Hawk you need to worry about. He can itemize with a dagger and catch her in the fight and set his team up with a relocate kill. And also, I don't think it really fits the bill for what I was looking for with tempo, right? Tinker's a little bit greedier. He has some build-up time. And I think even if your mid-hero needs to farm 20 minutes this game, I think you're going to be losing the map. Like, look what you're up against. Beastmaster's going to buy Helm. You're going to push towers with Lesh. The map's going to shrink way too fast.
Yeah.
So get something quicker.
So the two requisites which DogChamp have been using previously to draft their Tinker was the Clockwork was in both their Tinker games, and they also always had an illusion-based offlaner.
Okay.
Sorry, not illusion-based, unit-based offlaner to pair it up with to give them something to TP onto. Those were the combos which they seem to really, really value. So the fact they have a Death Prophet already might suggest that isn't the direction they're going in. But, I mean, if it's something they want to fall back on, maybe in this game, we might see a game 2 as well, because it has been their kind of safety blanket. After they got romped by Shopify in game number 1, that is what they tried to go back for. Now they go for Timber.
Okay.
All right. I mean, wow, this is... Okay, so this is damage. They want to just kind of rip through these guys as hard as they can, as fast as they can. And yeah, relocates are going to be kind of difficult if you're not really well set up for it, because you've got so much answer to it right now.
I like this. It's ambitious, but it fits the bill for what I would like to see from them, right? Timbersaw is a good laner against Beastmaster and IO, and you have heroes that are online relatively quickly and able to fight here. So I think it's decent. Also opens up the possibility this Death Prophet could still be both mid and off lane, and so could Timber, so you're not like fully locked in on lanes. And knowing DogChamp's players, maybe you want to flex as well between the off lane and the safe lane player. So, there's options still. I think it's fine. And most importantly, with the Timbersaw pick, you have a bit of a wall in front of your towers, right? Because you know what Nouns are going to do. It's no secret. They've played this strategy quite a bit now. Of grouping up with their Lash and pushing towers. So it's all right. My question for DogChamp is, can you enforce the right lanes? Because if you can get Timber against Beastmaster, that's just a free lane, right? Depends on the support pick, right? Disruptor, very strong hero this patch.
Yeah, this guy's kind of silly.
I mean, against the Timber obviously feels really nice. Against the MK feels really nice. Against the DP feels really nice. So the Disruptor game is pretty damn pog right now. Can't lie.
Yeah. you got to be really careful as Monkey King against this hero. If you ever get Thunderstruck, you can't jump on a tree for a very long time, and you get glimpsed if you somehow find your way away. Timbersaw is in a similar position. It's a very mobility-based hero that hates getting silenced. And guess what Disruptor has? He has a counter to both things in one package.
What a cutie.
Yeah. It's a great pick this game from Nouns, I think.
Agreed.
And they seem relatively flexible with this lane. I think Beastmaster Disruptor can lane against most heroes as a pairing, and you can grab whatever carry you want to play your IO with. And technically, you can also play IO Beast and play a bit of a spam lane, I suppose, but don't think it's going to come to that. You just play IO in the safe lane this game.
One thing I really like, which DogChamp have given themselves, is options for the potential build-up of the Sheep's Guard. You have two heroes which can potentially go for it, and I think that's really important when you're playing against an IO, because you can't always rely on blowing him up on the back lines. He can always hang back and come in the fight later and not make himself a target. So I always like to see teams just making sure they give themselves that option of itemizing against it in the late game. So they've got two heroes here which can do that, which I'm really appreciating out of DogChamp at the moment. Spirit Vessel I'm not such a fan on, though. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think the item's that good anymore.
It's too expensive?
It's more of a timing thing for me, where the window that item is value in is so short, because heroes are getting BKBs or Mantas or Lotus Orbs or whatever. There's just so many counters to it, and you are investing quite a lot of gold, right? So the urn itself is cheap, but the upgrade from the urn to the vessel is more than 2k gold, and that 2k could have been something else. So you always... That's the thing about Dota itemization. You're always holding it up against what other good thing could I have had? And then you're like, well, all right, my vessel was good for 5 minutes, or I could have had a Force Staff that's good for 60 minutes.
Right.
You know? So it's a bit tough to make that item work. I don't think we see any teams really run vessel for the most part. It's kind of a dead item right now.
Yeah, also I guess with the popularity of Greaves as well, you know, it makes it really
that's even another dispel. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, on a crazy short cooldown as well, so that one's kind of... Tricky situation. Not a good vessel at the moment. But,
I guess, I mean, the Timbersaw matchup is good for Slark. It's double-edged, I would say, but still all right for the Slark. And I guess you do want some sort of carry that lanes with IO against what you're assuming will be Timber plus Monkey King. So maybe it was the best ban in the pool. I think the Bloodseeker ban was really good, though.
I like it. Counts out like 3 of their heroes. You were talking about mobility before, and that's another big mobility-eating hero.
Absolutely. Would have been great.
You boys think it's a bad Ursa game for Nouns? Like, could they...
No, he's good. He's really good.
Because I'm kind of worried about the kiting, right? Like, against DogChamp, though. That's my only issue with it.
Ursa's definitely good.
So what's the option?
That's an RCY Invoker. Apparently, he's an Invoker specialist, boys. Now, last time we saw it, I don't think it was that amazing, to be fair.
He did win.
Okay, he won.
He won.
Yeah.
I don't like this pick. You have nothing against BKB now. Like, I really thought they were going to last pick a physical carry, because we're assuming the Monkey King is a 4 still, right?
Yeah.
We think it's a safe lane Timber at this point, so it's like Timber carry. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is... I like DogChamp's approach of, okay, we're going to try to fight them head on. I think this is a little bit too one-dimensional for my taste. I think their heroes overlap too much in damage type, and they overlap too much in the type of fights they take. There's the Ursa. I think if this Ursa gets a BKB and 2 more items, he's going to eat their whole team alive. Honestly. I don't know. I don't see the solutions. They don't have any saves. They don't have any kiting, except Timbersaw can jump away himself. Everybody else will get blink, bashed, and die.
Yeah.
And there's nothing they can do to save themselves. So it's kind of a very simplistic way of looking at it, but I do think DogChamp actually kind of have to crush the first 20 minutes, or this is very one-sided for me.
Yeah. Mike?
I don't know. I don't have any faith anymore, I'll be honest.
Oh, no, Mike, don't say that.
I'm such a negative person.
Convinced me.
I just crush every hope.
I just feel so depressed now of being next to Syndra. He's convinced
It'll be good.
Welcome
They're gonna fight. They're gonna fight.
We'll be good friends, Mike.
Look. Okay, it's better than going for like some of these late game strategies we've seen some of these teams going for, where they try to like find options in the late game. They just get crushed early and they don't have a chance. Their lanes look okay. All right, they can come out fighting. They can take a couple of fights. Maybe they win 1. Maybe they win 2. Maybe they win the game. I don't know.
It needs to be explosive, that's for sure. I think you have to play high pace and you need to out-execute. It's not like the game's over. Like, I'm not going to say it that way, but the level of execution this takes from each side, I think, is polar opposites how clean it needs to be to win. So.
Yeah, and God, this is looking like a good Ursa game. I mean, my goodness. There's
actually,
there's a movie coming out called Cocaine Bear, and I think this might be the preview for it. So, let's find out what happens. We've got game number 1 of Nouns versus DogChamp here in the NADPC, and we've got our casters of T-Panda and Fear to take you through it for game number 1.
Well, thank you so much, panel. And as we saw, a bit of, you don't want to say Debbie Downers, but doubting for sure on one team. However, the other looks a bit better. Do you join the squad, Fear? What do you feel?
I feel like they're just really trying to do this whole RCY carry us while we have 2 offlaners type of thing. Rarely works out, to be honest with you, but we'll see. Maybe RCY does have what it takes, but it feels like he does have to go Quas-Wex in this game just because of how the lineup kind of looks. But
I mean, you need a bit of space creation. You want to have a bit of extra control added into the mix, but do they have the required damage later on in the game? Do they have a mid-game timing? Do they have to go straight up early in the early game?
I mean, I think their late game is way worse, just going to late game. They don't actually have a real carry here, so there's going to be a lot of like weight on them actually doing well in the laning stage. And I wonder on the other side if Nouns are going to switch things up, because like you have the Beastmaster against a Timbersaw, which isn't really a great lane for like the Beastmaster there. But the Ursa is incredibly good versus the Timbersaw, so if they somehow end up putting their offlane, the Ursa in the offlane there, they could actually get a bit of a advantage, as the Beast is also good versus the DP in the laning stage. So if you don't sniff that out as DogChamp, that is something that could be
dogs
a big...
after all.
I mean, yeah, they are, but they got to sniff this one out, make sure they get the correct laning stage, because if they lose both their side lanes in a game like this, it's going to be pretty hopeless for them. So I'm really hoping that someone gets out, gets some information, maybe an early smoke into ward to figure out what Nouns is doing at their lanes.
Also, like, one thing that I was super curious about was actually during the start of the drafting phase, the very first phase, they banned out the Witch Doctor, but they still let the successful IO Lishrak combo go through. Do you think that's still going to come back to haunt them on the side of DogChamp, that they didn't ban the IO, for example?
I mean, it comes down to what are you more afraid of, and they made the choice. It's the Witch Doctor, and I think you just have to ban Brood no matter what, so that one was removed immediately. So making some marks, Moo did with his Witch Doctor, but we'll see which one was like the real problem if this works out and they end up going for the other route. But they didn't have Undying this time. They have far less healing in the last strategy we saw them run, so they're not all in on just doing like what I would consider like the cheesy push strats of just having overwhelming heal, as they've only picked up just the IO for that in this game.
At least it's limited to some extent, but very important series, considering for both teams. Nouns currently undefeated, 3-0. DogChamp only 1 loss under their belts, which is pretty good for a team that's come from Division 2 to Division 1. But this is probably their first big challenge that they have to face. And are they able to overcome that? Well, time will tell, as we got our let go signal here at the start. Already going for some quick dewarding action on the side of Nouns. Get rid of that obs for RCY. Render his visibility a little bit here, but at least rotation-wise, what needs to happen basically for both teams to also get themselves to control over the mid lane?
I mean, speaking of rotations right now, I mentioned like the laning matchups that they might run into. It looks like they did not sniff it out on DogChamp, so the Ursa will get that matchup that he wants, and the Beastmaster will also get the matchup. So I saw this maybe coming. I'm not sure if DogChamp did, but this is definitely going to be a problem for them.
Maybe it's a bit of a gamble, too. It's like they're probably swapping lanes, so if we swap the lanes as well, does it still end up being the same laning matchups after all? So I guess the so-called gambit failed a little bit at this point, but we'll probably never know. Could be also something to think about in the post-series.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is an advantage, though, to like being a Timber in your safe lane versus the Ursa as to being a Timber in the off lane versus the Ursa. So already that is going to be something slightly better than before, but maybe just missing out on a small opportunity to get to the most ideal lane, because he'd rather be against the Beastmaster for sure than the Ursa here.
Well, things are looking pretty good right now, considering Ursa's low with 0 CS while Timber's up to 7. Yeah. So at least you have that level 1 advantage. It can quickly de-escalate, and maybe Yamsen will be able to gain control out of that lane. But so far, so good. Meanwhile, in the off lane, we've got the Beastmaster versus the DP. Russell taking a bit of a beating here with that, the panel mentioned, the spam lane, which you can definitely do with these Disruptor and Beastmaster heroes.
Yeah, and I would just also wanted to like take a quick look at mid lane. RCY, I thought he had to go Quas Wex this game, but he looks like he's still going to go for the Exort build here and just play more as like that carry. It seems to be like what he wants to do and the reason why they end up picking this Invoker here. But it will be slightly greedy in a sense where like they don't have like that Sunstrike setup that you normally see for the side lanes here. Like you've got a Bramble and a Monkey King. Like these at low levels, it's like a 1 second stun for the Monkey King, and the Brambles are also very short duration, 1 second. It's not the best setup ever for, you know, the Sunstrike.
That is very true. What do you think about an idea of 2 points in Exort and then just going Quas Wex? Meanwhile, Moo, there we see the Boundless Strike connecting with a First Blood going for Russell. That was a support not quite located in the right place. Disruptor looked like he was, Delelis was somewhere else while that was happening.
Yeah, probably de-warding there.
Yeah.
Wanting to pull, but...
Awkward timing, too.
Yeah, and like that death actually hurts him a lot because now the lane is in a position just right in front of the Dyer's tier 1, exactly where you want it to be if you're Russell there. And getting back to that CS advantage that, you know, the Beast was leading in the CS advantage there. But I think after this, getting that First Blood, the net worth is going to go Russell's way, but also the CS should go his way pretty soon here, unless you can manage to pull here from Laylis, which he did get the stack off. Yes, he did. So it's really going to be Flea's job to not let him pull that double stack. I would be really sad if I was Russell and that ended up happening.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And as we saw in a quick glimpse there from the our good old Observer Scurf as well, in terms of net worth, DogChamp is already in a triple lead, a bit under a 1,000 lead at about 3 minutes. So at least the first early minutes going pretty well on the side of DogChamp to see if they can keep it up. Moo's going to tear down the trees with an Axis. Bit of control over onto Flea. He does have a lot of stick charges. Should be all right there, though, but a good amount of harass. That at least threatens Russ a little bit, that now that your Monkey King drops a bit low, you can't just go on full aggression here.
Yeah, that's really good for Nouns there that Laylis got that pull off. He denied like an entire wave from them. Now the Monkey King is going to try and contest this, and actually kill a couple of these creeps here. I think that's very needed. Moo will farm it up a little bit, but one of the big surprises for me here is that RCY, he's doing really well in the mid lane. Like, he had, like, expectations that Gunnar may be the better laner here because he is one of the renowned mid laners here, but he's holding his own right now.
And that's a very, very good statement in its itself. You know, Gunnar, we've been highlighting him for quite some time, being probably one of the top NA mid laners that there is right now, right after potentially Abed. Quinn not being in the region anymore, but still the honorary American. Put it that way.
I mean, I'd put Bryle on that list as well.
And Bryle, of course. So RCY holding up to his ground is pretty good so far.
Yeah, absolutely.
Top has balanced out a little bit. We talked about the de-escalation, so Ursa's now finally catching up on farm.
Yeah, this will get slightly better for Ursa, but will it, though, is the real question. It should get better, but I think if Sunlight does get that level 6 before Ursa gets level 6 here, that's going to be a big problem for the Ursa, as that Chakram will come online, and you will harass out the Ursa very easily in this laning stage.
His Bloody Nine's courier going to be gone. We also saw the mana boots being picked up on the Beastmaster. So are we looking at potential Guardian Greaves here? Or is it just something different that Moo wants to play here? You don't get to see the mana boots every single time on this Beast.
Yeah, I think I've seen him do this before, and he went back into the HOD, just really prioritizing just doing better in the laning stage.
Gunnar with the rotation into top. That's going to be the first kill on the side of Nouns. Just got to clear it out first. Io dropping Bloody Nine low. Gunnar to clean it out. It's going to be the first kill for them, but Sunlight don't want to overstay too long in this lane. He really wants that brawl against Yamsen. He's only level 4, and he won't be able to get any Chakrams.
So he actually can't even go on him here.
So no Nova.
Interesting. That's a very early gank for a pre-Pulse Nova gank from the Leshrac there. So wasn't able to get that other kill. But something that's very interesting to me is the Timbersaw is going Meteor Hammer. Very, very interesting. Yes. Not something you see very often. You don't have a setup stun.
I guess that we're missing a stun, so...
I mean, that stun is not going to hit unless you... combine it on a Bramble, I suppose.
Bramble and maybe the Crown.
RCY in mid
that's
lane.
going to be one. Lelis does go down to RCY. Can he still run away? That's level 6 on Gunnar. He runs out of mana as well, but the right click's not going to be enough. He's going to be 15 HP. Husky's going to fall to the tower. And RCY will survive.
Yeah,
now look at Bloody Nine coming in as well. Gunnar, he might be in trouble. They don't see this one coming. He is a bit suspicious, but he walks deep into the river. The brambles come out. Gunnar to fall as well. DogChamp making everything right at this moment and making another kill work for RCY. Lelis is dropped fairly low. Well, not low enough to dive under the tower.
Things going well for DogChamp. This is exactly what they needed in this game number 1 here. Is they need to do well in the laning stage. They need to snowball. I do believe their lineup can function. I believe any lineup can function if you have a high enough net worth advantage, and they're definitely needing that. The only question I have is how much value are we going to get from this Meteor Hammer on the Timbersaw? It's a little bit different here. It's not reliable by any means. I mean, he has no boots right now, and he might just get chased out, and that's it.
Yeah, he's just trying to try and save himself with a hammer cast on top of himself. Not going to work out. Yamson to get the kill. Yeah, that's actually curious. He doesn't even have the boots.
Nah, he just rushed it. And, like, what are the advantages of this for Timber? I was thinking you can take towers, something that their lineup isn't necessarily bad at. You have DP, you have Invoker, who is going for that no points in Wex right now, so he is committed to the no boots Midas. We got the no boots Meteor Hammer. Some of like farming items, I would say, for the most part. So they just kind of need to weather the storm here a little bit, because I think this Leshrac now is online to make rotations. There's Ursa is now going to be a threat as well to this Timbersaw, because once he gets level 6, he's not going to care about a Meteor Hammer channeling on him. He'll just press R and he will kill you. So I think this is a very scary moment for DogChamp here, and they really, really have to not let things happen from now until
That's a pretty good deny, but it does come at the cost of his life. Yamson's going to probably get this one through. Still, the stun comes in as he is level 5, and Rage not up yet to reduce the stun timer. So Bloody Knight gets to deny the Invis rune and walks away. Gunnar, though, trying to push out the wave. RCY is trying to battle him back, but Gunner's just not getting a single kill. He just got solo kill. Fly steals the kill. I mean, Flea steals the kill.
Fly, what are you doing in this game?
Flea squeezing in between, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a chaos. That was a solo kill. Meanwhile, in the top lane, this cannot happen. They ended up catching Sunlight yet again. He was snowballing super hard, move with rotation, with the TP scroll, comes in and secures another kill onto this Timbersaw. And this Timbersaw is starting to feel very, very mortal now. And that's not a position you want to be in as a Timber.
That is very true. Was that a tactical feed? You know, they did get to push mid. There's nobody defending it. But it looks like it might just be a tower trade. They might lose the top tier 1. They've already taken the mid tower down at the cost of Sunlight's life, so it's a trade-off.
Yeah, I guess the best way I'd put it is I'm just looking at his item build right now. Like, if he dies there and he's building items that are going to help him later on in the game, and he's just going to be on recovery, it's fine. But I think he built this item with the intent to push his advantage. And building an item to push your advantage and then you die twice in a row, that's not good.
Counterproductive.
It's definitely not good. So we'll see what they can do with it.
RCY, he's already done the solo kill before. He's going to try it again on Gunnar, and he's going to get it. This kid is just something else. Gunnar is getting schooled here. Russell, he's in a bit of trouble. Yamson can't quite dive all the way through, and there's the siphons coming out on Russell. He will get some regeneration out of Lelis and actually push Yamson and Lelis away. But RCY, this kid is something else.
I mean, he's solo killed Gunnar twice now.
Twice.
I mean, Flea stole one of them, unfortunately, because I guess he's fine with it. He still has really high net worth, and so they're going to try and go on Sunlight yet again here.
Sunstrike. There's the Meaty Hammer. Doesn't quite connect on move, though, but they will get the kill nevertheless.
All right, interesting. I mean, there was like the Monkey King stun into Meteor Hammer combination.
No enrage, by the way. He's going to try to man fight this one, but Yamson is dead. Russell finding himself another solo. DogChamp up to 8 kills and a 2K lead. Who would have thought about that, panel?
Yeah, where you at, panel? Oh, just kidding.
They had their points. I mean, I still stand with them into like some extent, but this is a very, very good early game from DogChamp, despite Sunlight's 2 deaths and, you know, the bit of a question mark how this top lane is actually going to work out for them. But nevertheless, IO going to be rotating. Is that going to be Lesh brought in as well? Pretty sure it is. Yes, there's Gunnar.
Oh, the 3-man hammer there to go out with. Beautiful. I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, you're kind of dying a lot on this Timbersaw, but you still have higher net worth in every single core right now. The real problem for them is the fact that RCY's net worth is out of control. Gunnar is struggling very hard, as so is Yamson on this Ursa. the one thing you do have going for you is that this Timber, it feels like he's not going to scale very hard in this game. So like, if you need a kill, you can just pop by his lane and it's almost assured at this point. You just need to bring the Lesh or you need to bring the Ursa and that'll be enough. So I think if you are this Timbersaw in this game, you need to start thinking of ways to itemize to empower your team, because it's not the best Timber game of all time. So he has the hammer right now, but like maybe going into some halberds or a pipe.
And he's being pressured again.
Yeah. To really help him out here and just kind of like be a support, because you're not going to be that position 1 that's going to carry the game, not in a game like this.
Curiosity-wise, Nouns is playing with 4, 12 minutes in, taking over the enemy jungle as they finished off the tier 1 tower while losing their bot tier 1, not finding a follow-up kill, and now spreading back around the map. DogChamp was actually out-farming them for that 1-2 minute period that was happening there, so they are building a difference in net worth. RCY's almost got 7,000 net worth 12 minutes in, so we're looking at a pretty huge
big
invoker. So he's going to be public enemy number 1 this game. Nouns really want to focus killing RCY if they can at any opportunity, and that's going to be a huge kill considering the Timber's already been, you could say, shut down to some extent.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be easy to kill him because he's going straight for items for survivability. He has the boots of travel for the move speed. Then later when he gets the BKB, I think your only chances of killing him are going to be like the glimpse into like a static storm, but that won't be available once you have that BKB. So if they do want to kill him, it has to be pretty soon here, because I think as every minute goes on, it's going to be more and more difficult to kill this invoker until you get to the stage where maybe Moo has a blink dagger with the roar, or Yamsun finishes a basher with a blink, but those items are gonna be a while because they're still working on, if you got our Helmet Dominator online for Moo, but he's gonna go straight into the Overlord after that. Does he want a blink after that? Perhaps he might.
Potentially.
But for Yamsun, he still hasn't finished his Battle Fury yet, so he's gonna keep working on that, and this is not gonna be an ideal timing for a Battle Fury Ursa.
Yeah. I think he got hindered a little bit there with the Ancients being stacked. You can't really clear them out with an Ursa without a Battle Fury. And then they were spending time with 4 heroes on top when he was 2 pieces away from his Battle Fury, almost finishing it. But we got to relocate into Fountain. Just debating the audience a little bit, like, oh, relocate's coming.
Yeah. I mean, the thing about stacks in the early game is they're not for carries anymore. You see, like, the Timber took a stack, the Lesh took the stack. I think later on, what happens is we prioritize different heroes during the game, because like you can take a stack with your Battle Fury, but you're not going to do anything until you have like your BKB or your Blink, right? But if a mid laner gets a stack into early Bloodstone, I mean, hold on for that real quick. Gunnar might be in a little trouble here.
There's a haste rune and he will be able to take it. Yoinks it in between Sunlight and Russell. Exorcism also burnt. That is a level 1 Exorcism though, so not too worried about it. Husky's going to bring out the extra regeneration, bring Gunnar back up to full speed, and with that haste rune, can't quite get too much control out. They are living in this top jungle area. Flea, he's on the chase, and Russell's also here, defending their side of the map. No engagement, though.
Quite fortunate to get that haste rune there. I think if he didn't get that, they would have had to solely rely on... Actually, they didn't have relocate. I think Gunnar would have died for sure. Just like walks past 2 heroes, grabs the haste, and just...
Yeah, he was
out of there.
He was backpedaling there for a second, considering, oh, I can't actually get there. Oh, wait.
Oh, here it is. No BKB.
And RCY, perfect target for him to cap, but where's your detection, boys?
He has it now. He has it now.
It was in his backpack,
they got him.
I guess? Okay,
they see it.
Yeah, there we go. They now finally see RCY is going to take them some time, but they are going to clean out this kill, and that's a lot of money for Yamsun.
I mean, he realized there's no detection, so maybe he's being a little bit cheeky. They're just sitting in the trees, waiting around. Maybe he can do something there, but Laylis's courier was on the way with the dust, with the sentries, and yeah, or perhaps he thought there were sentries further down in the lane and he was safe there. But either way, that was a big kill we said they needed to get before the BKB, and they did just that.
Currently looking like a pretty even situation despite the small net worth discrepancy.
Yamsun, he's against 4 heroes here.
He just got himself a kill. Is he going to die right after? And Rage is there. All of that crack control is going to run out. We'll get stunned under the tower. That's too deep for them to go for the chase. Knowing relocate is up again. And now Nouns, they feel like they've got a bit of tempo going their way. Trying to push this mid-tier 1 tower. Sunlight, he just got glimpsed. He's trying to make a Timber Chain play to bring it back, but it's not going to work, and they will find themselves Flea. And that also means the tower is going to fall.
This is kind of what you're worried about for DogChamp, right? When this mid-game hits, having these like sloppy plays, right? Like,
Yeah.
you had to know for sure that Disruptor's there at the glimpse back. Same time, Flea goes in, feeds a crucial kill there, I want to say, and they lose their tower. Just getting outplayed a little bit on the map here after having an amazing like laning stage.
And it's been like DogChamp's been the ones chasing around for Nouns, right?
Yeah.
For a couple minutes now, not really achieving anything with it. And once they've been able to dodge, oh, that's an interesting. That's a pretty good stun from Sunlight, and they've got the fear coming out as well. Lala's gonna fall. Relocate save. Is it gonna be on time? Yes, it will. The heal comes in from Io, and it's just gonna be enough. Plus the Bloodstone, but they are gonna bring out at least one hero back, and that is gonna be Husky into the arms of DogChamp.
Yeah, he should be. Will he?
Who should be being the key word here.
Nah, he's gone for sure here.
Yeah, the boars, you know, reminds me of one of those husky sledges that we see in the northern parts of Finland. You know, you have the dogs running around. So he went for the tether onto the wild boar.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty cool, actually. Like, he got a 2-man meteor hammer stun with no setup whatsoever, just hiding in the trees. So everything I said about them not having enough stuns, it doesn't matter. He just hid in the trees and just set it up. Wrong. He really did. So, like, as far as I'm concerned, that item just paid for itself right there.
Well, see what is on the minds of DogChamp the next time. Now that they found themselves 2 kills, I feel like they got invigorated a little bit. They are stacking up, playing close to each other's, prepared for a potential skirmish versus Nouns. Ursa obviously just wants to farm. He's got that Battle Fury. Blink is already coming up as well into the BKB. He knows he has the defensiveness. They've got the Static Storm, the relocates, and of course the aggressive positioning from Leshrac and Beastmaster. So you can definitely fight early. The thing is, do you want to? Do you have to? Do you just farm?
I think they want to do Roche before they do any fighting here. Like, Blink is online. Battle Fury's online. Sure, you want your BKB as well, but I think if you add an Aegis on these 2 items right now, Ursa can be aggressive. He can make things happen. He can give vision to Disruptor to get more glimpses back and have more kill potential.
They're coming. They're coming all around. Disruptor's not quite there, so if they fight instantly, they have a chance. But they're going to back out from the Roche pit. DogChamp. That is a smoke coming out from Nouns, though. And that's a fresh BKB on RCY. So he's got that extra magic immunity going for himself. Can position himself aggressively as well. The only thing that does go through, which he has to be worried about, is the Beastmaster Roar.
Right. Flea does have a Yules, though, which will add some protection against the Ursa. No matter even if he gets enraged or not, Yules does.
Oh, that's such a good item this game against the Ursa.
It is. It will pierce anything that he tries to do there. So it's some defensive measure. Even if they get the Roar off, if you can get the Ursa and the Yules and control them a little bit, it could be good. However, Nouns, that net worth lead that we were talking about, almost completely reversed now, as Ursa has caught up to the Invoker now in net worth, and I think they're pretty fine going late game here. Like, we're not going to see much of this Timbersaw being any scarier than what it is, and in fact, they're just going to go in.
Right, onto Sunlight too. The fear is there. Yamsun going to be pushed away. Sunlight gets the lift for the Static Storm, and is that your ticket in? Sunlight probably wants to regenerate a bit. He's got a salve in his backpack, won't be able to use it fully. Gets cut down from the tree. Gunners aren't on top of him. The relocate takes them away. Was actually used from the bot lane to join the mid-fight, trying to kill off Sunlight, and now they're out. Can they find themselves some kills here? They missed the Boundless Strike, and Moo only gets tickled by the Chakram, so he should also be fine.
It's hard to say if it was that relocating out was worth it or not. I mean, they did technically kite out the DP ultimate, so that won't be up. So they didn't really use any spells that matter. Yeah, so they could just go Roche if they wanted to right now. I wouldn't be against that. Ursa does it really fast. You got the sustain, and if they do want to come in and fight you without DP ult, I think that's advantageous for Nouns here. So we might see them posture around that area, but if they do want to do it, I think they need to do some D-warding first.
And it's going to be difficult to take down Lesh now as well with the BKB brought up. So if there's no exorcism, that will make things trickier. DogChamp's still living in this mid lane area though. 60 seconds for Wukong's as well. Lelis scouting out in the river. He's ready for the glimpse on Sunlight, but he's going to get pushed closer to his team. Can they counteract this one? They've got the Mischief, but Flea just gets blown up right away, and a second casualty to follow as they take down Sunlight. They will lose Husky, however, but it is a 2-for-1 trade favoring Nouns. That Roche ticket looks like they're going to go for it.
it's a pretty hard game for the Monkey King here. Like, they ended up killing Flea right away, but him dying is a lot bigger than it looks because he's holding that Yules for the Ursa, and if they were able to get a Yules off in that fight and prevent that damage from coming out to the Timber, they could have potentially turned that there. So Moo is finding him every single fight here with the axes and cutting him down for the trees, and then you got a decision to make now with your Flea and your positioning, because right now, we've seen in the last 2 fights, him playing aggressively has not worked out.
That's a farming ult.
Was there an illusion rune there or something? Or is he just farming with it?
I think he's just farming with it.
All right, maybe he wants his dagger.
High priority.
To be fair, when you do not max Thunderstrike on Disruptor, you have one of the worst farming like potential in the game. Like, level 1 Thunderstrike does not clear out creep waves. Your right click is pretty pathetic too, so just use your ulti to farm clearly. That's the solution.
You do see it from time to time on heroes with teamfight ults with relatively low cooldown. You can just use it for farming if there's nothing happening. They kind of calculated the fact that, yeah, we can just take Roshan. Doesn't look like they want to fight us after all. And still with that Exo down. It is up now. But they weren't expecting to just straight up go in a full 5v5 fight. They're just pressuring the map, utilizing that Aegis, having the frontline presence.
Yeah, I don't think they want to fight in this Aegis. Gunner with the BKB, with the Bloodstone right now is incredibly difficult to run into. So I would advise they try not to, and you really do just have to play more of like a rat style game right now, because the last couple engagements they tried taking into them as a team fight, they have not gone well. Not at all. So just split the map, let Invoker do his thing. He has Boots of Travel, he has Blink Dagger. He is an Invoker prodigy. Get him to that 5-6 slot item. This hero can, I don't care what anyone says, this hero can 1v5 a game with the right amount of items as long as you buy enough space.
Some of the most sick Invoker plays that we've seen in the last few years, you can really see that this hero has so much impact. There was this one guy. He went for the nickname Hansha for some time. He was playing, I think, the West European qualifiers back in TI10. And then, how do you know it? Like, oh, this guy changes his nickname, goes to BZM, gets picked up by OG, and is still a very, very potent Invoker player. So there's one great example.
Yep.
Of how much impact a hero can have and how much eyes you are going to catch. Because I definitely remember. I still remember some stuff here that we've shared in our DPC runs.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that Hansha BZM guy did lose with his Invoker just today, but...
He did.
What can you do?
What can you do? You can't win them all.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen, like, this hero, and this is why we don't see a lot on Invoker anymore. He hasn't done, like, that 1v5 performance in a very long time, and we don't see a lot of, like, Exort Invokers to begin with right now. Most of them do go Quas-Wex, because you do need an astronomical amount of farm with this build. You need so much farm with this build. And normally you don't want your mid lane to be farming that much, but either way, they're going to try here. Make something happen.
Well, they've already used Glimpse and everything. No Static Storm.
They relocated in. They're on a timer.
I thought that they would save the Static Storm because they thought he's going to Timber Champion himself away, but Gunner takes the front line. Janssen hitting onto Russell. Russell very low on HP right now. They're also low on the side of Dogchamp. RCY also had to disengage, and they're losing this fight at the moment, and they will lose a third. That was over so fast as Nouns they got themselves the opening they were looking for.
It really feels like Dogchamp's lineup is running out of steam here. Like, and we have not seen any impact from this Timbersaw whatsoever. Monkey King's kind of falling off a bit, and now they're at the point where they can just go on the Death Prophet, and Death Prophet will die here. So it's really all up to RCY to do all the damage in the fight, but it's just not going to happen. They're way too farmed. They have way too much heal. They did bring down the IO, but that was pretty much it.
Pretty much it, yeah. And that's all the damage they were able to deal was pretty much just onto the IO. The BKBs used on the Ursa and the Lesh in the front line. RCY can't do much.
We talked about the limitations of the stuns on Dogchamp here, and they're actually getting to a place right now where they need stuns and disable so badly.
If you look at this replay,
that Russell's going Atos.
Like they kind of thought that the last time they used Static Storm and Sunlight didn't work out too well, so they thought maybe we can bait them into it and then use it after. Gunner takes the front. Yamsen comes from the side. They're already at 50% HP at this point, and the fight's taken, what, 3 seconds?
Yeah. Ursa just ate DP alive from
Pretty
that
much.
fight.
Here's a
can't really do anything.
Potential turnaround here. Moo. He's in the middle fleet. Does get blown up, and now there's no BKBs up and running. So RCY gets caught in the Static Storm inside the kinetic field too. Won't be able to chase up the Ursa. And Lelis got that Blink Dagger. He's going to keep Bloody Nine at bay. Looking for the
Gunner's
Terrorize.
coming now.
Oh, we need to get rid of the Golem. He's about to die. The Thunderstrike's still ticking on him, and Gunner so close for this kill. Is going to get stunned up. Sunlight's also pretty low. RCY trying to back up from the side. No chain to connect, so Sunlight's out. He's out for the count.
Yeah, I mean, game plan for DogChamp is quite difficult now. I think they should go back to the strategy of trying to dodge and taking this to the ultra late game if they can, because I believe every single team fight that they take right now, they're at a huge disadvantage.
Every fight you take. RCY now hiding in the tree line with Bloody Nine and Flea, hoping that there's maybe a remnant, somebody stays around, but no, just gonna have to push out the wave and that's all. And now the Aegis has also expired in that last fight. So 2.5 minutes minimum for Roshan to spawn again. Now is this kind of, they've played to their strengths this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think the laning stage and everything didn't go the way they wanted it to, but it's definitely stabilized.
It definitely has, and the...
Chain missed there, unfortunately.
Yep, it's a bit unlucky for Sunlight.
Oh, boy.
The classic forehead rubs, like, oh, this game's not going my way.
Yeah, he's definitely having a rough game here, and I don't see it getting much better for him. Just based purely off the hero that he chose for himself this game. I wonder what the idea behind the Timber was, because he had a good laning stage, and even against the Ursa. And if you look at the Death Prophet had a great laning stage as well. Everything went the way that they wanted it to go, and RCI had a phenomenal laning stage to the point where he's soloing killing the Leshrac many times here, but they have not been able to win a single team fight. They're getting outplayed in every fight and not taking the best fights, and that has been like the platform Nouns has used to come back into this game.
And it is a worrying factor for DogChamp that they just can't get these fights to go in their way, and closing up on the 30-minute marker, we have Nouns in the lead, and I think our win probability has shifted from that 50-50. I would say it's like 70-30, 80-20 maybe at this point. 80-20 it is.
Yikes, yeah. I mean, it's only a 3k gold lead, but just based off like how these drafts function, the panel said it, I said it as well, that late game, I don't think DogChamp have much of a chance if the net worth is even. They have to be really far ahead. Like, Invoker has to have like some type of Hex right now. Sunlight has to be tanky enough to the point where he's a real problem and he has to like take a lot of spells to die, but he dies too easily right now. He's very squishy.
Yep, faith in panel restored.
Yeah, and like as far as the DP goes, same story, not tanky enough. Like you run in, Ursa kills you. She's currently going for the Heaven's Halberd. That'll help with the tankability a little bit, but they need to get a fight where they have the numbers. They need to catch them when they have like just a couple heroes in one spot and then other heroes across the map, because in a straight 5 vs 5, it's tough. It's definitely really tough. And the way to get these numbers advantages is to be split push. And we see Flea is trying to do it the best he can. He actually has 3,000 gold, which is a lot. Oh, he gets glimpse back, so let's go ahead and minus 200 of that.
Yep. Of course, Yamsen. Not the first hit bash, but at least the second one to cancel it out. It also had the damage to kill him, even if he was close to teleporting away.
You can remove Basher from his inventory, he still would have died there.
But this is the Roshan that Nouns 100%, 150% want, because you're playing an Ursa lineup, you get that shard. Considering all the items that are countering you, except for the Yules, getting that Earth Shock and Rage. If you suddenly get hit by a Halberd, for example, well, that duration doesn't feel too bad.
This is definitely going to be the Roche that DogChamp 150% need to stop them from taking.
Yes. That might just be the next potential fight, unless Nouns... Their key is like, we want to find a pick-off that allows us to go to Roshan, or we draw them to us into the Roche pit. We have the capability to fight them back. I think the biggest thing they can get is pop Exorcism prematurely on the side of DogChamp. It's like, oh, wait this out and go Roche. They can't fight us anymore. They have so many... It's such an easy approach on the side of Nouns now. They've got so many ways to approach these situations.
I mean, you have Smoke on Willow, you have wards, you do have the tools needed to get in there and try the fight. Whether you're strong enough at this point to win that fight, I'm not entirely sure. It's definitely going to be a little difficult. But however, if Nouns are not positioned properly and you catch them off guard here, there is a potential that you can get one easy pick off into baiting Nouns onto a bad fight, and that could be what you need to win this next fight here.
So hear me out. RCY, if he lands like a 5-man tornado into the Meteor Hammer from Sunlight, that is a win condition.
True. 5-man tornado. That's it, RCY. You got this.
Not asking too much.
Not too much at all. That seems very reasonable.
Gunnar already having a bit of a read onto Flea. They have vision on top of that triangle area, so they know where Nouns is coming from, and Sunlight charges in RCY Tornado. That's on 1, and it just might be enough. The silence is there to clear out the Disruptor, and he's gone for 50. No buyback. 5 versus 4 fight. Bloody 9 getting blown up by Gunnar in the backline, but they're wearing out the BKB charges. RCY getting to live for a little bit longer than Russell. No chance for him. Surrounded by 2 cores on 2 sides, and Flea. Oh, did they cut down the tree? I think they did. Yep, the Monkey King's also down. Sunlight trying to help him out with a Meteor Hammer. RCY still running away from Gunnar, and now Sunlight. Okay, he tried to save his buddy, but now he's like, okay, I tried to take the attention away from you, but I got it on myself now. 2 for 4.
I mean, that went pretty well, like, as far as initiation went. Like,
better than the last fight.
They killed the Disruptor right away. Then after that, they feared the IO into the Bramble, got the kill, but they just have no answer for Gunnar. They have no answer for Yamsen's Ursa here.
Yeah, and they have some damage limitations. It was the Timber doing the most in that last fight. Not too much from RCY. I feel like he was controlled very early on and just spent half of the time running away. I mean, this BKB was also torn away. But Yamsen, he's got the Aegis, he's got the Shard. This Ursa is super scary right now.
Man, they're doing Roche and taking it tier 3 simultaneously. That is normally a sign that you are very ahead in this game. The issue that you have for DogChamp right now is BKB is basically invincibility for Nouns right now. You don't have a single hero here that does damage through that. And that is what we kind of saw there. Like, they ended up killing a couple of cores, but like once the BKBs went down for DogChamp, their fight was just over at that point. And even if you have a BKB, you got this Ursa you have to deal with that has an Abyssal Blade, BKB, Battle Fury. BKB is not going to help you there.
Extra control on top of the control you already have, and Gunnar is about to finish his sheep stick as well. He's got the money for it. It's on the courier, flying to him, but they do take the fight on the high ground. They've got the Static Storm. Flea's the one to take the majority of the damage right now. DP in trouble, but Russell able to disengage. Gunner's BKB running off of Sunlight, doing some work at the backline. Can he take down Husky? Yes, he can. And also RCY gets the Tornado. Is going to connect onto 2. Yamsen still got that Aegis, going to be able to run away for the time being, but now they got Sunlight. Sunlight trying to go for the Meteor Hammer. Won't get the connection because Yamsen has a BKB charge, and he will be able to use it. And now onto the Timber Saw they go as well. Husky coming in with the buyback will be able to join in with the relocate. And they're looking to close out this game as DogChamp, they're on full retreat. They're getting to fight on their high ground, at least for the time being, as Yamsen still brawling, still going at it. Sunlight trying to take a second round. That is a dieback. Their Timber is gone, and that is now down to 4. Russell getting jumped on again by Yamsen. RCY is still trying to keep up the control, but the damage, this is not enough. They can't get rid of this Fuzzy Wuzzy, and also Gunnar. They're just running rampant on the high ground of DogChamp.
It's just they don't have damage for any core. All they can kill is Husky.
Yep, and on to Russell they go. They will find the DP in just a matter of seconds. And that is Russell gone. 50 seconds dead. 2 heroes gone. And DogChamp running out of defenders.
Yeah, it kind of just seems like in this game, like they have severe damage problems, and that is basically due to the draft here. They can kill the Disruptor, they can kill the IO, but that's about it. Like, they don't really have the damage to kill anyone else in this game. So while it might look a little promising at the beginning of the fights, oh, they killed the support. Oh, they killed the other support. That's good. Supports just buy back, and you haven't even merely addressed like how to deal with this Ursa or the Leshrac at this point.
And we see the pushing power. Nouns clearing out 2 lanes of racks, going for the 3rd. Get the mega creeps. Take another fight when DogChamp respawns with their heroes. RCY. Can he bring up a miracle?
It would have to be one hell of a miracle against Mega Creeps now in this situation. He does not have the farm, and even if he had the farm is right back there on Nouns.
Dieback potential here onto the IO. That is a certainty. That's 1. Yamsen still 2 minutes on Aegis. Abyssal is ready. 2,700 HP as well, so he's only being tickled for now. Gunnar turns around. Yamsen coming in with the Blink Dagger onto RCY, and that will be the Invoker gone. He's gone for 80 seconds, and he's not buying back. Only just now. They just can't see an opener back in, and Sunlight all by himself. He's going to get roared into the Static Storm, and down once again. They just don't get the chance to fight back. Bloody Nine, he's out as well for the count. Dogchamp running out of members. They will get to fight a little bit against this Ursa, but no, the Aegis, it still stays intact. Russell tries to go for an Ogre Seal Totem there. He really wants this guy, but no, sir, not gonna happen. Yamsen gets to live.
He doesn't want to live right now. I think he wants to die and come back alive with full health, but they call it anyway. GG's called.
GG's called.
It really does feel like this particular game, like, Dogchamp has an idea of how they want to play, but we've seen many teams try this with like the double offlane strategy, and hopefully your mid carries you. It unfortunately does not work versus the better teams right now, and that's all it was. Nouns was the better team in this game. They lost their lanes, but they were composed, they brought it back, and they took this game back into their control.
They did. I mean, we saw some glimpses of hope on the side of Dogchamp. Pretty good early game, especially the first 2-3 minutes. Fantastic. Everything is going so well. So I think there's a lot of things that they still need to chew on how to lead from there. But I think the panel who's watching the game as well is going to be providing some more detailed information what actually happened this game.
Indeed, what actually did happen this game? Well, one thing we do know is that Nouns absolutely blasted Dogchamp in game number 1, but it did look close for a bit. I had my hopes that it wasn't going to be Cocaine Bear, but it was going to be Cocaine Corgi instead.
Yeah, maybe no, man. I mean, it
would be a better film.
I mean, let's start off by paying our respects. Rest in peace and commiserations to RCY's back. I mean, that guy had to... he was carrying this team so damn hard for the first 20 minutes, and... I mean, I'm going to be frank, boys. I know you and I, we've talked about it in the green room. What the hell is this Meteor Hammer Timbersaw? I mean, what the hell was he doing?
Yeah, I saw that item and I was like, man, they built this great advantage in the laning stage for that. I don't understand the mindset behind it. I was just confused. You don't really have any reliable setup to land the Hammerstone. Sure, he landed a cool one out of the trees, to be fair.
Yeah, and when he died?
He did find some value, you know. It wasn't like it was completely pointless, but effectively in a game like this with Timbersaw, when you're playing against these heroes, I think the fact that you're having a good laning stage actually gives the hero potential that it might not even have had to begin with. If he itemizes for tankability, for frontlining for his team, and doesn't buy this Meteor Hammer, and like the effective HP you get per gold for this item is absolutely terrible, right? On a hero like Timber. There were many items he could have bought for defense that would have made it way more interesting and his own game better. He ends the game 2-10.
Yeah.
Most fights he goes in, he just gets killed, and you think to yourself, what if, you know?
What if indeed? I mean, it's not like they need the objective taking. They had a Death Prophet in the game, right?
Yeah.
She's already got that one covered. You don't need the stun or any kind of AoE damage because you've got an Invoker on your team. You just need to go in, be the sponge, you know, be a lovely sea sponge and just kind of flop around and absorb some spells and do some damage and kill an IO, which I don't think this build helped them do at all. I mean, the things past the hammer were fine, but yeah, I sincerely agree that this was kind of a bit of a fumble there from Dogchamp. But let's focus on the positives. You know, they did have a good start to the game. We started to believe for a little bit, Mike.
Yeah, we did. I mean, they were going amazing. Like, laning stage was great. RCY completely destroyed Gunnar. I mean, there's no other way to put it. Like, he literally just stomped Gunnar in the mid lane. It was really an incredible performance.
Solo killed him, and yeah.
And then the hope again disappeared as soon as we saw that Meteor Hammer. We were like, oh, there it goes. There goes the game. Bye-bye, Dogchamp.
I mean, to be fair, it wasn't just mid. I think they won all 3 lanes, right? So Sunlight was out farming Yams on top as well. They got First Blood bottom. The DP killed Beastmaster, I think was the overall first kill of the game. So every lane was going great. Things were looking like they were coming together, but it's kind of in the way that we expected it to happen, just a little bit slower because the lanes went so well. We reached this mid-game point when Nouns get BKB on their cores, and then Dogchamp is just watching them maul them to death because they have no solutions, right? Like, that's the problem that you're running into here. One team has 3 BKBs, the other team has 3 BKBs. Okay, who can pierce them? Who can kill?
Yeah.
One team has Beastmaster and an Ursa with a Basher. The other team has Invoker, who literally has nothing against this one item. And Timbersaw that has nothing. And
Had some ghosts. Had some ghosts in.
I mean, effectively, that is honestly the biggest problem in this game, is that it got to that point. If the draft from Dogchamp had a little bit more solutions for the BKBs, or if they would have been able to push the envelope a little bit more before the BKBs come out, then maybe. But it's tough.
It's tough. Well, you know who didn't have a tough game? That was Yamsen playing this Ursa. We said it was a good Ursa game. We were absolutely right. Didn't take a genius to work that one out, but it did take a genius to play a mean-ass game. And Yamsun absolutely delivering 14-1 despite the lanes going so horribly. Just keep your head down, get your Battle Fury, get your farm on, join the right fights, turn the game around. And I want to talk about just a little bit more about the difference in the timings in this game, because it felt like when they had their timings on the side of DogChamp, you know, they were taking fights. It was scrappy. They were winning. But then when Nouns hit their timings, it was just completely different. And yeah, I know the BKBs are a big factor, but was there a visible difference in execution between the two teams you can see?
I think it's mainly just the magnitude and how strong the timing is, right? One is you come out of lane and you're stronger for a time and you're fighting them with your slight level advantage and your gold advantage. The other one is we get an item that brings our entire lineup together and that enables us to take team fights in a completely new way, right? That's kind of the difference. The timing that we could have talked about that could have counteracted that was if Invoker got a Hex, for example, because then suddenly you can one-up the BKBs and maybe you can make the fast move and you get the fight. But, I mean, in reality, it's just that the overall power spikes are just way stronger for the Radiant lineup.
Was there any other way to play around those BKBs? You know, could you seen some bait and switches, or is that just not how Dota works, Mike?
I just think they could have set a tempo that was just way quicker, right? Like, this is why I keep going back to the Meteor Hammer.
Yeah.
I just don't know what it did. I feel like if you could just get something else and just run with your team, just take some more towers, maybe stop some more farm, maybe we could have seen that BKB timing slow down and maybe they would have just never recovered. But I don't know, decisions were made and they did not pay off.
Well, Nouns certainly bled in this first game, but they certainly did not fall. Once again, they'd make the turnaround happen. They secure game number 1. Can they find yet another clean sweep here in the NA DPC? We'll find out after the short break. Well, game number 1 does not go Dog Champ's way, but they did show a little bit of promise in it. Can they replicate that in game number 2 and perhaps capitalize upon it a bit more successfully? That is the main question we've got to be asking for this second game. I mean, how hard is it to come back mentally after that sort of game?
I mean, it depends what expectations you set going in, right? If you're going in as the underdog, if you know you're the underdog and you're going to do your best, you can easily look at the positives here and be like, all right, we played a great laning stage. I think for me, personally, I hope they identify what the biggest problem was in that game, and I think it was more of a strategic nature rather than how they played it. Because I think, for the most part, they played pretty fine. It's just they ran out of time. 25 minutes in.
Yeah, it was a short clock.
Yeah, so cover your bases in that regard, and look toward playing your lanes in the same way you just did. Play aggressively, punish mistakes, and get ahead. And then build a traditional carry. I don't know. I think they could have done that.
Yeah, they probably could have gotten away with that in the drafting phase. I mean, I don't know. I think they go into it feeling positive. Like, yeah, okay, we stomped them in the lane. Let's just do it again, but with a different draft this time, with a different mindset. And I don't know. I mean, I have a little bit more faith going into game 2 here for Dog Champ. Yeah. I just don't want to see those kind of item builds. And like Sim said, please pick up a proper pos one. Please, for the love of God.
Yeah, I think if we do get a chance to feature them, maybe in this series, maybe in future series, we might have to revisit the conversation there and ask what the team's reaction was to that one, because it was certainly an interesting pickup. But I think we can say for Dog Champ that one thing they have definitely shown is tenacity. You know, they're one of the few teams which has come back and actually taken series. You know, they've taken 3-game series. They've taken 2 3-game series, actually, so far, one against Felt and one against 5 Rats. So this team, they are capable of fighting back. And I think what you were saying about expectations rings very true for this team, because we spoke to Bloody Nine early on, and he basically said, we had a great team, and then NA Dota things happened and they didn't want to play with each other anymore. So we rebuilt from the bottom. We're just trying to do what we can. You know, we're just playing our game and just trying to make it work. And I think that's actually a really good attitude, you know, compared to perhaps the attitude of some of the other Div 1 teams, which are kind of towards the bottom, who are maybe putting too much pressure on themselves to perform and beat some of these top teams and not taking the time to learn. There could really be a big kind of mentality win here for Dog Champ in the long term, which is why I'm kind of excited to watch this team. You know, like I see this team play and I'm always like, you know, they're going to do something interesting. You know RCY is going to be trying to style. This time it didn't work out, but maybe game number 2 will give us something more to think about. What other matchups are we looking at though? Because I know you wanted to speak a little bit about Moo.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear that the creativity, or rather, I don't know if creativity is the right word, but like Moo plays very off-brand offlaners a lot of the time. He might have found his match in this team, you know? Like they play, what do they play? Offlane or carry or both? Yeah. In this game, they had 2 offlaners. Yeah. I mean, they had 2 offlane heroes this game and no carry. I hope they don't have 2 carries and no offlaner in the next game, because I think if they put Naga safe lane and some sort of other illusion carry in the offlane, I think that would arguably be worse than what they just did. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's a bit of a broken record, and I don't want to make Dota sound too simple, because I don't think it is. It's not like, oh, you just need this. Every draft is the same, because it really isn't, and there is space for creativity like this, but it takes a level of execution that I just frankly don't think this team has to win with a strategy like this against Nouns. Like, you need to play pristine Dota after the first 10 minutes. So, like you said about taking the pressure off yourselves, don't put yourself on that kind of timer. Take the positives of, okay, we play aggressively. We have our offlane and safe lane wicked hero pools that we can activate. Just keep the red thread in the strategy the whole way through.
That's it. Easy as that. Well, let's find out what exactly is going to go down in game number 2. We have a draft now available, so let's jump into it. It's Nouns versus Dog Champ, game number 2. Will we get that Witch Doctor banned out again, or will it possibly sneak through? That's all I care about for these bans. That's all I care about. Usually I don't even care about bans at all, but this time I'm like, give me that sweet Witch Doctor. Let him sneak through. Come on, Dog Champ.
So if Dog Champ rates that hero that highly, then they're gonna once again ban it over IO. Now that they're second pick, they can trade, so they can give away IO and then get Lesh, or vice versa.
Yeah.
I would probably recommend banning the IO. I think it's a bigger problem. Or you ban the Lesh, and then if the enemy team does run IO Witch Doctor, at the very least it's not together with Lesh, which seems to be the perfect vehicle that Nouns are running with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think ban Lesh or IO here is the most straightforward.
Yeah, that combo is just straight up silly. They're taking the time over it.
Ooh.
And they get rid of Undying. What a
Wow.
twist, Michael of Phoenix. What a twist.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I don't know if Nouns want to like first pick Witch Doctor now, but I suppose they could. But no, of course they are going to go IO. The question is now, do DogChamp try to deny the IO Lesh by just taking Lesh themselves?
Lesh is just, it doesn't feel like first phase material when it's not got the IO with him, but
Right.
you might have to fall on your sword here, right?
Right, because if you give it back to Gunner, I mean, like, yeah, he got stomped in lane last game around, but it didn't matter because you hit a certain timing and then you just go. Unless DogChamp just think to themselves, hey, let's just get heroes that can deal with BKB heroes and just, deal with him that way. There's a disruptor. I guess that's somewhat of a counter to IO, right? Like you just glimpse the relocate.
Yeah,
That's
it's
a nice
something.
one.
I'm a little bit concerned that if their mindset is okay, so first of all, I don't think they should give IO Lesh. That's the first thing. But let's
Okay.
So
That
I'm
ship
concerned
may
that
have sailed.
if their mindset was we're going to give IO and then take Lesh, I feel like you're approaching the draft in a very defeatist kind of way. It's like the enemy team strategy is so powerful, and we will do anything to. We will hamper ourselves just so they don't get it. I think that's where you ban it instead in that case, right? And that just makes me think they're going to give them IO Lesh again. So I want to see, okay, what's your counter? Like, do you have some genius solution? Snap pick Lesh here. I don't think he cares about these two heroes. He's going to get BKB and he's going to be invincible. He has relocate save. The displacement of Toss is actually kind of interesting. I think it's a good way of approaching it from a supporting solution perspective. We saw yesterday, or 2 days ago, Mike, we were casting, it was Wildcard trying with a position for Magnus to skewer.
Yeah.
They didn't execute that game particularly well, though. Toss is more reliable and it's easier to get. So, but, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
So my problem when I approach this, I'm trying to think of, I'm putting myself in DogChamp's spot and I'm like, okay, I get to do whatever I want against IO Lesh and I don't know what it is. And I'm standing here and I'm thinking, what will I do? And I can't just on the spot tell you, okay, you need this hero or this combination or something. This is going to solve it. In the past, there's been options that where you'd be like, oh, they're doing that, we're going to get this. And then the enemy team has to ban something or whatever.
Right.
It just feels free, You grab these two and there's like, whatever, You can't just pick an AA and be like, oh, we're just going to AA ult the Lesh and burst him. That's not going to work.
Doesn't work like that, yeah.
Hard counters to Lesh that used to be popular aren't necessarily so good right now. Like heroes that used to be pretty good against him in the past, like Nyx. Timings have changed. Lesh gets BKB. He has Bloodstone, so he's 50% tankier than he used to be. So all of your traditional, when you go down memory lane and you think of how did we used to beat Leshrac 3 years ago, they just don't work anymore.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know. I know I sound very negative about this. I'm like, man. But it goes
Surely they have a plan.
But it goes to show why this combo is so powerful that it's like a universal combo, right? We see it in Western Europe being first phase banned or picked by multiple teams. We see it here. It's one of Gaming Gladiator's best strategies. They just won the major, It's like, it's very clear that this pairing is just incredible. And nobody at the major solved it, as far as I can remember. I think
maybe DogChamp can.
I think Damon actually have lost a game with IO Lesh and Div 1 this season. I think they did lose one to, I believe it was Ooredoo Thunders, if I'm not mistaken. They did beat their Lesh IO maybe one game, but I don't remember. The win rate is absurd. I'll say that much.
Yeah, it's silly.
So I will be the first one to celebrate when a team beats Nouns with this.
Yeah.
And I just see, wow, there is the solution. Because it's always cool. Dota generally doesn't have something that is so broken that there's no counter, right? I think something like this can sometimes come close where you're like, man, you got to dig deep. But I guarantee you there is a way to solve this. But it's very hard to find it, and it might be very circumstantial to make it work even if you know what it is. If the other heroes with IO Lesh are perfect against it, then it doesn't work anymore, or the players, the playstyle the team has, whatever.
So, Ooredoo Thunders did beat Gaming Gladiators when Gaming had their IO Lesh and their draft was Undying, Drow, Puck, Snapfire, and Tusk.
That's a great lineup.
So very brawly, very fighty, a lot of AoE in there, a lot of save as well, I think, which is important. One thing which is really interesting about Nouns, actually, is that they've only first picked 2 heroes so far out of the 8 games they've drafted here in the NA DPC. It's only been the IO and it's only been the Undying. So both healing heroes. And they mentioned in the interview, they're not hiding any strats here. They're like, look, healing's OP. We know it. Like, other people don't seem to know it. We're just going to use it and keep winning.
Yep.
And DogChamp, they certainly have not got any kind of response to that so far. So same thing as last game. They're going to grab the Invoker once again. RCY Invoker did do very well in the lane last time, but of course, when we're looking at lane matchups, the player which lost the last game is going to know what to improve on. RCY has to kind of step it up again here to keep getting the advantage over the Leshrac in the mid.
I would imagine from a theoretical standpoint that this is actually potentially an Invoker favored matchup, to be honest. Because Leshrac has to struggle with killing the Forge Spirit or he gets out CS'd. And every time the Lesh tries to go for that Forge Spirit, Invoker can cold snap him, target him with both himself and his summon and get a harassment advantage. And if Lesh ever oversteps his boundaries, he can actually die, which is what happened last game. Gunnar was trying to kill that pesky summon too many times. So that might be something they're onto here. I like I can't say I don't like Invoker against Lesh based on last game. I think he did well.
Yeah.
I want the surrounding cast around how they beat Lesh to be different, though. And
Agreed.
so far it is. So we'll see.
Yeah, what comes to my mind is like, what pos one are we going for DogChamp, right? Like, you want
It always is the question.
That's the question, right? Like, you want someone who carries a BKB, like physical core preferably. Drow would have been amazing, but it's gone. You're not going to have that option. I'm just thinking, who else does that job? Like, who else fits that bill? Because Lena may have been the kind of carry we're talking about, except she's complete garbage now, in my opinion. So
that might be one of the single hardest nerfs a hero has ever got.
Yeah,
I think.
pretty rough.
It's a bit of a smackdown.
Bodied. I mean, it's not like it was undeserved, let's be honest. But balancing Dota is a tricky thing. I think those patch changes came out and there were like two camps of people. There was one camp that said this hero will be useless, and another camp that said it's not enough. The hero is so broken that it doesn't matter.
Guys,
we got a Ricky carry.
Ricky carry or offlane Ricky is what I'm thinking. Because, Moo.
No, don't do it, Moo. He's getting bored.
I don't know.
I think I like Ricky carry, I'm kind of here for it.
I like it.
I don't really see how it works too well with the IO, but, the IO is going to be chilling out with his Lesh homie anyway, so you're kind of the third wheel on that engagement.
I don't know what's happening.
Okay.
I think it's offlane, probably. I'm debating because with the shard nerf to Ricky, as in any position that's not carry, I think it got so much worse that I don't really know if there's that much merit to picking it in general. And in this game, you're not like a very obvious counter to anything in particular. I guess you're okay against Invoker. Smokescreen is nice, but maybe they just want vision. Maybe that's the idea. Last game they had Beastmaster. It's banned out this time. We pick another offlaner that's going to give us intel so that we can relocate, so we can find plays. If that's the mindset, you put Ricky 3 probably. You could also play Rubik 3 and Ricky 4.
Ooh, that's spicy.
Which, I don't know. Think of it this way. Okay, if Ricky is 3, what do you get? What's the bang for your buck on the farm priority? What do you get after Shard? Like, what's good on this hero,
It's what's before Shard Syndrome.
Oh.
I can't believe I'm saying it, but that damn Meteor Hammer might be
what's
making a
the hammer?
reappearance.
All right, I mean, I'm going to be happier with that on that hero than I will on Timber. So
Ooh.
that's okay. Yeah, sure. I mean, maybe Shard, Meteor Hammer, offlane Ricky. I could see it.
You guys are on something over there. I'll say that much. You guys are.
I don't think you're grasping at straws. I think
Jesus.
it's exactly what's going to happen. If it's an offlane Ricky, he'll go hammer into Shard.
Yeah,
I
100%.
agree.
Okay.
I think that's what's going to happen.
Okay. We shall see which direction it goes. I mean, I can see the appeal of a carry Ricky, though, like an assassin hero to get on the back lines, kind of in counter to what their Ursa did last game. It's kind of like a different take on it, which Nouns might be trying out here.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is why Ricky over another hero then? If that's what you wanted out of your carry, weren't there just flat out better options? Like, you could have just picked the Ursa again. You could have picked Chaos Knight.
Yeah, I guess that's a fair point.
It's just, the hero is just a bit awkward as a carry, I think, in general. It needs a lot of items, and a big part of what he offers is manageable in other positions, so you don't need to give him that high priority.
Grasping at straws now, I think if you did want to go pos 1 Ricky, the one positive it is you can kind of avoid getting glimpsed around the map at least. Like, you got tricks of the trade, you can be a little bit annoying like that. That's pretty much all I've got. I'm really grasping at straws here, boys. But
You could dodge Sunstrike.
dodge Sunstrike,
Nice.
very pog. But yeah, I think they're still looking for a pos 1. I just think DogChamp's job is much harder in terms of picking a pos 1 here. Like, I mean, Ursula to me probably would have been an option, but they just banned it themselves. So they've obviously got a game plan. Question is, what is it?
What do we think of this Visage pick into this draft? Because it doesn't look like the easiest Visage game to me.
Yeah.
This Millier's gonna die.
I think DogChamp might have a mindset that they want... It seems there's a pattern here, right? That they want an objective hero. So last game it was Death Prophet. This game is the Visage. They want some way, some tangible way of going and feeling like they can put pressure and take a tower. And I'm on board with that. I don't think this is a terrible Visage game. But I also don't think it's amazing. I think Leshrac, for the most part, can overpower this hero relatively quickly with a Bloodstone. And he will by BKB anyway because he's against Invoker. So your Grave Chill isn't really going to limit his mobility that much in the fights.
What about
carry Monkey King?
What about Pos 1 Marcy right here, boys, for DogChamp? Right? The
I like it.
Sidekick familiar, like the complete rat. I mean, you've
That
even got
old
Alacrity
chestnut,
as well.
yeah.
Alacrity sidekick?
I'm on board
Dude,
with
that familiar's gonna
anything. I'm on board with any carry that can kill Leshrac, okay? Anything. Whatever you throw at
that's
me,
the
I'll be
thing.
like, that's good enough for me.
It's
you know?
it's
Like,
that moment where no hero can kill Leshrac, but the familiar can. The Alacrity sidekick familiar can do it. It's a counter we never knew we needed.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of like... Do they play the Marcy carry?
I haven't seen it yet.
I kind of like it because I actually think the matchup against Monkey King is not half bad either. Marcy can overpower this hero, can throw him out of the ring in edge cases. You're mobile, you can get away if it's a bad fight. You can kill Lesh when you have BKB.
Yep.
It's doable. I'm trying to think of what other carries like really solve this game for DogChamp. You have the Alacrity factor. I guess maybe that changes the math a little bit on some heroes that you can grab. Okay.
All right. They got an Invoker Void combo in there. That's a classic, but again, it gives them one late game option, I suppose.
Yeah, Chrono Cataclysm is definitely strong. I mean, this DogChamp lineup definitely scales. There's no doubt about it. But you are picking the Void into IO and Sleeping Dart.
Yeah.
Dart is very annoying for Void. It's a huge issue for this hero to get slapped and collapsed on. And similar to last game, DogChamp are playing with no save. So once heroes are being jumped, you need to itemize your save. You have to buy 4 staffs. You have to buy Lotus Orb. I guess you could buy Lotus on the Visage in this game, 4 staff on both supports. They could probably itemize around it and solve it. But this is on the greedier side. I think this is slower than last game. You're playing Void carry. He needs time. And I kind of foresee a similar situation playing out where Nouns just gets this mid-game timing and just play faster. And every chrono has to be nailed, right? Because if the chrono's on cooldown, what do you have?
Yeah, Noun's going to be running at you. They've got a very clear window, which they're just going to jump through with their entire bodies. I mean, Mike, do you think that DogChamp are getting out of the laning phase okay this time? Because last time it was fantastic.
I think their laning phase is going to go fine. I just worry about the timing. Like that 20-minute mark, Nouns just start running at you. I don't think the Void has enough time. Like you need a BKB this game for sure on Void, like before you can really do anything with the Chrono. So I'm still a little bit concerned. They've got to last it out. They've got to drag this game out.
All right, let's see if they can do it. DogChamp couldn't put it together in game number 1. Can they do it in game number 2? Or Nouns continue their unstoppable winning spree? Let's find out with T-Panda and Fear.
Thank you so much, panel. And indeed, one thing that I was suspecting was watching Gunnar actually play Warhammer and getting a fan out of Skaven and thinking this guy is going for the full Vermintide route, but it's actually Moo on the Riki after all. But Gunnar's been playing this mid Riki after all before, but he didn't take it this time. Why?
Right. I mean, I thought he might play it just because I looked at his pub profile and he has like 80% win rate with 10 games on it. His most played hero by far. And I feel like after last game, he kind of got schooled in the mid lane. And Riki is one of those heroes that is known for doing well versus Invoker in the mid lane. So we'll see what Moo has to bring. The build that I saw that was most common was, guess it or not, Meteor Hammer. Hammer build into Diffusal Blade. I don't know what the offlane Riki is going to build, but I don't think the build should be much different from what we saw there.
So let's contemplate on that. So you put yourself in the mindset of Moo. He always likes like particular item builds, and he usually repeats those from game to game. What is he most likely to build? Because it is Moo.
I mean, definitely Meteor Hammer.
Okay.
He wants to farm, right? He wants an item that can help him farm and cover for the weaknesses of Riki. Riki's big weaknesses are the fact that this hero does not farm very quickly. You cannot push very quickly either. And you're typically not a core in most cases.
In a way,
at least for a long time, this hero hasn't been core just because of how poorly it does scale and what the issues it does have with farming. But Meteor Hammer does solve those like issues for him. So I do imagine that is the route he is going to go for.
Also, one of the downsides that I've seen Riki in the last few years is his farming patterns, if there are any farming patterns, are very easy to read. He's very likely to be in one of the 3 lanes because that's where he gets to hit the creeps and actually do damage to them. If you jungle with this hero, it takes forever. So like they're just not dying and you're taking a lot of damage. At least his new HP regen does kind of cover for that. So I guess the Meteor Hammer is the way to go.
I'll imagine. I mean, the only other build I saw was for some time, like that Aghanim's Battle Fury build was the thing. It was very obnoxious, got nerfed into the ground, but without a Battle Fury, this hero just innately cannot farm very much. But they might go on Bloody Knight on top lane, just get him really low.
He is rather weak there in the top lane, and that also does hurt Russell a little bit, who we have seen take over the carry role for a couple games. Sunlight, who didn't have great success at the start for the side of DogChamp. Bit rough performances, you could put that way, but still was able to bring the W on the board, at least in one series. The second one was more about Russell just bringing out the Naga and experimenting what kind of hero pool does he bring into play. And that was a theme we had for DogChamp as a whole, that they could be difficult to read because you have 2 players playing technically the same role and they switch it around a little bit. You know, Russell and Sunlight. You don't really know who's the offlaner and who's the carry from time to time.
I think so far Russell has looked a lot better on the carry position than Sunlight. All the games that they have won have been on the back of Russell playing carry, and that's kind of where their drafts make the most sense too, because Sunlight doesn't like to play many of the carry heroes that we consider carry heroes. I don't consider Timbersaw going in the safe lane being a carry, right, in that regard. So Sunlight, he's on a hero we've seen him do well with in the DPC, playing an offlaner. And then Russell, he's the one that really just like steps up to the plate. He did play the Naga. Most of his heroes that he is playing as carry, he's like silver on them from Dota Plus Y. Just means he doesn't play them that often, but he is just a very skilled player, and he's filling the slot that he needs to fill for the team.
What I like about here in this bot lane is exactly Flea bringing the creep wave right in front of the tower, sadly inside tower range. So that wave is going to start pushing once again. At least Sunlight, he's been able to get that level 2, close to level 3. And does he start to max out his Grave Chill? Do we see a point brought up in the Graveskeeper? The Gravekeeper's Cloak. So they actually have a lot of quick hitters and a lot of damage on the side of Nouns to just break through those charges.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, the reason why a lot of people do like this Monkey King versus Visage matchup is the fact that you can use your Mischief as you're going to get tossed back and didn't get it off at the time, but...
Oh, he is slowed up for the time being. Sadly, Flea doesn't get too many punches in, so Sunlight's not going to get Soul Assumption stacks either, and they're looking to turn around. Okay, bit of trading hits onto Flea.
Yeah, I was saying, if you time it correctly, you can use Mischief to dodge the Soul Assumption.
Yeah.
And that's very helpful for you if you're a Monkey King in this matchup, but you got to time it correctly.
Yeah, and also I think you can get 3 to 4 Soul Assumptions at the cost of 1 Mischief. So you still get 2 connections, and that is if it's 100% brawling the whole time. So if you time your Mischief, you either make the decision, are we committing with this, or do we chill for a bit because I need the cooldown back up to be able to sustain myself in the lane.
Right. And this game, Gunnar, he's taken revenge after that last game here, having a much more dominant mid lane here, 24-7 to the 16-6 of RCY here. So having a much better game as they're going to check for the runes here, and he finds Bloody Nine.
Also, the glimpse comes out. 2 more seconds for the rune to spawn, and it's Bloody Nine going to take it away from Gunnar.
Will he die for it, though, is the question.
Trying to move around and juke around, but
yeah, he's dead.
this Lesh is just too fast. I don't know where you're going to be going. Oh, the neutrals are coming.
Deny?
Oh, no, not like this. Oh, the lightning was a little bit too much. Oh, the thunder.
It's because if Bloody Nine reads this, there's a ward up there.
There's a ward, yeah, exactly.
So he's like, oh, that hit that. I mean, he might get a D ward out of this too. Perhaps why he gave him the tip as well. But interesting to see for Moo here. They do have silence, so he misses it just narrowly on Moo here.
And also fighting out in the bot lane too, trying to contest this Monkey King at the same time.
So I was confused what Moo was buying, so because he bought the Orb of Corrosion right away, but seeing that there's a Ring of Health makes me believe he might go for that Meteor Hammer build here, as we will get a glimpse into nothing here.
Into nothing, just harass.
I wish Moo wasn't that type of player that just keeps you guessing. Like, he won't put the whole item on his quick buy. He just puts like one piece of that item. So we don't really know for sure what he's going to do with this ring, but I imagine it has to be the Meteor Hammer. I'm just surprised he didn't rush it right away. And went for the Orb of Corrosion
All right,
first.
all right, hear me out. This is the stupidest build you're probably going to go for, but
Right.
he could build Vanguard into Radiance, while Yamsun, fighting out with Flea, they
He has
did
a
use their
Mischief.
nuke, and
He missed it.
he's 1 HP, basically. Sunlight, he needs to land it, but he's waiting for the Mischief, and he won't get it! Sunlight gets first blood.
He didn't use Mischief on either of those, or even attempt it there. If he would have dodged one of those with Mischief, that would have been really good for Nouns. But at the end of the day, he didn't. He died, and that's first blood going the way of Sunlight. Much needed, as his CS wasn't... It's not terrible, actually. So he's actually having an amazing laning stage.
That is what you need from your Visage. If you get shut down early, the hero still needs a lot of farm, a lot of time, a lot of space, until he starts to create that
6-minute
join
rune.
in with the team. Gunner.
Haste for Gunner.
Yep. See what he does with it. He is still level 5. Needs at least one extra creep wave to get 6 and make a rotation. And Lelis, well, this was your chance for the possible D ward, but yoinks a bounty.
Yep, glimpses
Actually
right
don't
back.
know about the ward?
Yeah, and they don't. It's fine. It's something that, like, if you were paying really close attention to Bloody 9, you would have noticed, but I think he was just relieved that he denied that kill as top lane.
Yeah, but now that level 6 as well. RCY and Russell both in trouble at the same time. RCY about to drop. Is it going to be enough, though? Gunner almost dead, but the Fort Spirit not going to do enough damage to take him out. Russell gets to live, but they do find the kill. The first kill for Nouns. The first official kill for Gunner.
Yeah, a much needed kill there. He unfortunately was a level behind at the time, but with that rotation from Husky here, securing that kill was absolutely huge, as we're having the reverse of last game. Nouns winning all 3 lanes now in the net worth department here, while Dogchamp are in a position where I feel like they have the superior late game. There's definitely some factors involved with how their draft will function. Right now you have Invoker, who is going for that Egg Sword build. You have Faces Void. That is really, really good late game potential with the Chronosphere. But we'll see if what Husky can make a couple saves with the IO into the Chronosphere. That'll be huge.
And we've seen Husky being a very good IO player and definitely doing that. So Nouns has something to fall back on if Russell is unable to clean them out with that Chronosphere. But certainly, they have combos in and out of it. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Yamsun is about to fall Mischief a bit too late this time, but the turnaround with the stun, they're going to be able to take down Sunlight first, and Flea is going to have to flee.
Yeah, he's just too strong right now. He does have the raindrops available, which helps immensely against this Visage. Eats up a lot of that nuke damage, and that's the only way he can proc the raindrop charge. And Tiny doesn't have the greatest ways either to block the raindrop charge earlier
That actually
on.
prevented him from dying there.
Yeah.
He would have died to the Soul Assumption. Moo. 1 versus 2 in the top lane, fighting against Bloody 9 and Russell sitting in the smoke cloud, and Chrono will be used, but he's going to come out from the tricks of the trade. And on the Sunstrike, Moo, 50 HP. Russell, does he have the time dilation slow? He can't see him anymore.
Didn't see that
Out
coming.
of sight.
Yeah, they had that 1 sentry there, and Moo kind of outplayed him there. Like, the time he had during the Chrono while being invulnerable inside the tricks of the trade there definitely saved his life there.
Yeah, close call. Now Sunlight also forced away from that bottom lane. Yamsun and Husky, they're upping the tempo.
Level 6 on Visage here, though. They do want to make something happen here, so if there is a time that Sunlight can start making things happen on the map, it is now, as you do get a huge power spike on this hero when you hit level 6.
Just needs to be very, very cautious about getting hit by the Primal Spring. The slow is going to be nasty. You're going to take a lot of extra hits.
Fleet just TP'd in front of their face. Right?
Well, they see that one.
Yeah, they definitely saw that one, so jigs up there, as they do have a ward watching them too here, and I think you're just going to farm up if you're Yamsun Husky. You're waiting for Last Track Gunner to get his Bloodstone online. Then you're going to try and find that timing again. The real timing for Moo is going to be, what is this Meteor Hammer timing going to mean for them? Are they going to do something with it? It's going to be a little bit of a late timing because he did opt to go for the Orb of Corrosion. But his farm is still good. He is winning against this Faceless Void in the laning stage now. And that's one of the strengths of Ricky right now as a whole, is its early game is very strong. You have very high stats. The problem is your stat game. This hero has terrible stacking.
Well, this time they make sure that Yamsun falls. An important kill onto the Monkey King carry, and Eclipse is available. just doesn't have vision on Husky. He picks up the Invis rune and drops down the sentry, hoping that he might still be around the area. But that's a no, sir. 2-2, 10 minutes in. Faces Void dragging behind in farm. Last place, but only Monkey King. Couple hundred gold ahead. Not too big of a difference.
But I would rather have like a Faces Void in recovery mode as opposed to last game having like a Timber Soul that's really far ahead and having no chance in the late game here.
Yeah.
Especially when they do have like momentum here. Sunlight is going to take down that tier 1 in the bottom lane after he got level 6. They killed the Monkey King.
Yeah.
We've seen before, I talk about it a lot. Monkey King isn't really a hero that enjoys like having a bad laning stage.
I was waiting for that level 6 to come out. Sunstrike.
Oh, he got the Thunder Hide there.
Oh, yeah, he got a last hit yoinked in between. He's got the money. He was hoping for a kill. But at the same time, they were just trying to get level 6 on the IO so they could relocate.
Yep.
But as they finally do have it used, get themselves the regeneration back to farming. Let's see if Moo can actually land a blind Meteor Hammer onto 2. Close call. Hits the tower.
That was very bizarre. They're afraid. What were they afraid of?
Another dodge.
I mean, he just used it, but like Russell did not want to chase after him, thinking that maybe perhaps relocate was up, but it was not because it was recently used. So unsure of that, but he is steeping mid as action will happen there.
Yep, and we've got everybody surrounding the Leshrac, knowing that there's possibly a relocate, but they don't know it's actually on cooldown. Flea cancels out the tether for a moment. They finished off Gunner, and now Moo joining in the fight as well. The Chrono, it's on 3. It's a big one. They're going to take down Husky. Can they get more? The damage is still a bit lacking. They need to close these kills out before they lose the Visage as well. And they will take down Lelis. And now RCY going to get hit by Yamsen. He's coming in with the rotation as well, but the Birds ain't going to be able to land the stuns. And now they finally do. Russell with the reposition, but Sunlight still in the middle of the fray. Still in the battle. Can they kill off Yamsen? They've lost Sunlight. They will take down Yamsen. And Moo landing the Meteor Hammer on top of Russell. But Russell has a jump available. The Forge Spirit's dropping this Ricky's armor, but he also can't quite kill off this Faceless Void. So, bit of a skirmish there in the mid lane.
Yeah, that was a great Chronosphere. They didn't have a lot of damage for it, which they ended up killing the IO out of it. But the big thing is that they got the Leshrac kill. That was huge. Gunner was getting out of control, but I think if you are Nouns now, you take the offensive, knowing Chrono is down, and try to take this mid tower.
Yeah, straight up push. Gunner leading the front. Sunlight, he's respawned and he's rejoining the fight.
They want to fight
They've
though.
got Meteor Hammer in the trees. It connects onto RCY. He throws a 2-meter tornado connecting on nothing, and Sunlight's going to get stunned up at the tower. Goes down, and they also got a smoke cloud connecting onto 4 heroes. Good isolation, but the Static Storm is there. Can they turn this one around? They've got the Gunner in middle. Gunner down. They will take down the Lesh, but Moo still trying to fight at the backlines or to take this Disruptor, but he's just juking around in the trees. The tricks of the trade, and then we'll get a connection. Lelis will have the vision for the kill, and Moo jumps out. He's still very low in HP. They've taken the Disruptor, but can they find more? Husky, he's got to relocate. Won't be able to get to use it here, and he is down. Now DogChamp, they don't even get the mid tower. It's denied by Lelis.
Yep. Can they go here? Looks like they're trying.
Potentially just kill him here. Okay, a lot of stick charges. Russell should be okay.
Yeah, not enough damage. I was wondering why Husky went back in there, but it turned out that him going in did save Moo's life, and that's definitely a trade you want to be making. Transferring your POS 5's life for your offlaner, and Moo gets to live. I thought he might for sure die there, and we're getting close to that timing now, T-Panda. We almost got the shard online for the Ricky, and that's when, it was nerfed, but you're more durable now as an offlane Ricky, as a POS 5. So even if they do see you, you can potentially survive, get the dart off, and also get the Meteor Hammer off. And we do see in his build, he's also maxing Smoke Screen, which will maybe at level 10, he get another point into the towns there, but maybe he'll just max out Smoke Screen first. But either way, Ricky is going to get more powerful once the shard is online.
Exactly. Like you've got the corrosion just for the debuff, and also the extra stats that you gain from it, slowing down your opponents. And tricks of the trade, you can just keep it up level 1. You don't need to put any extra points in it. You're not really a right-clicking Ricky. You just want to make sure the debuffs connect. You've got the dart into the hammer stun and allows you to kill pretty much anyone.
Yep, 30 more seconds, and then we're going to have that. And I think Nouns are definitely chilling until then. I'm sure Moo is like, just wait, go farm for 30 seconds, get my hammer, then potentially they can go for a smoke play. And you do have to keep in mind, this is an IO strategy too. So if you do want to split push against this Ricky with the shard, it's going to be very scary. So I think DogChamp are going to need to set up positionings. They need to ward accordingly. So when they see this Ricky, they can kill it without being too deep in the enemy jungle by yourself and getting caught out, because they do have that relocate combo that complements this shard
That's
ability
true.
really nice.
You need to have like very good vision play. You always need to know what is Nouns up to have that comfort of even attempting a bit of a split push. And Lelis just comes in with a stolen time walk into the telekinesis to get Flea, and Flea down. Easy kill on the Tiny, and that pushes back his blink timer by a bit.
Yeah, he's trying to get that blink money, farming in the mid lane, and got punished for it. I really do like that move from Nouns there, and Yamsun all the while just farming on the top lane here, going for the Echo Saber into the Desolator, it looks like, is his choice. Realizing he doesn't have to build this Battle Fury and be the hard carry of the game. They're going to rely on the IO Leshrac and what it does best, scaling throughout the game. He just wants to be part of the fights and be strong as possible as they can.
Listening for Sunlight this time, and this
shard
is
is
exactly what we talked about. Dart, relocate. Yamsun also wants to join in on the party. Easy core kill.
You can't do this after 15 minutes
can't?
for Sariki. You really can.
Game is unplayable.
I would like them to walk to the bottom lane, drop some wards, have some vision, and have a support at most tank that death.
Oh, he stole Glimpse. Bloody Knight could die. They've got a rotation coming into mid. They've got Moo, they've got Husky. He has to Static Storm to defend himself.
And they lose their ward in the process here.
They
so
lose the ward.
feeling very familiar, having some deja vu from game number 1 here. Nouns just straight up outplaying them in the mid game.
Yeah, it's kind of like an idea of, you have this big battle that you have to take part to, but all your warriors are somewhat wounded.
Looks like it. As like they cannot find a moment to what to do on this map, and they're back to the same plan. We see Russell going bottom, RCY pushing top. They have to realize at some point, if they want to keep ratting, that they will get picked off if Moo happens to be in the right positioning. Right now he's not, and he does have wards on him, which is very interesting because Ricky is a great warder. So giving your pos 3 the wards to get wards out for you is definitely nice.
Yeah, that's also pretty annoying to play against because your supports are not only fearful of the situation, but they also know that we're probably somewhat under vision, either of a ward or a Riki. So we're either dead or we're dead. There's like, you just have this constant fear of the unknown.
Yeah, but I do like
to take Roche.
I'm fine with giving Roche up in this situation for DogChamp, as long as they get some map control and they play together more, because they absolutely have to. They can't end up in a situation where they're just split pushing the map and dying to this shard plus relocate combination that Nouns has going for them. But you also have to deal with Gunnar now, who's very close to having the Kayan Sage complete with an Aegis. I think you dodge this man for the next 5 minutes at the best you can.
You did get 2 big items here. We've got the Blink on the Tiny and RCY also with the BKB.
Glimpse.
So these two might be able to turn the tide. Husky already loading up the relocate, and not enough. He's actually going to stun them by the birds. The birds are interrupting in the back, and Aegis gone into the Chrono. Meatball coming in from the skies. Can they take down Gunnar? They've got a stolen Chrono. RCY's controlled on the side. He can't get anything out, but Gunnar, he's gonna fall. And Yamsun now has to take part in this fight as well with his ulti. RCY trying to make a walk out of it. Moo still in the middle, gonna take down Russell. That's your carry down for your mid-lish, and they can still continue going. Sunlight punishing Moo a little bit here. Yamsun, he's going to stick around in the area. Husky, he's going to try to attempt a bit of a save regen here on the Moo, but Moo able to walk out, and now Bloody Nine going to get controlled and focused down. RCY, he's got no mana. He's going to get stunned up by 2. Yamsun is going to look to take the kills for himself, and Sunlight, he's still trying to get the fight alive, but they will lose RCY, and Flea jumping in will take down Moo, and there's going to be another trade-off. 3 versus 2 though, and Flea, he's got no mana for this fight. It's pretty much over at this point, and Nouns, they look to take another one with the stolen glimpse from Lelis, and Husky to close out the kill.
I mean, that looks really good at first for DogChamp. I was talking about how they probably can't fight into the Lesh, but they got a great glimpse there, bursted him right away, even through the Bloodstone usage, and they canceled the relocate as well with the birds, which is absolutely amazing there, but it turns out like they used so many resources to do that they couldn't continue to take the fights. However, that is promising, though. If they can keep doing that and Sunlight can keep reliably using his birds to stop the relocate from the IO, their damage doesn't run out this game. Like, they'll be able to...
That ward placement, really huge, that fight. You look at the ward, they've got 3 ops wards right next to each other in this area. They cover that entire fight, making it so good for DogChamp, especially the one located there in the mid area, seeing where the IO is probably going to be showing up from.
Yeah, if I were Nouns, I would try not to fight in that area right now because they have so much vision in that small cluster. But everywhere else on the map, they don't have a single ward.
Oh boy, Meteor Hammer relocate on top of a Faceless Void. Flea tries to buy some time. The Lelis, he steals the Avalanche. They do have a pretty nice ulti onto 3, but however, Gunnar, they're just going to turn around with the Avalanche stun onto Sunlight and the follow-up too, and they will have to sack a second core. And there's the dart connecting onto the Disruptor. RCY, he's like, guys, things are not looking pretty hot right now. Get out of there. Triple kill for Gunnar. Simple sequence of 3 kills, one after the other.
Yeah, I think you just let the Void die there, right? And you don't try to go in for those kills. They thought maybe you can turn it, but at the end of the day, this Void, he's gonna have severe issues until he finishes his BKB, and he's not anywhere close to it. He cannot get initiated on. He's a prime target for the Sleeping Dart into Silence combo, and if they kill the Void a couple more times like this, I'm afraid that this game is gonna be a little too hard for Russell to come back from, and he has to let his team go first. But I don't know who goes first. I guess it has to be Sunlight at this point on the Visage here.
And he's not going to be happy about that.
Yeah, for now, like, we saw how fast that this Leshrac did burst through his Gravekeeper, which did kill his birds ultimately as well. So it's not easy, for sure. They need to buy a bit more time here on Dog. And they need to get a fight like they did before. And with Gunnar running in the front, dropping in the Chronosphere, and then somehow canceling the relocate from the back end that Husky's trying to accomplish.
On the bright side, they're not making this game look any easier for Nouns. They're not just running over like these game 2s from time to time. It feels like you've lost your morale. You're not able to fight back against your opponents. Oh, our draft has too many flaws and weaknesses, and our execution ain't on point. But DogChamp's actually making this a pretty good game. They just need to hold on to it. And Gunnar, again, initiated on. They've got a relocate coming in with the save from Husky. Pulls him back to safety. Flea's going to be falling in just a matter of seconds, and they will get him. But Yamson, he's also being initiated on here. He's very tanky, though.
Void has Chrono.
He's looking for an opportunity to use it, but he backs away. Sunlight slow. Bloody 9 is going to be sacked in the front, and they still got the jump, the dart, and the silence on top of the Faceless Void. He still doesn't have that BKB, so he's trying to make it out, but Moo, he's got another dart in 6 seconds. Sunlight also being chased by Gunnar and Husky. They're giving all the vision that they need, but they do have the tree line to protect themselves. And of course, the nerf on the dart, it's no longer that long of a cast range.
Yeah.
Can't get close enough.
We talked about needing to stop Husky there, like MVP of that fight right there, getting the relocate clutchly on Gunnar, the last second, saving him from the Static Storm and all the damage that was coming afterwards there. If you can't stop these relocates, it's going to be difficult.
They've got Moo, but also Sunlight's still asleep, and here comes the Chrono and the stolen Chrono as well. Who's he going to land it on? He looked for RCY last time. Lelis, they will be able to clear out Flea. They see Sunlight on RCY right on top of themselves, but Gunnar still tanking hits. Husky giving out the regeneration. He's a very tanky boy. He's still got that Bloodstone as well. Going to turn around for the fight. Gunnar taking the man mode, going straight up on towards Sunlight, and there's the stolen Chrono. It's got RCY. They've got themselves Sunlight inside the stun as well, and RCY nowhere to go. Stolen kinetic field as well. This is just Lelis schooling them one skill after the other, allowing his cores to finish off the kills, controlling all of DogChamp's cores, and onto the high ground push because they just killed them in front of their base.
Yeah, he stole Static Storm last fight too.
He's got so many good spells this game, and another. Okay, Thunderstrike. Okay, let's
not such a good one.
He already saved that last fight, technically, so let's not be too hard on him. He's been doing a great job so far, and getting that Tier 3 tower. Flea gonna get the toss onto Gunnar. He is behind enemy lines right now. Tier 4 tower is doing a decent amount of damage, but he's also regenerating pretty well, and Husky being there as well. They will lose Flea. Bloody 9 has to buy back as well.
Yeah, Flea's like, I got him, boys. Tosses them back to the Tier 4s, into the Disruptor. Gunnar's like, I don't really care about these. I'm Leshrac. I've got a Bloodstone. I'm just going to kill Bloody 9 real quick and walk my way out of there.
Yeah, it's like, hey, guys, I found one. And then the others are just yelling, what about the others?
Yeah.
See them running straight towards you. Truly is a Gunnar Vermintide.
All right, RCY does have the Blink Dagger, but they're going after him. If they can start with anything that break this dagger, he could be in trouble here.
All right, so
All right, Russell goes down.
I was just
again.
about to say they were given a 15% chance win probability. What's the win condition here on the side of DogChamp? But Russell just got killed as well.
I mean, that's your man. He's your win condition. Obviously, things are rough for him right now, but he does need to finish this BKB. This BKB is so important for him. He cannot play the game without it. But I do think you can still win this game if you're DogChamp. It does have to be on the back of a lot of fights where you do have BKB available on the Void, you get the Chrono off, you somehow stop the relocate, and I think that's pretty much like all you're really looking for. And Gunnar is that hero you want to burst. He did not go BKB this game, so he is definitely killable.
There's another fight happening at the same time as we see Russell getting killed on the replay. DogChamp just loses quickly 2 members. While the Faceless Void was still respawning. He's got his Chrono, but that's going to be 3. That's going to be Sunlight targeted as well. Moo jumps a bit too early there, but it doesn't matter. They've got the numbers.
There's no buybacks here either, so the damage that's going to happen to their base with this Monkey King, with the Desolator, is going to be quite severe. They're going to lose at least one
Game's
side.
hard.
I guess they only can take mid. You still have the tier 2 top, and you have a tier 1 bottom, actually, still for DogChamp. That has still not been brought down. And I don't think you can go for the throne, but you can chip at it. You can do a little bit of damage there.
Just get mass hammers and push.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it probably would work.
They probably would.
They are ahead 17,000 gold, which is quite a lot. Gunnar going into a Hex now. I really do think they still have to make that same type of play now. Just all in Gunnar, because if you don't burst the Sleshrak, he's going to kill everyone. Without a doubt. You can't even worry about Yamsun right now. He's incredibly powerful as well on this Monkey King. Does have the Mage Slayer, which is going to like reduce the damage from this Evoker and Visage by quite a lot. But it is what it is at this point. You don't have many options.
And that, talking about bursting down a hero, he's got 2,500 HP. So that's, and also the Bloodstone. So he's got a lot of regen.
All right, Bloodstone will be down here.
He's 1v5.
We got a glimpse.
He's literally 1v5 here. See what he can do. They're trying to poke Gunnar, but it's just to no avail. Another attempt on initiation, tossing him back in. This guy's just not dying.
He's 1 versus 5.
This is ridiculous. This guy's just manhandling this entire fight all by himself, and he's not even dying. But they are taking kills. However, the Chrono is on the other side of the tree line. He won't be able to get anything done here. And the GG call, it comes out. There's just no hope at all on the side of DogChamp and Nouns. They take a clean 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to 1 versus 5 a Leshrac and you're not successful, then yeah, there isn't much hope left. As they did not be able to answer Gunnar this game. Maybe Gunnar's a little mad after game number 1 there, getting schooled a bit by RCY, coming out swinging in this game, taking it very seriously, ends up quite literally 1v5ing at the end of this game.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Gunnar just having the time of his life in the end, you know, just 1v5ing that team fight. That's how grim the situation was in the end. But DogChamp, they did give him a fight, right?
Yeah. I mean, a bit of a fight, yeah. I think the biggest issue that they ran into was the Void did not have enough space. And I saw that when they picked the Faceless Void, this could be really good in the late game, but when you're playing against the Ricky and you have that ground silence, if you don't have a BKB, you don't have a Force Staff, you can't really escape that. And they really hit that timing with the IO Leshrac, with the Shard on the Ricky, and they couldn't come back for anymore at DogChamp. You're just too far behind at that point in the game to really make your lineup function.
Yeah, and Moo's now kind of comfortable bringing out these new heroes into the possibility role. We've seen the Witch Doctor work, and now we've also seen the Ricky work out. What did the panel think about that draft with that offlane Ricky? It seemed to work out fine, right, guys?
Yeah, the offlane Ricky did fine, but DogChamp getting absolutely slapped down, put down in game number 2, unfortunately. Rest in peace, little doggies. But Nouns, I mean, let's start with the positives, you know. This team looking great. They got their combo. They executed it pretty flawlessly this time.
Yeah, I feel like this team should just not get IO Lesh anymore this tournament, but if they get it, they will be happy to take it. This is just another case in point of why this combo is so strong for them. They set up Gunnar for success in this game. Despite him being killed a couple of times once again by DogChamp, you still find him comfortably at the top of the net worth board 20 minutes in. He's getting his key items, and they're doing a good job in both of these games of building a lineup that Leshrac thrives with. I think it's also easier when you do have IO in your team, but Leshrac wants to play with heroes that can both teamfight and skirmish, right? Because you just want pairings that want to take advantage of your hero being so strong. In this game, it's the Rubik that can catch, it's the Ricky that can catch its Monkey King from the trees, and they're just connecting their heroes, casting their spells, and finding easy kills over and over again.
I mean, Mike, there was that point in the river where the Leshrac did go down twice. Was there any hope for you at that point that DogChamp did have a way to beat this ridiculous combination?
Yeah, I mean, there was hope, but then you look at the Void's build-up, right? Like, he went MOM first into the Maelstrom, into the BKB, and I was kind of like, okay, you went for Mask of Madness, so you have damage within your Chrono, but now your farming item's delayed, and your BKB then, therefore, is going to be delayed, and you hit this timing where it's like, well, without BKB, I can't do anything, and I think there was a couple of interactions where he pops a nice Chrono, he gets glimpsed out of it, and then he can't rejoin the Chrono to do anything, and it's like, you're sacrificing your item build for the sake of being able to get a good early start, but then Nouns hit their timing and they just don't really care.
Yeah, it was kind of ridiculous how much this Ruby was able to steal in this game as well. I think he got like 2 or 3 Chronos off. He managed to grab the glimpse every time as well. That made it really difficult for the Faceless Void to play the game even further. And yeah, RCY also never really coming online in his Invoker. I mean, still had a reasonably good laning phase, but still didn't really see the effectiveness on the mid-game end.
Yeah, I think one of the key differences between game 1 and 2 this time around is the overall pace of the lineup he's playing with, right? In the last game, they had heroes that wanted to fight more earlier on, so he could... First of all, he did better in lane, which obviously helps, but he also had hero combinations that were playing faster. In this game, he has Faceless Void that is effectively an AFK hero, except when it has Chrono for the most part in the first 30 minutes. The Visage is very static. It doesn't move very much, so things need to come to Visage's lane to really come to fruition. So, I mean, I personally just don't think Void was a good pick this game. I think it's too slow. I think it's too exploitable by the heroes the enemy team already had, and they showed why. Like, Russell didn't really get a foothold in the game at any point.
No, he did not. He certainly did not. No footholds were gained, but on the side of Nouns, we had several heroes with pretty standout performances. I've nominated Leshrac for the MVP. Mike, do you want to fight about it?
I mean, we're not going to fight about it. Obviously, it's scoreline 15-25. But I was leaning towards Moo and Lilith. Like, I think these guys were like the dynamic duo of this game. I feel like Moo was just so disruptive throughout this game overall. Like, that Shard's Meteor Hammer just so annoying. Just the perfect setup with the relocate to kind of backing up. And Lilith, he literally just took Glimpse. Like, I feel like for 90% of the game.
And Chrono.
Yeah, and Chrono, right? But the Glimpse was what felt super impactful.
Agreed.
And this is why I go back to Russell's BKB. It's like, without the BKB, he literally could not stand in Chrono. It was kind of disgusting to watch.
Yeah, and then that one really sad Chrono at the end to end it. But Gunnar will be our MVP for this game, number 2 on the Leshrac with his ridiculous amount of damage, his ridiculous amount of kills. I mean, you give this guy Leshrac, you give him the literal GOAT, he's probably going to be the GOAT of the game, and in this time he certainly was. Wow, 26.7k hero damage. In the end, they're just basically 1v5ing, and they still couldn't do anything about it. They had to like split away from him just to stop it, like Bloodstone healing him up. Absolutely ridiculous performance from this Leshrac here, and absolutely ridiculous performance from Nouns. Again, this game too was kind of crushing. I mean, do you have any concerns about DogChamp and their mentality coming into the second game? Do you think there was anything egregious which they did in the draft or their preparation?
I mean, it's hard to... You can speculate about their mentality or whatnot. I think they did the wrong things in the first phase, and I didn't like the last pick Void. I don't know if they felt like we have this genius solution to IO Lesh. It didn't come through. Maybe things didn't go according to plan, and they're onto something with what they had, but they didn't showcase it in that game.
Alrighty, what we do now, we get to go to our interview, and we're going to get to talk to the position 5 of Team Nouns. It's going to be Husky. Hello, congratulations, and how are you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing good. Always nice to get a dub.
Absolutely, and a fat dub this was. I want to talk to you a little bit about kind of your team behind the scenes. When it comes to your preparation and your kind of practice this season, would you say you're more or less intense than you were last season?
I would say more intense, for sure.
Okay, and what does that involve for you then?
I think it's more intense mostly because of our coach. Like, I can't really, because they're like draft and strategy related, but the way he wants us to develop our ideas and understanding the game is definitely, I mean, more intense is a very generic word, but it's more intentional, like the direction he wants to grow. And it's hard to say more, really, but yeah.
Okay, all right. I won't pry too much then. Mike, you got a question?
Husky,
Yeah.
Nev's been snitching on your team. I want to get the word from you, straight from your mouth. He said that you guys have not been boot camping this tour. Is that the truth, Husky? Are you guys literally just not boot camping whatsoever?
Yeah, so... Yeah, we're not boot camping. There's a few reasons for that. one, I mean, we get this boot camp in this Dream League tournament, which was nice, but we were going to not boot camp even before that. But I think last tour people felt like, because the DPC season was condensed into like 1 month, it meant that we could boot camp for that entire month, but 1 month was a really long boot camp for some people. And during that boot camp, we were scrimming like one Europe team in the morning, and then we would scrim like an SANA team in the afternoon. And we ultimately concluded that scrimming the SANA teams was not really worth it. So now we're trying to do like a schedule where we wake up at like 8 in the morning and we double scrim Europe teams. And we weren't sure if everyone was going to be able to wake up. You know, gamers aren't always the most reliable when it comes to waking up at real people hours. So we said we would use this tour as like a test if we could do it before we like committed to a boot camp. And then we all showed up and like, 1, 2, or 3 people weren't able to do that kind of schedule.
And you guys are currently completely undefeated in the NADPC, but your next matchup is TSM into Shopify Rebellion. If you win one of those series, you're at the very least almost guaranteed tiebreakers here in the NADPC. What do you think? Like, what's the preparation going into matchups like that?
I mean, it's more about. I think the issue that, at least like now and Zoomers in the past has had, is when we go into these big series, we get like nervous, I think, or we like give them too much respect, and we end up kind of just griefing our own drafts in a lot of ways. And I think that is why this tour will be different. So I think we've just, as you've seen, we've been playing like 2 or 3 sets of heroes like the entire tour, and like I think it shows in our improvement, because in the past, even though we would always beat these dog champs, these wild cards or whatever, we would still like lose games to them, or the games would get really clowny. I know like some of the games go a bit clowny this tour, even like the first bait game. But for the most part, I think we've been relatively clean and stable, and I think that's like what we need to beat these Shopify and TSMs, is just not freak out, not get nervous, not give them more respect than they deserve.
Right.
All right, and for you exactly, how do you find yourself being able to control your nerves, or like, being able to control your mental state when you come into a series like this? Like, is there anything in particular you do, or anything you try and do?
Going into, there's always going to be a level of added nerves when it comes to competitive games, and especially high-stake competitive games. But I think nerves can be good if you just don't let them control you. The thing about nerves is that can make you emotional, especially if things start going wrong. You feel the pressure. So I think it just takes a lot of practice. I don't really think there's ever a way to just get rid of all the nerves. I think that's just the nature of competition. I did sports in high school, and same thing happens. You get nervous, and then once you get into it, usually those nerves go away. You just kind of zone into the game. So,
absolutely, yeah.
What would you say is your biggest strength as a player over other position 5s in the region? Like, what's the one aspect that you're better at than the others?
So there's obviously like the macro gameplay and stuff. I think as a team we're just good at. But I think one of my biggest strengths is because I was a core player before. I have like 2,000 games of Invoker, and once you play Invoker, I think you can kind of play any hero mechanically. So I think it's both a strength and a weakness. So I think in the past I can play pretty much any hero in the game, and so I'll use that to experiment. But in the past, what happens is I'll find the really good heroes, and then I'll get bored, and then I'll go experiment. And then I'm like, oh, maybe I can play some Venge, and then there's some weird niche case where I 16, 17 of Venge. So I'm going to go do a bunch of research on Vengeful Spirit. Then I waste a week playing Vengeful Spirit, and then conclude the hero's bad. So, like, as you see, now I'm playing, like, 2 heroes every game. But then there's scrims where, I'm not afraid to say this because this is such a niche case, but I'll pull out the 24 Bane and I pop off, It's like, I can still play these heroes even if I'm not practicing them all the time. So.
Okay, on that note, this sounds familiar to me about Moo, basically. We've had some funky drafts from you guys in the past, and you say you guys are trying to streamline it a bit more and be more cohesive in the strategy. Have you guys had to like accept taming yourselves a little bit? Does Moo also feel a little handcuffed sometimes, and yourself? Is it like, would it be nice to just have a release game where you just get to play whatever instead of the same script all the time?
So this was actually like one of my goals going into the season. I told myself I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to experiment too much. I wanted to just find the really good stuff for both my IO Undying might not be the best heroes in Dota. Obviously we think they are, but they are what's best for us, at least currently. So it's like I'm just gonna play these every game. I think Moo's the same way. Like Moo, I think has really leaned into relinquishing control, because that was an issue for both him and I. Like we have very opinionated, very loud voices, and we kind of just we're trying to let our coach Steamy have more control, and so far it's working well. But at the same time, there's like this mutual trust. You know, like the Witch Doctor offlane was something that Ace did last tour with just Io. But then it was like when they got buffed in this new patch, he's like, I actually think this is just kind of good. So like he just started playing it offlane. He went like 10-0 in pubs, and we're like, all right, let's just do it. And then like Gunner's been playing this Ricky mid, same thing. It's like there's just a level of trust. Like this Ricky offlane is off meta, and it's something Moo's been playing in pubs, and he brought it to the coach. He's like, here's what it does, here's when it's good, here's when it's bad, and then the coach helps us fit it into drafts.
All right.
Cool. All right.
And last question from me then. What was your team's reaction when the offlane Witch Doctor got banned in the first game? Were you like...
We were just giggling, we always laughs about it, because it happens a lot in our scrims too. It's always funny. It never gets old.
Awesome to hear. All right, Gunnar, thank you so much for coming to talk to us, and best of luck in the rest of your NA DPC tour.
Thank you.
Great stuff from Husky, the young 5 player from the side of Nouns. And yeah, it seems like the team's gelling very well. It seems like they've got a lot of confidence coming into their series. And as you mentioned, Nouns next are going to be playing against TSM and then Shopify Rebellion. So it's a corridor of death facing them, but they are going into it with their swords drawn, and they are looking to be the ones dealing the death and not taking it, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And shout out to you, Synderen, because you're almost preparing him for not making it to the major here, because you did ask him basically a job interview question. Well, what are your strengths as a +5? The poor guy was sitting there so worried about answering that question. I've been asked that a few times, Synderen. I don't like that question at all.
I will say I found it interesting because we've seen a couple of interviews now with Husky also from previous seasons. I feel like this time around, I mean, we only interview them when they've won, right? So
yeah.
he seems very at peace with himself, and he was very all smiles, you know? I think the team is just really vibing and enjoying itself, and that's the kind of confidence and perhaps the change that they needed to just make that one extra step. They've been so close so many times. You
Come
know,
on, boys.
hopefully for them this is the time that they get to go to that major.
Maybe it's, I mean, at the moment it's looking pretty good. This is how the leaderboard looks at the moment, and we will now see Noun sitting on the top of it there. 4-0 for those boys, but of course yet to play the big bosses of the region. The previous major attendees, TSM and Shopify Rebellion, are their next matchups, so that will be the real telling series. We've got some exciting stuff to come here on the NADPC. Meanwhile, poor old DogChamp now sitting at 2-2. Not a terrible place to be positioned
right.
for, but you know, it's still a tough loss for them to do this badly against Nouns, unfortunately. Their next series coming up, they've got to play against Bait, which will be an interesting one. They've got Wildcard to come still, and then their final match is going to be against TSM. So still a toughie left in there. But overall, I think DogChamp's chances are looking good for staying in Div 1.
You know what, Nomad? This is why I've been advocating for NA to have a 3rd slot. I know people always like to meme about it, like, oh, NA doesn't deserve even 2 slots. Get out of here. These guys are upcoming, right? This region, it is growing, whether people believe it or not. And I think there should be a 3rd slot. I think a team like Nouns, who's usually been, you know, the 3rd team, should be at the major gaining more experience. And hell, teams like DogChamp and Bait, Felt, all those upcoming guys, like, you want to give them a bit of hope. Like 2 slots, it's pretty damn tough.
All right, Mike, which region do you take the slot away from?
I mean, right now, China.
Okay.
Yeah, that's that was a slow ball.
Until this season, where would you have taken it away from?
I mean, I have a hatred for EU. I'm going to tell you right
Okay.
now.
All right, so here's what here's my counter argument for a second, okay? NA has 2 slots. They go to these majors, and the results per slot are not particularly good.
Okay.
EU has 4 slots. They go to the major. Their results per slot are generally very good.
Okay.
China's been a little bit here and there. I could see it perhaps.
Hear me out, though. What if?
You can't take a slot away.
What if we don't take anyone's slot away? What
Yeah,
if
we can give more slots.
Two more slots. Give one to SA while we're at it, right? Why not?
I'm on board with that. That's okay.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
More slots. Just bring everyone. Just have 6 slots.
Well, why
per slot.
not, Nomad?
Bring them all to a major. You know, let's rent out an island and just Dota party all year round. Sunshine and lollipops, Mike, you idealist. God damn, I hate you. I mean, the problem with 3 slots is that like it's just going to be Nouns, TSM, and Shopify.
Well, we'll be looking for a new host for 2 or 3, I think, Nomad.
Wow. Okay, well, that's a direction.
What's your biggest strengths?
Oh no! You know it's bad when Sind asks you that question. That's an omen right there. Yeah, I mean it was the leaderboards are looking pretty cut at the moment, but I'm very excited to see the series coming up. I mean, I do want to ask your honest opinions though. I mean, the next series we've got for Nouns is going to be against TSM. Are they good enough to beat TSM, who literally didn't lose a game? They lost one game last season.
I think so. I think Nouns has historically in this, I want to say the last 2 or 3 seasons have been capable of beating anyone. I don't think they ever go into the series and I'm just like, there is no way. They've definitely been clear underdogs. I did predict earlier, I said bold prediction, this time they're going to make it. I think the team they have the best chance against among TSM and Rebellion is probably TSM. I think playstyle-wise, that is a better matchup. The problem with that is if they do win that and then lose to Shopify, we could have a 3-way tie. Whew. And we know how that one historically goes. So it's not even enough to win one of them. As long as everything else plays out in the correct way, then we could have our traditional 3-way tie here. Yeah, so the short answer is absolutely. They can win.
Yeah, it could happen.
I think so.
And it very well may happen. Well, Nouns looking crispy as ever. And of course, we have another series coming up today. And this one might be a little bit closer. In fact, I think it's going to be a lot closer. We've got Bait versus Felt on the cards at the moment. 2 teams which have been struggling with their consistency, but Felt at least have been on an upward momentum. But then again, at the same time, Bait, when they're looking good, they're looking like a really great team and they can take games of anyone. I don't know how this one's going to go. You guys don't know how this one's going to go. But I know what we are going to go. And that is to a break. We are going to throw it over and then we're going to be back with some break time content because we did get the quick 2-0. So, well, with a cheeky little game show to keep you guys entertained in the meantime. But for now, we'll throw it over to a break and we'll see you rather soon. We've had Dogchamp versus Nouns, and we're going to have Felt versus Bait, but right now, we've got casters versus panelists. That's right, this is my game show where we are going to be finding out whose bond is stronger. Is it going to be our panelists, who are Cinder and Mike today, or is it going to be our casters, who are T-Panda and Fear today? T-Panda and Fear, you're in the casting room. Do you feel like the vibe is different? Is it more personal in there?
I mean, we're feeling cozy and home here. All's good, all's good.
Good, good. And what about you guys? How are you feeling the bright lights of this studio?
I mean, I feel incredible. You should have heard Fear crying in the background saying, "Oh, I want the casters room. I want the casters room." So you get some advantage out of it. It was terrible.
Verbatim there.
Does sound like Fear. Does sound like Fear. Alrighty, well, for you at home who's wondering what the hell's going on, I'm going to be putting these guys against each other in a couple of quizzes. We're going to have a quiz, then we're going to have a test of creativity, and then we're going to have a test of friendship. And by the end, we will know which the stronger duo, at least when it comes to love, really is. You guys won last time, actually. So,
of course we did.
Yeah, yes, you did. So feeling confident, I guess. Let's move into our first section. This one is going to be the quiz, all about intellect. Do they share a brain? Now, I'm going to ask them a question with a numerical answer, and they have to both write down the answers on their sheet, separate of one another, so they can't look, they can't confer, and then they're going to show it, and their answer will be the combined average of both of their answers. So if someone is way off, it's going to drag the average way off, and they're probably going to lose. So, everybody clear on what they have to do? Everyone have their clipboards at the ready?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, let's go.
Let's get into it. Question number 1. What was the combined length of our last day of the NADPC? So 2 days ago, all 2 series we played, what was the combined length? How long do you think it went on for? Give me your answer in minutes, by the way.
Minutes? Okay,
Yep,
okay.
Yep. So, it was...
So game time.
Yes, of game
Okay,
time.
not
Yeah.
broadcast time.
Oh, game
I was
time.
thinking
Yeah, not
broadcast
broadcast
I
time.
was
Not
thinking as well.
broadcast
Wait a
time.
minute.
Okay.
So
Who
just
played
the
again?
game times. No drafts, no
I'm trying to figure out
drafts.
who played again.
Yeah, but don't tell these two. Keep it between
I mean,
yourselves
we had the witch
somehow.
doctors making records and stuff.
Yeah, okay, so...
Yeah.
Records were broken.
Hearts were broken.
They were. Methods were broken as well.
Yeah,
That witch doctor.
absolutely.
That was
Second
dank.
series.
All right, you guys ready?
Yes.
Okay. Well, my panel's ready, but I got Fear. Let me know.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
we're ready.
I'll take it.
I think.
It's the arthritis.
All right, I guess I'm ready.
All right. we're
Okay.
good.
All right. Let's start with our panel then. Cinderin, what did you go for?
120 minutes.
All right. Bang on 2 hours. Mike.
129 minutes.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So pretty close. Pretty close. That's cute. Casters, what did we go for?
114 for me.
150 for me.
Okay, so that makes an average of about 135-ish. You got about 125-ish. The answer is 136 minutes, which
Oh,
means this
wow.
one, it goes to our casters.
Easy clap.
Easy
yeah.
clap, easy clap.
Very good, very good. So our casters off to a good start with that one. Let's move on to our
good
next
fluke there.
question. How many followers does Cinderin have on Twitter? That's the question. That is the question.
Damn.
Jesus.
It's got to be well in the millions, surely.
I think the bots got deleted, so maybe not.
Yeah.
Well in the 20s.
Yeah. down to a couple hundred.
Oh, what have you got?
What have you got? What's he packing?
I stalk everyone too on Twitter, and I can't remember
I feel
his
like I
one.
kind of should know this.
What's worse, if you overestimate or if you
You
underestimate?
don't have to guess his, right?
Probably you.
No, I mean, we have to guess it.
Wait, is it for me too?
It's
or
for all.
just... Oh, we have to
No, it's
we
for
guess
everyone.
it.
This
Yeah,
is
it's the
for
average.
everyone. It's how many
Oh.
followers does Cinderin have on Twitter?
I
That's what
see.
you're asking.
All right.
Trust
Feels
me,
like a really
intellectual.
low blow to have a go at his memory here, but
Oh, he's getting
I've already
old.
shot him once.
He's getting old. Leave him alone.
Can't do it again. Respect
Stop
your
picking
elders.
on the elderly, Mike.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay. Casters, what have you got?
Well, I went for 88K, so I'm being very generous here.
I said 80K.
All right, so
Okay,
84.
84K. All right. Cinderin, how many do you believe you have?
Oh my God, Mike. Okay. 103K? That's my guess.
I said 42,000, so I've clearly undershot.
I'm pretty sure we won this one.
Yeah, so
I might be a little bit jealous, not gonna lie.
Yep.
Stalking
Your average
Twitters.
is around 70,000, whilst your average is around 85,000. And the answer is 99,200.
That was a lot
Let's
of
go.
Yeah,
bots.
you know you're censoring, huh?
That was a lot of bots. I remember the good old days with 6 digits.
Yep.
Okay.
Hey, if we've got 800 people watching this who aren't currently following Sin, then we can get him over the 100,000. We can do it. We have the power. So random plug for Cinder in here.
If everybody really quickly unfollows, we could win.
That's very true.
Oh, mass exodus.
Oh dear, the panelists losing out on the favored question as well, which isn't
They
ideal.
always do.
Yeah, this is not
And now
They
it goes
lost
to our
last time,
casters for the for the favorite question. How many hours does T Panda have on Dota 2? This is launched on Steam, so
Mike
There's
should
another
know
one well
this
in the
actually.
20s,
Oh,
right?
God.
Mike technically should know this one. I don't know if you do. How
I
many-
don't know.
Do you look at profiles?
No.
Okay, that's worrying.
Yeah, it is worrying. It's a complete guess. I just have to think.
You start
You
playing.
can't give me any hints either.
He
I just
doesn't. He
gotta
doesn't
go.
even look profiles during the game to be
Yeah.
like, "Oh, this guy spams Meepo." But he still wins, you know.
All right.
still
all right.
wins.
I think how much I have, and probably a fifth of that.
Very likely.
I mean, he's not not going to be that wrong, I don't think. We'll see.
Okay.
All right, everybody ready? All right,
Yeah.
let's start
Good to
with
go.
our panelists. Cinder, what do you go for?
9,000 hours.
9,000 hours, okay.
8.5.
8.5,
very
okay. All right, so that's 8,750. Casters, what are you looking at?
I don't
What
remember.
numbers?
I put 15,000.
Okay.
I don't have any AFK hours, unfortunately. I
no.
put 8,800-ish.
All right.
Okay,
Imagine.
all right. Well, his amount of hours on Dota 2, according to Steam, is 8,399
Yikes.
hours.
Fortunate.
So,
Good comeback. There we go.
I mean,
Mike
how's
got
that
it
supposed to
closer
know?
than T-Panda
Well, the
did.
thing is, I've had the displeasure of having to play with this guy in Dota, and let me tell you, when you play with this guy, you must imagine there aren't that many hours going on in this in his Steam account.
Boy.
You watch him make a play, and then you just go to his account and say, how many hours does this guy even have?
I mean, I thought 15K was a low number as well, because I got like well over 55,000
Yeah,
myself.
pretty much.
So.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Which is
That is-
incredible
that is
considering
true,
how
yeah.
your pro career went for you.
Yeah.
That many hours and that
That's
kind
a
of...
that's a pretty good hourly salary, actually, when you think about it.
It's not bad. It's not a bad hourly rate, that's for sure. Alrighty, time for the final question of this round, and this one is according to Spectral Stats. How many times was Lena picked and banned across the entirety of Tour 1?
Oh,
yeah, that's
All
right.
regions?
One.
All regions, upper and lower.
Oh, God.
Pull a number out
How
your ass,
many-
gentlemen.
Also Div
Picks.
2.
Also Div 2, yep, upper and
many-
lower.
Oh my
how many
Div 1, Div 2.
games?
Div 2.
How many games happened?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you take that number minus 2. That's how many games.
All right. Oh, well, I got a number.
Oh, wait, I'm just
All
going.
right.
I'm going
Holy,
in
you
blind.
said picked
You just
or
gotta
banned.
shoot. You just gotta shoot.
Picked or banned.
Okay.
Yep, picked or banned.
Oh, I
Jesus
should have gone higher. Oh, what have I done?
You guys
Uh,
change it. I wouldn't be upset.
I'm sticking.
games
I'm
get
sticking.
played, man.
What a chat.
I know. All right.
What a chat.
I don't know. Random
I still don't know why I queue with this guy.
This
His
gotta be
brain
way too low.
is dysfunctional from time to time. You know?
Alrighty, panelists, let me hear from you guys. Mike, what do you
I
think
said
it is?
250,
250.
which is definitely wrong.
yeah,
I
that
said
is wrong.
400, and I feel like that's still way too low.
Yeah.
So this is not good.
No,
Guys looking a little weak
All
on the numbers
regions.
here. Let's see what our casters have been up to.
All right, I went high, 2,500.
Okay, we might still be all right.
Damn. All right,
624.
That sounds more like it.
624. Oh god. Okay.
But we're, fear, come on.
Oh, come on, what? Like, there's been a lot of games of Dota.
I know there has.
They might still be closer, actually.
yeah, I think he,
More games than
I think
Cat
he
Mike's
threw. I think he
cast.
threw. The correct answer across upper and lower divisions is 819 games.
XD.
So it's going to go to Mike and it's going to go
All right.
to
Yeah.
Syndrin. 'cause-
that's a
Unlucky.
tie.
There we
Yeah,
go.
that's a tie.
Saved.
Easy.
Yeah, it's a tie again. 2 for 2.
1,005.
I got near.
I felt bad you guys didn't get around yet. That's charity.
Wow, that is a high shot. So after the first round, we are now drawing, which means we move on to our second round, which is the becoming kind of famous around these parts, the voice lines round. So
all right.
guys, you can decide who wants to do
wanna-
the voice lines.
You want to
but,
do it this time?
No, yours
Should we
was
swap this time?
too precious.
Yeah, I mean, you've looked at the cards.
Now we've got to swap, right? It's the same people, so now Fear has to do the voices and I
Oh,
do
no,
it.
I was
please,
hoping you
please
would do
let
it.
Panda do it.
I kind of want to give.
Oh, wait. Which one do
We
you want us
haven't
to
looked.
do? Which one do you want us?
I want Panda to do it. So
I
I want Panda to do it as well.
Okay,
yeah.
all right. I'm outnumbered. It's fine. Panda does it.
We got it.
Do you want to do it then? or should I
No, you've
I
got to
do
do
it.
it.
Okay.
You've got
All right, so we're going for Syndrin and Panda. Okay, all right. So, we're going to start here in the studio with our panelists. So, guys, when you're ready, you're going to flip over the card. You're going to start reading through the heroes. You're going to do a voice line. And I'm going to change it up from last time, okay? I'm not going to let you just say what the hero does anymore, okay?
Okay.
Kind of say, I am on fire and I am a female. Because I said that. Yeah, Mike, you did say that. That would be a ridiculous voice line.
I have no shoes on.
And I have no shoes on, yeah.
Just depends on your preferences, Cinder, and how
Yeah,
limited
that's-
us.
But I will allow actual voice lines if you can think of them on the spot.
Actual.
Oh, an
voice lines.
advantage.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
that's
So
actually
I
easy.
giveth, I taketh away. You know, I'm generous like that. So Synderen, are you ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, you have 1 minute 30 on the clock, starting now.
I love to have a drink.
Brewmaster?
Gummy vitamins.
Oh no, he doesn't know.
Pudge?
He doesn't know.
This was a mistake. I should have done it.
Okay, I'm just going to skip ahead, actually. I'm allowed to skip
Yeah,
to the
you can
next
skip.
one?
You can skip.
Okay. Sure is cold when I'm flying up here.
Winter Wyvern?
I'd like to take someone else's place.
Avenge?
I'd love to have a fist fight.
Tusk?
That's not bad.
I'm a clever inventor.
Oh, who's this? It's not Alk, it's Tinker?
What's the actual voice line for this?
38 seconds.
Okay, I'm going to skip this.
Oh,
I'm going to be strategic here. I can't do all of them.
I love his creativity already.
Yeah.
Watermelon.
Tide.
Done.
I like to eat corpses.
Undying?
I like to eat corpses while they are alive.
I wanted someone to clip that.
I love to make copies of myself.
Out of
Arc
context.
Warden?
I love to make more than one copy of myself.
PL?
I love to make less than that.
Nagasone?
I can't make quite that many.
It's a long voice line.
Oh boy.
You're out of time, I'm afraid. You're out of time, I'm afraid.
I feel like you're quite a bit better at this. It was terrible.
You know
The
what? I
last
like
one
the
was beautiful.
creativity, though. I
The
liked
last
it.
one
I
was
liked
beautiful.
it. Yeah, yeah, indeed. So, by the way, what is an alive corpse?
That's Lifestealer.
Ah, I
Really?
see.
An alive
I mean,
corpse.
An alive corpse. Well,
It's if you get it, you get it.
you just don't understand, Mike. Okay, don't worry,
Definitely
guys.
out of context here.
Alrighty, 6 right after that round. Casters. Yeah, you did well. You did well.
No matter what we get, they're not getting any higher, let me tell you.
T-Panda, how are you feeling? Are you ready?
Vocal cords warmed up and everything. I've got my trusty buddy here, so we're good to go. We're mint.
All right, changing strategy this time, or are we just going for the same old?
Let's see what happens.
All right, let's see what happens. You got 1 minute 30 on the clock.
But
Go
do tell
away.
me. But do tell me if I do something wrong. Because I already forgot the rule that you said. We can do actual voice lines, but
Yeah, but you can't just say what the
coming
hero
by something.
does. You can't
what
just
the
say
hero
yes.
does. Okay.
You'll
Yeah,
have
yeah,
issues
actually
with
just
this, don't worry.
All right.
All right.
I will definitely have it.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right. Let's go with boom headshot.
Sniper?
Yes.
Primal Beast.
Close.
Sven.
But the
I know
other
it.
one.
Give me something else. A
Oh my
voice line.
god. I can't do ability, so I'll skip that one.
I'm big.
No, big. Tiny.
Yes.
It's a Sesame Street. Where they're gonna-
Shadow Shot.
Yes, thank you.
That was borderline.
Horse gallop.
Centaur.
No. Pretty same color though. What else does he have? Okay, I can't actually remember. This is a difficult ones.
Push gallop.
Let's see. I'm a pretty good cook. I make the tastiest in my oven.
Snapfire.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, all right.
Okay, this is an actual imitation of it.
You can say the real voice line too. Is it not Primal Beast again?
No.
Roaring. Axe.
2 seconds.
One more time,
One
one more
last
time.
guess.
I'm your favorite.
Lone Druid.
Lone Druid. Oh,
You didn't get your own favorite hero.
oh, sorry.
True form.
Oh,
I mean,
boy.
you could have mixed it with the Beastmaster one.
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of heroes yell.
What was the one I was trying to get? I was trying to get Chaos Knight. It was like,
Chaos-
push.
I think he does say something like that.
He says
Yeah,
something like that.
I mean, I just didn't think of that horse. I got the other ones.
You got
Do
the
you
wrong
guys
horse.
remember any
All
other
right.
CK voice line? Like what he has like in the chat, Will?
Oh,
Because I
it's
couldn't
hard to
remember
remember
anything. Yeah.
on the spot. Yeah.
You could have been like, "Hoo,
Something with he has something with Armageddon, right?
On Armageddon I ride. That's a secret.
Oh yeah, Armageddon. That's the one. Because I was hoping like there would have been something like Doom. You know, they just go like
Right.
Armageddon.
He's been saying that for 3 games straight. Like, please get
but I
this
still
Doom,
haven't
please
got
get
it.
Doom.
Doom. All right, maybe he gets Doom next time.
Maybe
But
some point.
Maybe.
after this round, the casters managed to earn themselves 4 points, whilst the panelists earned themselves 6, pulling
Can't
ahead by 2
believe we won.
points. Congratulations, Sin and Mike, as we move on to the final round. So clipboards at the ready for the friendship test.
yeah.
This one you may know. In this game show, we basically just ask them a question about one of them, and they have to answer. Both of them have to answer for the same person. So if it's a question about Sin, then Mike has to try and get the same answer as Sin does, asking a question about himself. It's as simple as that. You'll get it as we play. These guys understand it. You guys will get the hang of it. Let's get into the final round here. You have 2 points to make up on the caster side as well. So,
I'm curious.
first question.
I'm curious. Mike
sorry.
actually has a friend who stays with him.
Here we
Maybe
go.
he's not so unlikable after all.
Last one did leave him.
He did. Yeah,
Everyone
there's
likes a winner,
reason.
T-Panda. Everyone likes a winner. Let's get going.
There's a reason we have a lot of analysts churning in and out of this, out of the NADPC. Alrighty. So, starting out with Mike and with T-Panda, what is their biggest fear? So, what is Mike's biggest fear?
Oh, no.
What is T-Panda's
no.
biggest fear?
Oh no.
It's not a good sign.
It was literally showing the biggest fear in camera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is their fear? What does he fear?
does
Yeah, there's
T-
a lot of
This is
writing going on
T-Panda's
this
fear,
side.
right? Your
These guys.
fear.
Yeah.
biggest
T-Panda's
fear.
fear for you guys, and Mike's
What is
fear
your
for
biggest
the
fear?
I'm kind of in an awkward dilemma here. I'm thinking about, could I find something really funny that will have to be wrong, or do we go for the right answer, which I also don't know.
Yeah. I mean, Mike might try and be funny as well. You
difficult
never know.
No.
He's already written, so I know he's not going to change his answer.
We're
based
probably
on
not
that.
getting this one right because even I don't know.
You don't know what your biggest fear is. Okay, well that's an issue.
I mean, exactly what Synderen was thinking there for a moment. Like, is there something specific or come up with something nitty gritty?
All right,
For
gonna need
yourself.
some answers
I
down,
think I
friends.
need to do something.
Yep, gonna need some answers. Dark or spiders or heights. You never know.
Oh, fear?
Or fear. Maybe fear is your fear. Yes. Yeah, no, that could be the case as well. All right, our panelists have an answer. So, Synderen, what do you think Mike's biggest fear is?
A lack of purpose.
Wow, this got philosophical.
It's very. I'm just afraid of heights. That's all it is.
Very afraid of heights. Okay,
That's,
all right, there we go.
That's
so
the same thing, right?
A lack of purpose, a lack of being on the ground.
It was close. It's,
All
I'll
right.
take it.
Fear. What did you think that T-Panda's fear is?
Short people.
I should have gone for a funny answer. Why do I bother?
I mean, I did kind of imitate there for a second that my biggest fear probably would be if I was like, shorter than fear.
You never know.
But there are actually huge guys in here. I did write locked in with Mike for a day.
Oh boy, I should have known. It was right there in front of me.
Savage. Yeah, it really was. That actually wasn't too hard. All right, no points the first round. Second question. Which DPC region does Synderen and does Fear enjoy the most? It's getting controversial.
Yeah,
This is very controversial.
this should be very easy.
The question really is, are they going to toe the line or are they going to be honest? And I think with both of these guys, I'm not quite sure.
Deep thoughts.
Which region do they enjoy the most? All right,
Gonna
everyone
have
have
to
an
think
answer.
about it.
Let's see it in the caster's desk. T-Panda, what do you think Fear's favorite region is?
Well, we did have a conversation about this, so I'm saying West Europe.
NADPC.
This man is a patriot. This man is a patriot, okay? He loves the red, white,
He
and
is
blue.
the expert, so
That's a lot of freedom right there.
understandable.
Fuse.
Yep,
I
loves
don't know if we
freedom,
can come
That's a
back
lot
from
of
that one.
freedom.
loves obesity.
Hey.
All right, let's find out then. Firstly with Mike.
West Europe. What does that say?
West Europe, lol.
Oh, the traitor, the traitor. All right, I don't think he's got long left on the NA DPC.
Enjoyer of
anyway,
it.
so-
Wrong game. I'm like, what's up with this guy?
Easiest
Yeah,
answer.
I did mean League of Legends, actually, so we don't get the point.
Oh my god.
We don't talk about that crap here.
All right, last one now, but the panelists have pulled away now, so
Yeah.
it's just for pride. It's just for pride. Can you get it, casters? Screw it. I'll triple your last one if you get this right.
Oh,
Screw it.
wow.
Fuck you two.
Okay.
Get out of here. No, you said Western EU. Get out of here.
I love rigged games.
It's a terrible question, though, in honor of you, Syndra, and for
surprise.
criticizing me last time.
Yeah, what a
How many
shocker.
pairs of shoes did T-Panda and Mike bring to Romania with them?
Wait. Oh, yeah, it's for me. Okay.
Yeah.
okay.
So this doesn't include flip-flops. This doesn't include sandals.
literal shoes.
Literal shoes, yes.
Closed shoes.
Little
Okay.
closed shoes.
Why are you exposing me, Nomad? Why are you doing this to
I
me?
didn't know this. You got a lot? I mean, you can't answer that. Oh, you two are done. The casters are finished.
done.
Yeah.
These are definitely not your only ones, that's for sure.
Oh,
All right,
no.
all right. Just waiting for Sim to answer.
Can I do a range? Okay. It's a flip between these two, so let's do this.
Oh.
Okay.
He's definitely,
Okay.
he's definitely got a roll.
All right. Starting with the panelists. What have you gone for, Sind?
3 pairs.
Oh, no.
3 pairs of shoes. All right, Mike.
I've got one.
Seriously?
I can
Oh
respect
my
that.
god.
What do you mean? How many more do I need?
I mean, how many more do I need? At least 2. One for the studio, one for the walking around.
Oh, get out of here.
Maybe.
I'm a caster. They don't see my shoes.
I
That's
get you.
actually
All
true.
right.
Actually true, yeah.
Casters, what have you gone for?
What
This
have
is your
you got
chance.
for here?
I put 2.
Aw, we didn't get a triple. It's a 3.
Oh, no. I
So
wanted to say
close,
3,
so
but
close. I gave you
was
the
a
win
close
there on the
unlock.
silver
But
padder.
one thing is for certainty, despite it being a competition, there's
Yeah.
something you cannot
Yeah,
break,
that's
and
true.
it's a true friendship bond.
You can tell Fiz's face. He's
I've seen that look before.
That's just my normal face, guys.
unbreakable
Is
face.
this something with this caster room, you know? Do I need to swap to another one? You know, do the mic thing?
Oh, losers
Perhaps.
always stick together, T.
Or maybe it's just me who has to walk out the door. Oh boy.
Alrighty, well,
Unlucky.
congratulations,
Unlucky.
panelists,
Congrats to
for
the
once
winners.
again proving the strength of your bond.
Yep.
Undefeated now, the Mike and Sind duo. Who knew it would be this strong? We're going to throw it over to a break, after which we shall be back with our final series of the day. It is Felt versus Bait on the cards. We'll see you very shortly for that series.
Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome back to the DPC as we get into our second series of the day, and it is Felt versus Bait. Two teams which have been struggling to find consistency and are currently in the same place here. Both teams sitting at 5th at 1 and 2, delicately balancing on the precipice of relegation. We're going to find out which team is going to take a step closer towards escaping that and which team is going to get dangerously closer to that edge. And I've got T-Panda and Fear now on the panel with me for this series. Guys, what are your expectations? Is this going to be messy, T-Panda?
Potentially. I just want to say I love the raspiness in your voice.
Oh, thank you. I've learned from the best, T-Panda. I really have.
I mean, it's a pretty interesting series. Like you said, they're both sitting at the same score line, and potentially Felt might have surprised a bit more people than what they were expected to do so far. And of course, the Bait fans. They just want to see another win on the board for Dendy.
Yeah, me too. I want to see Dendy do well, but this is not going to be a one-sided affair here. I don't think, not one bit. I believe it's going to be very scrappy. Both these teams don't always have the cleanest performances, but if there is a team that comes out swinging and plays a clean game of Dota, I think that would be Felt over Bait, because Bait, they like to do it dirty, you know? They don't really like the close, or they don't like having a game where they're just in control from start to finish.
Absolutely. Let's talk a little bit more about this Bait team. I mean, who have been the standout performers on this team so far?
Well, I mean, coming into the series specifically, Bait could be telling us a long series expectancy. Pretty late wins in terms of average for the teams, but the team has been performing somewhat mediocre. I mean, we see Stonebank playing a lot better than he did last tour. Same with Funnick, the addition of Stamanen and his very interesting hero pool that has been very different to many of the other players. But Dendy, is he still just as good as he was in Tour 1? I think he's a bit of a question mark in my eyes right now.
So T-Panda, with this team, there's been like a lot of stubbornness, I would say, in certain things. You know, for the Primal Beast, for the Alchemist, for the Pugner. Are they being stubborn on the wrong things, perhaps?
They do see like potential in these heroes, especially the Alchemist, the flex capability into 1 and 3. But I believe that that could be a new sign of different type of ingenuity, something they've potentially been practicing in scrims and pubs, and bringing those ideas into the team. And I feel like it's going in a good direction in a sense. They're not as stubborn as they were in Division 1. So something has definitely changed in the team. That's how I feel.
Yeah.
I think it's a fair point as well. You know, stubbornness when it doesn't work, we call stubbornness. When it does work, we call it new ideas, innovation, you know, like sticking to your guns and making it happen, right?
I mean, yeah, for sure. I think it's just different for them right now, because I believe when they had Moose, Dendy looked a lot better. Now with Stamanen on the team, he's not really enabling Dendy. He's not the same type of position 4 that wants to take his mid laner and go make plays across the map. And I think Stamanen's hero pool, like we saw the Pug now, we didn't know why they had that, has been very strange. And Dendy's also in a similar spot where he doesn't exactly know what he wants to play. He wins one game with one hero, then all of a sudden takes all context of why he won. He'll just pick that hero again and again in bad situations, and it's just not working out for him.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously Dendy has like years and years of experience, you know, one of the most experienced pros at the moment. Stoneman's actually very experienced as well in the EU region. Funnick, also like a really old and experienced player. Does that make it harder for them to kind of mesh their ideas and find that kind of synergy, you know, similar to what we're seeing with Wildcard?
I mean, it could be, for sure. It really depends on, like, the person, right? It just means because you have a bunch of experienced players doesn't always mean it's a negative. Doesn't mean it's a positive either. It just, can they get on the same page? Is everyone buying into the same ideas? And without asking in the interviews, I suppose, we can't really know for sure.
At least we do know one thing that they talked about in Tour 1 was Dendy getting this roster together, right? They were looking all over the place, different regions, different nationality players, and they ended up with 4 Ukrainians and a Peruvian, basically. That was what they came up with. And they had promise, it had a lot of ideas, a lot of experience, but also a tiny bit of that young blood. I wouldn't say like we got a 16-year-old prodigy in the team, but something that has already kind of seen how the world works, so to say.
Absolutely. And then on the other side of the coin, of course, we have Team Felt. These guys are playing up, the NA boys. And I think there's a lot of unknown names for a lot of people in this team. You know, they've come up from Division 2, so that's to be expected. I mean, what should we expect from kind of each of these players very briefly?
Well, what we kind of have seen on the side of Team Dogchang, for example, is having two players playing the same role, but playing split. And we have Solji and Kits, for example. Kits, we already know. A lot of NA players also recognize Kits as a capable mid player. And then you have Solji, who was kind of put to the 4 position. Was it a decision in the team to make this happen? Solji's performances resemble the way he would normally play mid, right? He's somewhat aggressive. He positions himself in difficult places where he might end up either feeding or create an opening for Fade and Kits to make plays, which kind of brings Fade up as well.
Yeah, and I think Fade has been somewhat consistent. Obviously struggled a bit in their last series, but that was a very difficult series against Shopify, so can kind of give him a free pass there. But Hidamune as well, statistically as well, he's been a bit of a standout. And is that a surprise at all?
I mean, a little bit, but I think that's mainly because people have been giving him Nature's Prophet. And I feel like that's a hero that by far he is best on. I've seen him play a lot of like late pick CKs and a bit underwhelmed with the performances in those games. I feel like he is someone that really needs to step up. And generally speaking, his drafting for himself doesn't seem like he's the best late pick type of player. He seems like he has a few set of heroes he really likes, and if he picks them early on the draft, they seem to do a lot better. Maybe give Fade a later pick or Kits a later pick, but we'll see. It really just comes down to the hero choice that he has for himself.
And also how the meta has been shifting. Like the Furion has been contested in 30 out of the 33 games, making it difficult to actually get this hero in anymore. And that's one of the strongest perks that this team had, was his Furion.
Yeah, and we can pull up the comparison between Stonebank and Hidamune on the carry positions here, because I do think it's quite interesting to look at them side by side. Both of them have had standout performances, and both of them have had complete flops as well. I mean, what's the big difference between a big game from one of these players versus a weak game? You know, what are the conditions?
Well, it's a little bit all over the place. Just in terms of numbers, Stonebank has been a little bit better in the laning stage than Hidamune has, but Hidamune in the end has ended up with higher CS per minute, meaning that he's obviously going to farm a lot, but their games have been going up, 50 minutes average till they win the match, so that definitely impacts it. And Stonebank has a higher KDA, which I think is one of the important things to notice here. He's very active, he likes to play active roles, but he's more a damage dealer, while Hidamune will look for more control. Yeah,
and it's very interesting actually looking at these side by side, because as you say, their styles are kind of different, but they have different hero pools, so it kind of makes sense. Is there anything you want to see more from either of these two?
That's the hard thing for Hidamune. Like, I've seen a lot of his heroes not be successful. He's only won on Nature's Prophet with 2 games, and he's won with a Bloodseeker with 1 game. Another hero that I know he likes is the CK. I won't be surprised if he busts out again, but he has 2 losses on it already. And that's a hero that's just not super strong in the meta. I just worry for his hero pool, because it seems like he wants to play a lot of different things, but it's not necessarily good for the team, and they're not really heroes that are really meta either, I would say. So, like, Stonebank, on the other hand, I know he can play a lot of different heroes. It really just comes down to his consistency in play. Like, one game I'll be like, wow, he played amazing. He carried the team. The next game I was like, what are you doing, Stonebank? And it's not a hero problem. It's just like a decision-making problem, I'll say.
Yeah, and I think there's also something to look at in the lanes there. You talked about Snowman being a very aggressive. The side effect of that is a big kind of variation in what you're going to get from your lanes from this player. It's either going to go great or it's not going to go good at all. Meanwhile, you have Albino Zebra on the other side. You got me saying it now. Albino Zebra. What happened to me?
It's catching.
I can't go home. I'm not going to be able to go back to the UK. God damn it. Albino Zebra. He's a very consistent player, I think. He's probably been the most consistent player on this team. He's been doing great. And I think that lane is... How do you reckon that safe lane's actually going to look for them versus the likes of Sturman and Funnick, who are both kind of all over the place?
Well, I mean, if you indulge in the idea of Stomanen's interesting hero pools and the ones he has had the most impact, it is in the lane versus the enemy carry. The Skyrats, the Primal Beasts he's brought up, even the Morane. It seems like he has so much control, able to get these solo kills, 1v2 fights, and Hidamune has to be ready for that. He can't let Stomanen get an opening in the lane.
Absolutely cannot. But one thing you can do is get an opening into esportsbet.io's new Watch to Earn platform. That's right. You can earn tokens, which you can then use to bet on your favorite teams across Western, EU, and NA. But you don't have to bet to start earning tokens today. All you have to do is go to esportsbet.io and sign up right now, and you can start earning up to 3,000 tokens an hour simply by watching your favorite teams across the 2 regions, across the DPC, and joining an active community of players also earning tokens tokens and also enjoying Dota 2. So head over to esportsbet.io to sign up and make your account today. But now we're into the draft. It's into game number 1. It is Bait versus Felt. And we're going to start things off with an Undying pickup for Felt here. Not exactly a huge surprise.
Yeah, it's the thing with having first pick in the draft. You're kind of forcing your opponent to go for the Broods and the Nature's Prophets right now, which is the current meta for the first phase bans, allowing your opponent to have a bit more maneuverability with that first pick, right? It's like, it's so locked in. We used to have, in the previous patch, like 3, 4, maybe even 5 heroes that always got focused on. And it's always the same opener. It was the Rubik starter, right? Because it's like the best that's left over out of what was taken away. Now you have ideas to kind of build your draft in. And Undying first pick, this is not the first time we see this hero just getting closed out right away. Probably forcing out the idea for maybe Bait to build a Tombstone focus, something that doesn't get punished by Undying in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, the Disruptor is also another hero that is very meta right now, and we're back to the Alchemist, boys.
Jesus, all right. We talked about the stubbornness. Comes out in the first phase, and last time I believe they picked it as their 4th pick, or in like the 4th pick overall. Right. So they had a chance to for it not to get answered with this pick here, and then a chance to ban 3 counters to it. But this time, they're just straight in. They don't care.
I mean, it's definitely a little weird because you already see Undying. You probably don't want the offlane Alk right off the bat, because that is not going to be a good lane matchup. You don't have a lot of defensive tools. Your strength hero doesn't look good, that lane, so it looks like you're going back to the Stonebank Alchemist in the first phase.
In the first phase,
and that is not something that I have a lot of faith in, but maybe they have they've been cooking something up with this Alchemist, and they'll put on support, and maybe that could work for them. I would much rather have a support Alchemist in this game than just being like, all right, you just gotta carry this game with your first phase Alchemist. Good luck, Stonebank.
Good luck indeed. Death Prophet, is this a strong answer to the Alchemist, or does this just kind of give them a really strong kind of death ball? Which is funny because they're both dead heroes.
I mean, kind of, yes, you're in the right with that. I think this DP is still a very solid first phase pick. It's worked out pretty well compared to like all the first phase carry picks we've seen so far, not having too much success. The DP already answers the tempo in the laning stage, and that is probably an answer in the laning stage directly against the Alchemist carry, right? So you've got Undying on the other, you've got DP on the other, and you're not enjoying your time as an Alchemist at all. Later on, I think Alch still builds like into ACs and stuff, making it a bit tankier against Exorcism, so you stop caring about Death Prophet. But all your other heroes are in peril when the DP just goes in, because she's the run at you hero.
Yeah, and Alchemist isn't a great runaway hero either. Kind of concerning, but let's see what they ban out here on the side of Bait. I mean, that's what I'm mainly looking at here, is how they're going to protect this Alchemist pick. We're basically looking at Brawlers by the looks of it. Yeah, the Storm's going to disappear, the Pangolin is going to disappear. Any of these heroes which can kind of really start to snowball you before the Alchemist can really hit his timing seems to be what Bait are targeting out right now.
I mean, I'm at a loss for words right now. Like, I
really disgusted.
I don't really feel like these are heroes that really stop this Alchemist at all. I feel like Disruptor is an amazing hero for Storm Spirit. I think at some point when you get a blink, you can actually kill the Storm as an Alchemist. And then the Pango ban, I don't think that hero does anything to Alchemist either. So are they addressing like the counters for the Alchemist in the carry position? Are they banning the Ursas? Are they banning the Terrorblades? No, they are not right now. So hopefully they have some better answers for those heroes later on in the draft, but it looks like they just really respect, Kits' hero pool, and they're just going to ban out his mid laners, knowing that he'll want to pick it eventually, but he's in no rush to pick his hero right now. I don't think so. So we'll see what they end up doing here, but this might be a support out too, so they're not even thinking about it, right?
That's what I was looking at, and Stamana has 1 game in an official as a support Alchemist, and Lodan just hasn't played the hero at all, so I'm very doubtful of that. That was also Bait versus Brame in 21, so 2 years ago.
Okay.
So I'm doubtful, but they have to flex. We have to keep an eye. They could obviously be a flex.
To be fair, this Alchemist support isn't something that you play historically. It's something that is kind of like, the Ricky, all of a sudden there's a change, the stun duration is increased, and now you just start practicing it in your most recent pubs. This hero did get buffed a little bit, and I thought maybe we'd see a bit more support Alchemist. I definitely seen people in pubs trying it out. It clearly hasn't been that OP because a lot of the top teams aren't really picking it up very much, so it's going to be a Bait special. They're going to ride or die with this Alchemist. I just hopefully it's not a death for them because at this point they've been picking it a lot.
And that's a good point because what we've talked about like off stream with you is mainly like the top teams. We look at Announced, TSM, and Rebellion. They're shifting away from these heroes that all the others are just kind of, are they experimenting? Are they following the meta heroes that could be good in pubs? They're just diverting completely away from that, and they have their own way of playing the game. And I think that's also a big difference maker. Not only just a skill, but...
I'm sorry, I'm not laughing
That's
at
scary.
you.
That's scary. The fear laugh is not a good sign.
What's on your mind? Weaver?
Just a little bug in our screen right now. We've got an alchemist. We've got a weaver. All right, here's the good things, right? Let's talk about positivity here.
Yeah,
All right,
let's do
we
it.
got minus
PMA.
armor. We got minus armor strat, right? Weaver is a hero that can get on top of Undying, maybe kill the Tombstone. Both these heroes attack pretty quickly here. But the only issue here is both these heroes kind of suck right now. They're definitely really low on the list of being powerful heroes having good spells for this. And then you get the Rubik, which is not really fun when you're the Weaver, and that keeps getting stolen. It's very fun for the Rubik. I guess it depends on
it's
what
got a great
side
time.
you're on. So Bait is up to something. And it's very interesting. I'll put
They're
it that way.
cooking. They're cooking.
Yeah.
Do we let them cook?
Yeah,
or
I'm
is it
gonna
time
let them
to
cook here. We can let them cook.
okay.
I don't have another choice here.
That's a point.
I want to...
I'm busting into the
So,
kitchen.
I don't want there to be a roast already.
So Bait lost to Wildcard in Tour 1 with the Carry Weaver, which was doing good. He was 7-3-4 at the end of the game. They lost the game.
Yeah,
But
it's the Weaver
he
conundrum.
made some really weird mistakes on Stonebank. It was a positioning problem. He's like, Stonebank? Wait, Stonebank? He's going in? Oh, he's dead? What?
Yeah,
You
I mean,
know,
that's
the reaction
that's
we were
still a
having.
Weaver problem.
Yeah. It still is. It hasn't changed.
Yeah, I mean, this hero, you can have the best game in the world, but you're out of position just once, you're dead. And that's not generally a good thing, or that doesn't make a hero strong this patch. You want to be able to man fight when you have a net worth advantage. There's literally no item you can buy on this hero. You have to be like double the net worth ahead as compared to like some NP or something, right? And you farm twice as slow. So it's kind of like an issue of why this hero as a carry isn't very good, but you know, maybe Disruptor will go mid, and we got the Weaver Alchemist support duo here.
Wow.
And we got
that'll be
something
the
going.
case. Yeah. I'm sure that'll be the case.
I know Stomanan plays a +4 Weaver, but I'm also thinking Stonebank, who likes to play this Weaver as a carry, means Alk is either 3 or 4. That's kind of what it's looking like right now.
Is that the way you're leaning? I mean, I'm just gonna wait. And see.
Go with the flow.
Yeah. You know, I'm taking the armbands off. I'm just kind of sinking in the water right now and just letting Bait take me away with the current.
I mean, one of the strong things about Weaver, though, is it's actually good in lane versus Beastmaster. It is a very strong laner, and traditionally, you'll actually pick Weaver to counter Beast in the laning stage. You do want to buy in Linken's as well. You can buy in Maelstrom, Gleipnir, all these things. What is going on right now?
What?
Oh, I actually have no idea what's going on right now.
Okay, so Phonic,
Lina
Alk,
mid.
Stomanan, Weaver. Wait, Lina mid? Actually, yeah.
Yeah.
It could be Lina mid, true.
Because
true.
I think right now what they're showing, they show DP's mid by picking Beast, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think they have.
It's a bit of a switch up.
So now they know, what is Dindy going to play mid versus DP? Maybe Quap, we already tried that. Yeah, he
Didn't go
realized,
so well.
yeah, that didn't go well, so let's bring out the Dindy Lina. It is very good in this game. It's good versus Undying. It is good versus the Death Prophet in the laning stage. The only problem is, like, you don't really help your team that much. You're just another carry. And I guess that's something you can argue about Weaver, as he is a hero that can have another carry on his team. In this game, he's going to have 2 other carries on his team potentially, but either way, you can carry this game as Lina. I just worry, once you ball up, once you have the Greaves on the DP, you have the Undying, you got the Helma Dominator from the Beastmaster, all you have to fight with Bait is going to be some BKB timings. You don't have any spells. Let's just put it that way. You need a lot of farm, and it's a very selfish draft, I feel.
Yeah, and it's a very like kind of independent draft.
Yeah.
You know, each of these players feels like they're just getting the heroes they want. And when it comes to working together, you know, how do these heroes mesh together? There's like a bit of anti-armor there, sure. Maybe the Weaver can get nagged and save the Lina down the line, but that doesn't seem likely, especially if it's carry, so that's not going to happen.
Your lineup is
Why
very,
is he out here?
very, very squishy. And Felt has a decent amount of burst here. That's what Bait probably just needs a tanky guy. It just needs someone who can either soak up attention, maybe have a blink stun. Looking at fun at DK, not gonna lie. I mean, like, I feel like you need a blink stunner at this point, maybe. Or someone who's just really, really strong to kind of give that vision and play for the advantage of repositioning. You have a very mobile lineup on Bait's side, so you got to move a lot.
All right, well, I'm going to go against that entirely and be like, their lineup is not salvageable anymore by picking.
It's over.
No, by picking some type of hero like a stable stun.
Yeah.
You gotta go. You gotta pick like
There's
an
a
arc.
downside
You gotta go
for it.
arc warden here. You gotta go all in with the greed. You've got to make this a really wild game because
Arc warden,
because
alchemist.
if you don't do something crazy like this, arc warden carry. I don't care. You put Lina mid. Weaver is off lane. You got the support alchemist. You got to make this a really really
So
greedy
what did
draft.
you eat
Be
before this
wild.
draft, Fear?
What did I eat before this draft? What did I eat before?
Doesn't even
chicken wrap.
remember. This
Some mushrooms
Do we
we
need
found
to take
outside
you-
the studio.
Chicken wrap.
Yeah, hopefully we don't need to take you back
I mean,
to
I
that.
guarantee you an Arc Warden has a higher win rate than a DK in this game.
All
What are you
right.
going to do as a DK? You're playing versus Undying. You're playing versus, the Death Prophet. It's absolutely not going to work out for you. Do I think they're heavily outdrafted? Yes, I do. Because Dota is a game right now where you want to play with auras. Okay, so you got Undying. He can buy drums. You want Greaves. Okay, DP can buy that. You get the Vladsor, the Helmet Dominator from the Beast. And now you have the Shield as well. But this here will buy Radiant, which is an aura as well. So, you have a very scary timing that
Team
you
aura.
can't really deal with if you're bait. Unless Felt kind of mess up here. So you do want to prolong the game for as long as possible, because I think if this does go late, Bait's lineup looks pretty good, but we're talking like 40, 50 minutes here.
Yeah, when Alk's handing out ags like hot cookies and everyone's kind of buffed up to all the high heavens. Will they reach that timing against this kind of death ball of Felt? I mean, Felt basically have to just have lost the game somehow by that point. I don't think it comes down to anybody delaying out. Felt will not let that happen as long as they are playing the game. As long as their keywords are plugged in, they'll be trying to end the game in around 35 minutes.
The thing that I still have some trust in Bait, despite it being probably not too salvageable, is the fact that pre-draft, this matchup, the head-to-head, Bait is probably still the better team versus the two, but this draft is all over
Come
the
on, Fear.
place.
Come on, Fear. Give me the marmalade. Floor's
mean,
yours.
What's going on here? Wait, Stonebank is going to play that, okay, which means we have a Phonic Alk.
Stamana
So
and
it's
Weaver
going to
and
be
then
a
Elena.
support Lina and mid lane. Okay, so yeah,
So,
I mean, I just
We're lost for
Lina,
words.
Sturman and Weaver.
I can't tell you what is great about Bait's lineup here. It's going to have to be completely off of winning your lanes and getting farmed. Does Monkey King stop like a death ball? No, not really. He just has a stun. He has the Wukong, kite that out, or just out-survive it, which they have plenty of capability to do so.
I mean,
It's I've never been this puzzled in my entire life when trying to defend a draft. It's hard. It's really hard.
they have at
Fear's at
least
breaking point.
they have at least one comfort hero.
Yeah.
And it's the one that makes the most sense. It's a lowdown disruptor. I mean, he's a great disruptor player.
Right.
So that kind of balances out a little bit. Does it balance out enough? I like this Felt draft. It's much more standard, probably a bit more easier to execute. You have lockdowns and a lot of burst. You have wave clear. You have objective damage. This draft has pretty much everything.
Yeah, I mean, you scroll down the list of most contested heroes, and you're going to find the Felt heroes,
Yeah.
in the first kind of
Pretty
50%,
much.
and the Bait heroes in the bottom 50%, unfortunately. Does that mean is one's better than the other?
Yes.
Yeah, kind of.
Yes, it does.
I'm not going to ask for predictions. We know what Bait needs to work for them to try and get into this game. They need to take it fast, they need to take it very slow. They need to get to the late game, and they need to get some quirkiness going on. But Felt, I kind of feel like the ball is in their court. Can they play a really clean game here and prove to us that they can be the team that we believe they could be? Let's find out. We have got MLP and Cinderin.
Oh, thank you so much, Nomad. We are going to get into game one here between Bait and Felt Cinderin. You heard this panel. They don't seem to believe in the draft of Bait, but I
You think so? I think they loved it. I don't know.
Well, I want to hear a real expert's opinion. What are you thinking?
Well, you did hear Fear.
Yeah.
So
Well, I mean,
that's the real expert opinion right there.
That's very funny, Cinderin.
I'll give my 2 cents. I think the Bait draft is better than they give it credit for, but I still think it's worse
Okay.
than the other one. But hey, it's still. So I'm looking at the bright sides here, which is there's a couple of things. First of all, Dendy's playing mid Lina. This is not a hero we see a lot right now, but I do think it's one of the single best heroes in lane against Death Prophet, which is going to be played by Kits in the mid lane from Felt. So a potential lane win there for Bait to start things off. And secondly, don't underestimate minus armor strats. They can still be quite fierce sometimes. You have Acid Spray, you have the Weaver Swarm, and you're playing that together with a right-click carry in Monkey King and a like pseudo right-click mid-hero in Lina. So if you are going for these ball up and try to push towers moves, you need to be a little bit careful not to just get overwhelmed by single target damage as Felt. That said, there is you know, there are some asterisks here. How do you start fights exactly? What's Funnick gonna buy? Is he buying Medallion Blink? Or what's your entry into fights looking like? And also, are you ready to defend your towers when it happens inevitably 10 minutes in that Beastmaster, Death Prophet, and Undying show up to your doorstep? So I don't know. I just don't want to write bait off because I can see this kind of strategy, if the lanes go well, actually just get overpoweringly strong on physical damage pretty quickly. If the lanes go poorly, though, they're kind of doomed. So you can't afford that.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about minus armor strats with this arc. Like, that reminds me, back in SCA, maybe a year and a half ago, there was a strat where they went Alchemist Pos 4 and Venge Pos 3. I believe it was Fnatic. And man, I used to make so much fun of it the first time we saw it, and holy crap, that thing was strong. It was ridiculous. Anyway, though, going back to the Lina pick for a moment here from Bait, my main concern, right? Like you kind of mentioned on the panel during our first series, but this Lina hero, it's been nerfed pretty heavily. Yeah. Even though it's in the mid lane. Do you think maybe Dendy's got some new item build up on up his sleeve, or like what's the purpose of this Lina this game?
So I would say that I think the version of Lina that makes it better mid than carry now is the fact that you don't have to rely on the Fiery Soul and attack speed build, but you can deviate from it and go for like a cast-oriented strategy. The thing is, I just don't feel like you do that with this lineup, right? You're playing with a minus armor strat, so surely you want to go the physical route regardless, right? Right. So then you are just flat out playing a nerfed version of the same Lina from previous patch. Yeah, I think we're just going to see standard stuff here out of mid. We're probably going to see the Falcon Blade into potential Dragon Lance, and then some sort of Travels BKB Daedalus maybe. Straightforward. I will say though, like the panel also mentioned this. If it goes late, this Radiant lineup is actually really strong. Right. So Felt do have a little bit of timer on them, I would say. Some of their heroes will fall off quite a bit later on. Good glimpse there onto Fade. He's in trouble.
He certainly is. Fade.
He's dead.
Right, yeah, Jingu Mastery. Body blocks there from Lowdyne. He is going to go down. Solji, nothing he could really do on the Rubik to try and help out. So a fantastic start already. Stonebank able to secure first blood. And the thing is, for Stonebank, it does feel like he's going to have the freest game of his life. As top lane, Albino Zebra going to drop as well. Funnick able to pick up a second kill, though he will eventually go down to the zombies. And now Stominant, he has no Sakuchi.
He's okay, though. His Styx and Fairy.
Oh, Silence is there.
Fairy. And now he's going to Shikuchi. Yeah, okay. Oh, I mean, they forced everything out of him. But he is... Actually, this is kind of a blessing in disguise, because Hitimmune missed a full creep wave chasing over here, and now there's going to be a double wave pushing the way of the Radiant. So honestly, this trade for Funnick for the enemy support is really good.
Yeah.
Because of what he ends up showing up for now. I don't know if I like this Acid Spray, though. I feel like this kind of mitigates what he just enabled for himself. If he just lets this wave push, he could have got the equilibrium close to his own offlane tower and just sat there safely with Stomanen just breaking pulls from happening. But instead, now we're going to equalize the lane situation again here. So, in my opinion, a bit of a wasted opportunity there to just get some free farm. How many creeps did he get there out of that double wave? Maybe 3? He could have had many more if he just let the wave push. But in the meantime, there was a kill bottom.
There was a kill bottom.
Loading killed the Rubik of Solji.
Yep, Solji. Not having the greatest time. I mean, it's a pretty tough lane, right? Like Monkey King Disruptor with a Beastmaster Rubik just does not feel good as top lane. Double stun was there from Funnick, but it's not really going to amount to too much.
I gotta say, I'm just so curious to see itemization here. It's very... If we took a time machine, Weaver would buy Medallion 10 out of 10 games here, right?
Yeah.
It's like, it's amazing for Alchemist to play with, it's amazing for the Lina to play with, and the Monkey King.
Uh-oh. Speaking of the Alchemist, Funnick gonna get chased down. He is gonna go down and... Oh, that's tough. Albino Zebra found both of them. Ouch.
What?
Because I think the Aphotic Shield exploded and they didn't account for the damage, at least on the Weaver.
Yeah, that was not pretty. All right. Well, fortunately for Bait, the other 2 lanes are doing great. So they're okay. That was I'm going to say a bit of a blunder is probably an understatement there, but mistakes happen. Maybe they can kill Solji again here, though. There's Jingu stacks.
Well, they're going to try. Solji, lift up is there just in time. Stonebank not going for the Boundless quite yet. Still thinking about it. Glimpse is there. We'll get a 2-man Boundless now, and Fade can't really help out. Has to back off, though.
He might die. He's dead.
He might just be dead. Kinetic Field does land. Fade, gonna go down. Stonebank able to pick up a second on the Monkey. And this is really darn strong. Like, the fact that Stonebank has already found 3 kills, died no times, and is CSing so well, like, this is a really strong start for Bait.
Yeah, they get a bit of a rebuttal here. Top finding the kill on the bat. Wait, he was there alone with no one dying next to him?
Story of my life.
This is a bit, yeah, well, I can't speak for that, but puzzling.
Yeah. It's classic, right? Your POS 5 wants to go pull the lane and your POS 1 just like, no, but I have to hit this creep, and then just dies and then gets on voice comms and blames you.
I mean, at this point, the top lane is actually even, and that's a really good result for Weaver Alk when you're playing against Undying. Also, this should be a theoretical amazing lane for a Baton because the enemy hero you're laning against is a melee hero with bad armor. So you just keep trading with him with Curse of Avernus and you win. But Bait equalizing this lane is very good news because they are inherently just matchup favored in the other two, as we are seeing. I think bottom is going better than it has any right to, so that's just good news for them. Fade being level 3.5 against Stonebank's level 5. It's not fun to be a Beastmaster in these dark times in bottom lane. Dendy's hit level 6. So any rotation here could lead to something, and as they talked about on the panel, that was something Moose did very well for Bait, was enable Dendy. Looks like this time around it's going to be Lodine trying to set it up with a glimpse.
Yeah, perfect glimpse out on Kids. Problem is the Spirit Siphon's going to be there, and Dendy, maybe a little bit low on mana, doesn't want to go for the stun out. So instead, Lodine is going to get caught out here on the Disruptor. We'll try for a TP play, and will not make it.
He might have made it if he sticked first.
Oh, unlucky.
Right. Yeah, it's a good kill. Dendy finds a random zebra in the river. Went for a drink. I was gonna say he went grazing, but that's not what that means. What do you call it with water? Truffing? I don't know. I don't speak English.
We don't have zebras in Australia, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
Yeah.
I think.
you never know with my country, let me tell you.
I thought you were going to say you never go outside, so you wouldn't see one.
Well, there's that too. There's that too. 7-5, 1k advantage. Bait still well and truly in the lead. And I mean, top 2 CS right now is Dendy and Stonebank. Like, you really couldn't have asked for a better start, though. I do wonder if Felt has a timing where they start to overtake the mid lane.
Zebra's in trouble.
He's very deep right now. They will take him out. Problem is the Tombstone is still going, but Dendy doesn't seem too threatened by it. More so, Kid's just chasing him down. Roshan, no, he's not going to go for it. So they still find the mid laner. And I suppose you'd have to call that worth for the side of Felt.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially if Kits gets to use this exorcism for anything else. But I really like that glimpse from Lodine, just buying some valuable seconds in the mid wave, forcing him away, and that means the Exo will almost be over when he does finally now connect on the tower. He'll still expend the glyph. But yeah, overall, pretty solid for Felt to get that trade.
Yeah, it's a very nice little plays from Bait, but like
Beastmaster has to walk back to base. Man,
why?
It is.
Oh,
I mean, you say why? You could try playing in his spot, and then we'll see how it goes. Like,
yeah, it's fair.
It's not easy.
Lodine.
Yeah.
The Soldier's still fine. Denny's going to try and intercept here, but he needs to be a little bit careful. He will pick off the Rubik at the very least. In fact, now Stominant does rotate as well on the Weaver.
All right, you know what? Everybody forgot about Dre and Lina with Max Dragonslave. All these players run into Lina like, wow, it just died? Because usually she has to hit you a lot of times, but Dendy with the spell burst, you know, just throws out a Dragonslave and a Laguna Blade and kills Rubik from full health. He just walked next to her and just died.
I didn't know you were a rap fan, Syndrome.
Oh, I am.
Oh, well, there you go. Look at that. Speaking of rap, I believe Dendy had a photo up on social media on Twitter with a Tupac t-shirt. So Tupac,
nice.
excuse me.
Yeah.
I know how upset people are going to get about that one. Solji, going to get caught out here on the Rubik. Is going to go down eventually. Dendy pick up another kill for himself and Lina.
Stealing this whole stack too, man. This is so big. My goodness.
Ooh, yummy.
Yeah, he is going to be rolling in the dough here.
And you kind of appreciate the build-up. Like, no kind of Maelstrom build-up here for Dendy. Just goes straight into the BKB next up. And, well, it's like you said, like, he's got so much magic damage now with the Max Dragonslave. Can still farm if he needs to, as Lodine. He's trapped again here on the Disruptor, trying to go for some D wards, but may get punished. The Laguna does come in. Dendy It's going to take down Albino Zebra on his own. Lodine still juking them out. Kits is trying his best to catch up. He'll finally get him, but at what cost? Oh, it's too expensive.
I mean, Bates flat out just owning them, right? The fact that they're ahead 3k gold minute 10 with this lineup is so good news for them. Keep in mind, we were talking about how their lineup needs to be able to weather the storm and defend their towers and wants to go late. And if this is the kind of start they have with an offlane Alchemist being able to just stand there and farm, the other two lanes doing great, and the supports being very involved. And the Weaver is such an X factor as a support. I actually think this hero is almost criminally underrated as a support. It's just that it has certain weaknesses, but from my perspective, they've already overcome them. I think Weaver just flat out, for the most part, just sucks for the first 5 minutes against a lot of supports. But they've bridged that gap. Now this is going to be an amazing utility hero that's going to give vision. He's buying Urn into Meteor Hammer. He's going to max out the Swarm, do tons of, give tons of info in fights, do damage over time, and can obviously also scale and get useful utility items for the team, push waves. This hero is great. This is is this just a dead mid tower? Dendi has double damage.
Oh boy.
They don't have glyph. Yeah, this is gone. Stomanen can just earn the disruptor and tank the tower. Doesn't need to. Doesn't want to use his urns on a pesky support disruptor with a mount with 2 heads.
Imagine that.
Yep.
Never help the supports.
No. That's a pretty good advice in general. Just leave us alone.
13 to 7, 4k advantage, and look at this.
Kit's gonna get glimpsed.
He will get glimpsed indeed. Stominant will commit his urn charges on him, but the problem is they don't really have the backup. Dendi's not too close. They're just kind of messing around with the DP, it feels like. Top lane? Hidden Immune, a bit of a chase, but Funnick will be just fine.
Funnick's close to getting the tower as well. Just constantly pushing out the wave with Soul Ring Acid Spray, and this wave has a siege creep. Now he's going to tank the tower with his ult. He is actually getting this tower. They are not defending with any additional heroes, and Funnick can easily handle this on his own. And now he's using it as a bait.
Oh boy, Hidden Immune, he's already lost his borrowed time. Stonebank is literally just hitting the tier 1. And now once the borrowed time's over, they'll just stun lock him. Hidden Immune.
Good steal.
Does have the pig stick. Will be able to walk away with the Aphotic Shield. So now they'll try into Solji instead. And they should have Solji no problem. At the very least, he does get his Abaddon out of there. So it is a positive kind of situation for Felt, I suppose, if you look at the brighter side of things.
Yes, you're finding the... I don't know what kind of brightness you're finding right now. It's a very dark room with a very tiny little... The tiniest little pearl in the corner.
Yeah. Yeah.
Surrounded by sheet.
You know the thing, you know the thing was...
It's not a good game state, I'll be honest with you. This does not look good for Felt.
The thing was as well, like during that team fight, you questioned why nobody was defending the top tier 1. Mm-hmm. Fade was just taking the ancient stacks along with two of his supports, basically.
Yeah. I mean, it's understandable. He kind of wants to recover his game, right? Because his start was so atrocious. Nice play here from Stomanen. He's baiting them to chase him into the trees, and then he time-lapses all the way back, removes the dust, and Shikuchi's away. And this just means Kits is left completely unprotected mid. They grab that kill, and everything is back to farmland. Medallion of Courage, by the way, was picked up by Funnick. I figured either he or the Weaver were going to get one, right?
Makes sense.
And they put it on the Elk, so more minus armor. They could Roche very quickly, by the way, this Radiant lineup. Don't forget, the last remaining advantage of being Radiant since the last 3 years is Roshan. And they do have a good lineup for it, so... Well, Dendi might just kill Solji here.
Uh-oh, Solji. He does have Sakuchi. He's going to be okay. Meanwhile, Lodine, a little glimpse back there on Hidden Immune. Funnick will throw the stun out, but that's going to be about it, as Solji is still messing around, maybe just trying to soak some XP here off Dendi. Yeah. He's getting away with it. Not much he can do to stop him. Or is there? Ooh!
That was actually kind of close. And they came in with the dust, so...
Tumblr's now onto the high ground.
Oh, he censured him!
Oh, Lodine!
He was like, wait, why does this guy keep playing around here? He must have a ward. He didn't find the ward. He found the guy. The ward is still here. That's going to stick.
That's a very expensive ward he found, that's for sure. So, oh, he does miss out on the Observer, but who cares?
It's okay. It doesn't seem like Felt's lineup can really invade, right?
Hidden Immune?
Maybe Beastmaster can. All right, that's...
Oh, nice glimpse. This is why you don't want to give the Disruptor over to Bait. Like, Lodine is so good just being in the right position every single time, and that's your pause one Abaddon going down. Beta just smothering them right now as they go in for more. Albino Zebra also dropping as well as Stominen. So they do get a Weaver for all of this, but it's just such a disastrous game state for the side of Felt. Everyone's fallen behind, and you know, when you look at the draft of Bait, considering how great of a start they've had, it just feels like they don't need to slow down.
No, absolutely not. And you might look at the lineup without the perspective of the game in mind. You're like, oh, Alchemist still needs to farm more. This is so greedy. This is not a farming Alch.
No.
He's just going to get his dagger now, and he's going to keep making moves with... That's what's cool about their lineup. So many of the heroes can just work in tandem, right? Alchemist can kill together with Lina. Alchemist can kill together with Monkey King. He can kill together with Disruptor. He can honestly kill together with anyone in a duo, right? As long as they're not going on the Abaddon, I think most heroes will die to him +1. They do.
Static Storm.
He got his combo down, so that's a trade.
Yeah, it's one at least. Beta not allowing Felt to get anything that's positive for themselves here, just always trading at the very minimum.
I'd love for them to just go Roche. I feel like Beastmaster is just pinned down here. They have a ward seeing him a lot of the time, so Phonic could just Acid Spray out this wave and then leave the lane, and they could head toward that Roshan area. But maybe they feel like it's too big of a risk. Uh-oh. Stomanen.
Oopsie daisies.
Yep. Just being greedy. He's going to live, though.
Sakuchi away, and well, yeah, I mean, it's a Weaver. You're not going to catch up. That's partially the problem against this hero.
Did he stack their hard camp and then start farming it with Meteor Hammer?
I mean...
Or was it already stacked and he tried to steal it? Because if he stacked it himself, that's about... You can't really play any greedier than that as a support than stacking the enemy jungle and then farming it. There's very few heroes I would recommend that on. That list is probably Primal Beast.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's the one hero you do that on, maybe.
Is Weaver Meteor Hammer actually a thing? Like, the fact that he could just cut lanes like this is...
I think it's pretty neat on this hero, honestly. Because the thing about Weaver as a support is you throw out the Swarm, and then what's your next play in the fight, right?
Right.
It's to use utility items and to just try to pincer supports in the backline and be annoying. With this, you can I believe you can activate Meteor Hammer and then immediately Sukuchi, so then you can't be targeted, right? So that's one play you have. But it's also just all the downtime that is happening during the game. You keep yourself scaling, you push waves, you damage towers. It's great. I think it's a very... Oh, I mean, look at this Roche. Literally just vanishing with that double damage Lina and 200 minus armor.
That's so rough.
Okay, let's do some math here. You ready? That's my favorite part of Dota.
Go on.
It isn't. I'm just gonna say that. Okay, so let's count some minus armor, okay? Monkey King has -6 on Deso and -3 on Orb of Corrosion. So that's -9.
Mm-hmm.
And we have Alchemist with Medallion for another -5, so that's -14. Acid Spray for -7, so that's -21. Weaver has the Swarm level 3. Somebody died. Not important, we're doing math.
Another person dies, never mind.
If everything lands, they have about like -35 armor right now on the target. And that effectively is like, I don't know how much damage Monkey King is going to do. He can like one-shot people with Boundless at that point almost. So yeah, it's all coming together. I do feel like it's worth pinpointing or highlighting that this is a big part of Bait's strategy that just hasn't mattered yet. But now that they're ahead, you're going to see the wonders of playing Death Prophet against 1,000,000 minus armor and how you cannot go in with your ulti on. You're just going to get slaughtered in 4 hits by Monkey King and Lina. So he effectively can't really play his hero, actually, until he gets more armor. And you're seeing the problem, he's deviating, right? He went Atos, which, first of all, I don't know if I agree with that in general. But he was starting to build BKB, and now he's going plate mail. He's like, okay, even if I have BKB, I actually can't fight. Like, they're just going to drop all their minus armor and kill me in BKB.
Thank you very much for the quick math, Syndra.
You're very welcome.
Always appreciate it.
Yes. Can you recite it for a test tomorrow?
I can see you as a math teacher.
Thanks.
That wasn't a compliment.
That's a great compliment.
Mate.
Uh-oh. Lodine?
Smoke broken. Lodine immediately caught out.
That's a Monkey King stun and a half.
Yeah, it certainly was. Lodine is going to go down as Stonebank. Still trying to deal with the Tombstone, but he's in massive trouble. That's the Aegis gone. Still, they don't have the Tombstone now, so Albino, he will drop. Kit's also in trouble, but the Roar is out. Fade will lock down the MK. They've got another. This could be the team fight for Felt to finally turn this game around. There's no chase for more. Stomanen, the only one nearby at this point, is the Weaver, but he's a little bit too challenging to catch. So they'll get away with some pretty nice kills here, the side of Feld, and maybe an objective or two.
Yeah, there are multiple things that needed to happen for that to be a success, so Felt should be very, very happy with that outcome. They find Disruptor and kill him instantly before he gets any spells off. Monkey King completely misses his stun, and his Aegis gets no value at all. So that was pretty much perfect. But now maybe they bit over more than they could chew here.
Yeah, I mean, Stomina just stuck around with the Meteor Hammer, and yeah, they just find another.
Dandy doesn't even have a damage item yet. He still killed that Lina in like...
minus armor.
10 hits?
You did the math. It's a lot of minus armor.
Yeah, okay, now everything was kind of wasted, right? Now we're back to where we started with those 2 deaths. It's like nothing happened.
It's tough, man. It's a really tough game for Feld, and it just every time there's a light at the end of the tunnel, like there's like a boulder collapses in front of that exit, and it's just Feld. I mean, they've got to keep reaching, keep finding something. At the very least, Hidden Immune is starting to catch up in terms of the net worth board, but it just feels like there's just too much more that's necessary for the Abaddon at this point to actually make a bit of a comeback.
Yeah, so I think Carry Abaddon is really interesting, and you see a lot of more teams experiment with it, but I don't think he has good matchups this game. I don't think the hero is good against Lina. She's just outranging you, and she has really good movement speed, so your chances of getting on top of her, she can still counterplay you, right? Monkey King can beat you in a fist fight.
Yeah.
And arguably, Weaver is hard for you to catch. Weaver also has a Yules now, which makes him able to break the silence should that ever happen. And Alchemist is really tanky. So I think it's a tough game for Hidden Immune to just convert his net worth into teamfight impact until he probably needs Blink Dagger and Basher before he really starts shining. They found Lodine here up top. He is very dead.
He certainly is. I mean, yes, he's
gonna
actually...
take them a little time. He'll still die. He'll get there.
Kinetic field. He's got nothing else. He had no more stick charges to throw out, so Lodi does go down. That's your pos 5 going down. I mean, it kind of concerns me how long it took them to take him out, but at least they do find it. As well, the Ancient Black Dragon now in trouble in the mid lane, as that minus armor obviously also kind of hurts it, but it is going to be just fine. BKB now up on the MK, so this is where I think Bait might feel just a hell of a lot stronger. Like Stonebank, yeah, sure, you can still lock him down with the Roar, but you can't get as much damage out in the time you have.
They can't kill him if he has ulti on. Then the armor is way too much. Like the Death Prophet ult is not going to cut it, and Abaddon does not want to stand in the Monkey King ring and fight. So, yeah, that's effectively it. If BKB is running on Stonebank, he should feel very safe. I'm very curious what Weaver is going to build, because there is the possibility of going Ags here on the Weaver. Oh, hang on, Hidden Immune.
Yeah,
they have
he's
Glimpse.
a big target. Hidden Immune, stun. Oh, that's a great Boundless! Oh boy, Borrowed Time was popped already. Hidden Immune, he's going to try and run.
Surely.
The Glimpse is there. They will bring him right back into the loving arms of Stonebank, and with the kinetic field, he's just locked in. The Wukong's command. Funnick will take him down. Soldier's going to go for a bit of a run, but it won't really matter. He is going to drop, and Bait continue to just dominate this game. As Felt, they are still reaching for an answer, but my God, their arms are nowhere near long enough.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Maybe if they farm a bit, they could buy longer arms so that they can find more items. It's some games, things just go wrong, you know? And this is just one of those games where the first 5 minutes for Felt just did not go according to plan. The side lanes did not... I mean, the top lane went okay, but the fact is, ultimately they drew, and I don't think that's good enough for that lane, and the bottom lane was a total travesty, so... A big part of what needed to happen for them didn't happen in the early stages, and Bait are just... No, they're just reaping the rewards of a well-played early game where the lanes went well, and they just keep rolling with the punches, and... Their lineup is so scary at this point because nobody is safe on the map. Like, anybody gets caught by any of these stuns, Blink stun from Alchemist, a Monkey King stun from the trees. If Abaddon isn't nearby to save you, there's a good chance you just get killed in that one stun. Because the damage is so overwhelming. And even if you do get away, there's Glimpse, you know, there's a lot of nice things. And there's the first big damage item now coming out on Dendi. I don't know if you have the same bug as I do, but I see his base move speed and base damage for some reason, but... It's claiming he has 340 move speed and 123 plus 41 right now for
Excellent.
me. I think that's wrong. Okay, that was some good damage.
Absolutely. Soldier is absolutely deleted here from this game, as they are going to try and at least go onto Funnick, but he's got the Chemical Rage going, so he's just fine.
Yeah.
Unstable Concoction.
And Kids cannot pursue, because if he walks up that high ground, he just dies. The damage is going to overwhelm him very, very easily, even with the plate mail.
It's an incredibly hard game for Felt. Like, I'd be very, very impressed if they make a comeback here as bottom lane. Stominant going to show up, and Bait, they just seem more than happy to take a fight. Like, I thought maybe they commit for the mid-tier 2 tower, but they're happy to TP back towards the bot lane because they just want to crush the side of Felt.
They're finding a glimpse here.
They certainly are. Hidden Immune giving the vision over, or rather, Stominant was. Hidden Immune is the victim, I was meant to say, as he does get caught out by the glimpse. Wukong's command again. Borrowed time is going to allow him to escape for a little bit, but the chase is continuing. Can he get out? I don't know if he really can. Roar is there. They have at least caught Lowdyne, so he will go down onto the Disruptor, and Hidden Immune is still able to run out of there just fine. Still, Dendi is on the chase as long with Stominant, as they will get a Yule Scepter off onto the DP now. Kids still in danger, but no, he'll turn around, try to go back in onto Dendi, but there's a double stun from Funnick. Lock them down. Now a Light Strike Array. They are just gonna melt. Oh, it's disgusting. And Fade, he's out of there, but what does it matter?
I don't know if you would agree with this, but I feel like there's just some, okay, Funnick is having fun. There's just something, I feel like there's something very beautiful about watching strategies that are about one key mechanic, right? Like, this is a minus armor strategy. 2 days ago, we saw the healing strategy that was run by Nouns, right? These like amplification strategies where the heroes itemize and really play around each other in one element it's really cool to see when they work. At the same time, they obviously do have the weakness that if you crack the code, you beat the whole lineup at once, right? Because they all kind of do the same thing. But the way this is overwhelming the Dire it's just kind of cool to see heroes played in a less common manner, right? You're not used to, I mean, okay, last patch you were used to seeing Lina 4-shot people, but it's the way it's happening in this game it's a different flavor at the very least.
Not a very nice flavor, at least for Felt, though. They might be allergic to this kind of flavor.
Tastes of death.
Yeah, it's a rough one. Spade seems like they're going to be waiting for the next Roshan. Still a minute 15 away from that respawning up. Felt, they're going to smoke up.
I like this. I mean, you're behind, right? You gotta try to take a risk here, make a move. This time at the very least you won't be facing an Aegis. If you do this later, you will, because the Aegis will go to the Radiant if you don't get involved. So they are trying to find. Missing the opener.
That is true. Roar is there. Lowdyne going to be the primary target as they will even silence him up and try to burst him down. Wukong's command was committed, but Stonebank could not hold anyone in. So instead, they'll try to focus down the Tombstone and they will find it. There was a buyback from Lowdyne, but that just means Feld are happy to back off now. It's kind of wasting the buyback committed here from the Disruptor.
This is still a good trade for Bait, ultimately, because Exo down and Roar down when Roche spawns is a free Roche. They can't fight. They also won't have Tombstone. Like, all of their big team fight spells are unavailable. So all Bait needs to do now is make sure to keep some sort of vision in the pit. It spawns in 15 seconds. They obviously don't know that, but it's pretty much close to maximum respawn time. So if they noted it correctly, they will find this out and have enough time to get it done. But they all left the pit. Okay, they're just going high ground. I mean, okay, this is actually an avenue for Felt. If they somehow win a fight here, they could get a Roche to boot. But winning this fight is going to be a really tough ask with what you've already expended.
Well, now they've got some hope. Like you said, it's an avenue.
Yeah.
It's a bumpy road, but...
First glyph. They're going to get another glyph.
Meteor Hammer down. Second glyph now available. Glimpse there on Hidden Immune, just kind of force him back a little bit.
He has the DD popped. He really wants to hit the racks. I feel like the best play right now is to go Roche. Your bottom lane is on fire. Have someone take care of it. Kill the Roche in the meantime. And that does seem to be the play.
Stominant will rotate, Roshan open. The thing is, you do have the Hawk vision, but it's kind of like you just said. Without the Exo...
You can't fight here.
Yeah.
I just refuse to believe they can win this fight if Weaver rotates over now. They might not even... They're not even... Stuff like that. I mean, they're not even going to make it in time. What the hell?
Now, they did smoke up, but like you said, just not in time. Hidden Immune? He's running in. He's trying. Roar is there. Static Storm has been dropped, but they're trying to burst down Stonebank, who does not have the Aegis, and he is going to go down. All right. They get something for one. Dendi? Oh, Dendi's in a very awkward position now. This is precarious. Somehow they're making this one work. As Dendi gets stunned up. Can they get him a second time? It seems like they can. Wait, hold on a minute. Finish off the kill, boys. There we go.
Oh, I can't believe they got that outcome. That was pretty much the dream scenario. They ran out of the pit and they find the Monkey King who did not take the Aegis and they kill him first.
Wow.
That could not have gone any better for Felt. So all the stars align there and they do get something out of it. And yeah, that's the Aegis out of play. I don't know who took the shard. Looks like Weaver has a shard and Alk does. Maybe Alk got this one. I don't think he would have bought Berserk Potion. So I guess they put it on him. I mean, good for Felt. That's actually, that's huge.
That's incredible.
They are probably not getting a lane of barracks here, but they might knock on at least the tier 3. And they got a ton of gold out of that. Probably some key items coming their way. Exo popped. This is ambitious.
Oh, the face of, I believe, Stonebank, he was not very happy, let me tell you. He, some words were said. Hidden Immune. Still going. I mean, these towers, they do melt. With this Abaddon to follow up, like, it's kind of ridiculous as Kits is not backing off, but no, they will. They'll play it safe. Glimpse is there. They'll lock him down with the Boundless, but it seems like Beta now the one scared. BKB pop, Kits just in case. We'll be able to TP out.
Oh, he sells his entire team when he TPs like that. If they have any way of catching more here, they will get something.
Now, Stominant is going to catch at least Hidden Immune. That's the big target.
They need a Glimpse cooldown ready. There it is.
Will be popped. Hidden Immune. Kinetic Field going to lock him in along with an Unstable Concoction. He does have the borrowed time. He's got his own BKB, so he'll TP out right away.
No Basher.
No Basher at all, so he's going to be just fine.
Stonebank opting for the Scotty. Obviously, a really good item against Death Prophet to reduce that healing and keep her in place. And, uh-oh, Fade. Fade is spotted. Oh, nice pathing there.
Right within the fog. He's all right.
Okay, I'll be honest. This is getting way more interesting than I thought it would. I thought Bait got through the hard part of this game, but somehow the hard part was yet to come. Now, this game, it's not like a 50-50. I still think they're ahead, but that was such a big dent into their lead that this definitely is starting to look like a real possibility for Felt. Especially if Abaddon gets his next item. He's close to Basher, right?
It feels like it goes back to that high ground attempt, right? Like they got the tier 3 tower, but with the double damage, they could have just finished Roshan
They could have, exactly. So I think this is a mistake that a lot of teams, I mean, to be fair though, they didn't know Roche had respawned, but if they had taken the perfect timer, they would know he had to respawn, right?
Yeah.
I think going for the racks there, even if you're successful, is just the wrong way to approach the situation if you think about it. You go Roche, you go for the top racks, what can happen? One of two things can happen. Either you get it, which is great, and you pull back, but then you probably don't have enough resources to Roche, or the worst thing that can happen is you lose the fight and you give up Roche. Now instead, if you go kill Roche first and don't expend any resources whatsoever, you can make the exact same play with an advantage instead, right? So like, what's the point in going high ground first? They must not have had the timer, right? I don't...
Right.
Because they knew the cooldowns weren't there. That's what prompted the push to begin with. So with the same logic, they would have had the Roche for sure. And ultimately, they ended up, sure, they got it, but they lost it right away.
Well, it looks like Funnick's got some Ags incoming.
Yeah.
What are your predictions? Who's getting the Ags?
Probably Monkey King, I think.
Yeah?
Or Weaver. Weaver's buying his own, though. So, yeah.
There you go.
Monkey King, because, yeah, Disruptor's buying his own as well. Oh, Funnick got it, and his courier died instantly.
Oh, no!
That is not great.
Oh,
unfortunate.
No.
It's going to have to wait to deliver that one.
Oh. Boy.
Oh, I was going to say, by the way, Funnick is actually doing a really... What's the word for this? A very... he's on a very valiant quest this game to raise the win rate of Crimson Guard and Solar Crest in the same game. These two items are not being bought very much, and he's getting both of them on the same hero. I don't know if that Crimson Guard purchase is good, to be honest. Like, yeah, you're against Beastmaster, right? It's kind of nice to get some damage block, but I guess I just think there's better value, right? This item is still relatively expensive. He could have had the Ags for his teammates before this. He could have built himself into... He could have become a carry. He had a great game. Like, he could have gone Blink, Solar Crest into BKB AC or something. Instead, now they don't have a Cuirass because Lina and Monkey King are not buying it. So that's kind of that's actually a pretty big oversight on their part, right? They're running a minus armor strat and they're running against heroes that deal significant physical damage. So AC is just the perfect item, right? For and against the teams. So should have definitely gone that route on either of their heroes. Okay, big item pickups. Weaver has Ags, Disruptor has Ags, and Alchemist has an Ags in 1 minute 20 seconds, which he will give to Monkey King, I would imagine. Could give it to Lina for the Flame Cloak. The unobstructed movement is really cool if you're playing, whether you're playing carry or caster, Lina, or whatever. But I do think they want the Monkey King soldiers, probably.
I mean, it seems very, very powerful, that's for sure.
Yeah. He's so farmed, then that Ags just increases in value, right? Gets better the bigger you are.
Yeah.
So, I don't think so.
Like you said, once this new Ags is out, like you've got such a huge timing. As we do have a Shiver's Guard at the very least coming out on kits, so the DP has a bit more armor, but a bit more utility on his side of things. But still doesn't seem like it's going to be anywhere near enough. Though I say that Feld have been fighting back.
Yeah, for sure.
Might be a smoking coming.
I mean, I do think Kits is reaching kind of a breaking point right now where he's tanky enough. He's closing in on level 20. He obviously has the health talent from level 15. He has 40 armor because he has the blast rig as well. It all adds up pretty quickly. Like he's combating what the enemy team is throwing at him pretty well with his itemization and the neutral item. So he's not gonna be like safe to go in, but he can tank some hits now.
Funnick.
Oh.
It's not himself.
What are you waiting for?
You do also have an AC onto the Abaddon, so
Yep. So the first AC of the game coming out on Felt.
very strange indeed. Get immune. There's going to be a Light Strike Array. It will land on the Abaddon, so maybe a very early borrowed time to be popped, and it will be.
Oh, this is actually really good news for Bait.
It certainly is. Static Storm. Oh, no!
No way!
He BKBs in time and gets out. How does that even happen? Fade. He's going to go down. Still the chase is on Funnick. He does actually land on the right Abaddon, and he doesn't have borrowed time right now, so Hit Immune. Oh, Hit Immune's gone. See you later, buddy.
Wow, that was messy. So first they failed the combo on a Abaddon, right? He's Yuled. I guess Disruptor wasn't in range in time because he has Ags. So if he just places that under the Yules, the Abaddon dies, right? You can't BKB out of the Yules when you're Disruptor ultied, I believe. It's an aura that lands on you first.
Is it?
I think so. It's one of the few things I believe you can't counter the BKB setup, right? I think so.
It's hard to know because I remember reading that BKB can pretty much be casted in any instance after Yules, but you might be right.
I think the way Static Storm is coded is that it places an aura on the ground, and if you're inside that aura, even if you're Yuled, I think the aura is still applied to you.
Okay.
So as soon as you land, you're automatically muted. I think so. Otherwise, you would also be able to counter the Naga Disruptor combo with a BKB, right? And nobody ever seems to pull that off, so I think you can't.
Okay. You might be right on that one.
But yeah, they messed that up, but they still got the kill. So in the end, it didn't really matter. They were able to chase him down with the Glimpse. They now find a catch bottom with the Weaver. Kits.
He will get his BKB off and should be just fine.
Oh, not in range for the bash there. Stonebank could have got lucky with one swing.
And they always do, these pos ones.
Yeah.
Bait. They're still going to go for this tier 2 bottom tower.
Well, make quick work of that with this damage. My goodness.
Third Roshan is up, so we're in a very similar situation as last time. Roshan's available and it's freely to be taken by Bait if they wanted to. But
they should 100% Rosh right now. It's the best play in the game.
But do they know, is the question.
It looks like they are at least considering the possibility. Somebody pinged the pit. Then he's going to push out top. This is the way to do it. You push out top, you push out this next mid wave with Stonebank, you stay tight with the other heroes, connect with the Monkey King, and then your whole team crosses over. You see Dendi drawing a line to the outpost. I don't know if they're going to go and build a campfire there or what the plan is, but maybe they want a ward. But anyway, they should know that this Rosh is up, and it should be theirs. Felt have to contest this, obviously, but it is pretty dangerous.
Stonebank?
See, Stonebank is placing some monkeys here on the high ground. I like this. He's making this hard-to-penetrate wall.
Static Storm, going to be drop catching 2 of them. Most importantly, they've got Hit Immune in that. So Albino Zebra, he was the first one to go down as Hit Immune. Is able to back his way out. Bait. I mean, they're feeling a little bit hesitant after last time around to try for this Roshan.
I still think it's just free, but yeah, okay, now they're gonna go. Something to keep in mind is there's a lot of value in one of them going Silver Edge now, actually, because they can Yule the Abaddon, then they can Static Storm him and break him and just kill him, right? I would like to see that item purchased by Stonebank, to be honest. I think it's better than the Bloodthorn he's buying, because the only problem they have in the fights is that there's this enemy frontliner that they don't feel like they can go on first, but what if they could? Then suddenly nobody on the Dire can frontline anymore, if not even Abaddon is safe. We saw that combo pulled off by Shopify Rebellion 2 days ago. Arteezy Shadow Fiend bought Silver Edge and played with Static Storm from Fly, and they just killed Abaddon from full health.
Amazing.
Together. So could definitely itemize that this game if they wanted. You can also buy Silver on Lina. I mean, that's also completely fine if you want to itemize something else in the Monkey King. Either way. Looks like they're going to be just fine without it, but it would maybe make their game a little bit easier. Funnick, by the way, now eyeing up AC. So they will be getting that item, identifying that they were missing that in their arsenal.
Oh, here we go. Smoke up, mid lane is where they're at. 4 Aghanim Scepters available on the side of Bait. The only one that doesn't have one right now is Funnick, which makes enough sense. Felt gonna get to the low ground, but won't run into Bait. As Bait, they're gonna head up towards the top lane, and well, to be fair, like they've already found the tier 3 tower, so they want to try and make it easy for themselves. Just maybe pop the Wukong's command and take a very easy Rax.
Yeah. Is Monkey King 25? No, not yet.
Maybe hold out in that case.
I don't know. I don't know if he needs to. I think he can just go and hit it, right? Killing him twice with the Aegis on him is very difficult for the Dire. They're going to have to expend key cooldowns to kill him the first time. So I think this Rax is just not defendable, honestly. The problem is they have so much time on the Aegis that they can go for a second lane as well. You're going to have to defend at some point. Now they're going to choose to do it after losing a Rax and a half in the top lane. This is a surprising move for sure.
Stonebank, he will get silenced up immediately. Meanwhile, on the backside, they do find Stominant, so no time-lapse to come out. But Dendi, it's Dendi time. He takes down the Beastmaster so darn quickly. Meanwhile, though, the Aegis is gone. Stonebank, he has lost that first life. But you've lost the borrowed time as well in this Abaddon. So Hidden does back his way out. And in the meantime, Kids is caught out. There are no buybacks available, Cinder, and that's problematic. How do you defend now?
That's what we call game ogre. Pretty much a 3v5 for a minute.
It's tough.
It's Dendi time.
It's Dendi time indeed. Tier 3 tower under siege. Solji. Going to try and slow it down. Not really much he can do on the Rubik as Bait obviously coming to play today. At least for game number 1, they'll find a secondary Rax. Felt there is some hope they could still defend against Megas. Like, this third Rax may not necessarily go down considering you almost have the Beastmaster up, but even then, it's still pretty tough without having an EXO DP to really get the damage you need.
It's just falling so fast. Every second Monkey King is standing here, it's also just getting harder and harder to deal with him. It's going to push this with the Monkey King Ags.
Lowdine's so annoying as well with the glimpses as Roar is there. They've caught the Monkey King. That's the big target. But can they actually take him down? He's just so tanky. He'll turn back around now. He'll get the BKB off and they can't fight him. He's 1v5ing them basically. Oh boy, it's just so demoralizing. So the glimpse back is there. They found the Beastmaster. They've got Solji. Kits is trying his absolute best to fight back. But Stonebank does not care. He just keeps going. That's another gone. Fate is gone. Kits is gone. And everyone is just gone. Bye-bye. GG will play this call. And Bait, I mean, they had a few moments where it looked like they were looking maybe a little bit rocky, but overall, a clean game by Bait against the side of Felt.
I think if this game is anything to go by, there might be a little bit more of a class difference between these two teams than we might have assumed at first. It's one game. Maybe Felt just had a one-off here and didn't play that well, but I think Bait kind of beat them in all aspects of the game, right? They beat them in the lanes, they beat them in overall map movements, they beat them in teamfight execution, and they beat them in creativity and strategy too. Because like this strategy was something out of a... This was Dendi goes to the archive, you know, and finds his old files. What did I play in 2013, you know, and pulled it out. It's cool to see. I love when strategies like these win and work, you know. It's inspiring. It's fun. I wouldn't say this is a kind of strategy you can just run every game and just make it work, but they did it this time.
Well, you know what, Cinder, you know who didn't like these kind of strategies? Our panel. So let's see what Funeral Director Fear and Wedding Planner T Panda have to say for themselves.
Show them. It's so accurate, actually.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
you don't
fine.
have the jacket on anymore, so it doesn't quite work for you.
Yeah.
But yes, indeed.
Yeah.
I mean, that was Bait just turning it up. They pick some unconventional heroes, they do some unconventional things, and in the end, it does end up working for them. They take game number 1.
Yeah.
I mean, what caught you off guard this game? What surprised you? Because obviously we weren't expecting this.
Well, I mean, to start things off, I did mention about the head-to-head that Bait definitely looks a bit more polished than Felt does, but they did not exactly have the strongest moments throughout that game as a whole. The thing is, the draft, it was, like we said, a bit all over the place, you could say it that way. They've got the Disruptors, the Alchemists that they've liked to play before. We haven't seen great success with the Core Weaver, and we get to see Stomanen actually pull it off. This team could create something with a minus armor strat you don't expect to see in every series.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things to say about this game, but I think the biggest thing to say for the side of Bait is their strategy needed some time to come online, whereas I was worried the Felt would run them over, but let's be honest here, this Beastmaster, his game just wasn't there. Like, he was lower net worth than the Phosphor Weaver at 10 minutes into this game. Like, he literally had no game. It's been 3 games in a row now for Fade where it feels like he's just been a support. The way it's been working for him, it just hasn't. Not at all. And I think, so this HOD never came. DP opted to not even go for Greaves, instead went for the Atos build. So this whole death ball timing that Felt could have had, it just never came.
Exactly. I think also what was hindering Felt a lot here is that their approaches seemed very limited and very cooldown reliant as well. It relies on Beastmaster getting an opening. It relies on the blink stuns connecting the right spell stolen, the LSA especially, or maybe even the Disruptor ulti from the Rubik, or Abaddon getting to catch somebody off guard. That, guys, we got a silenced Lina here. Just show up and give me the backup. It's so hard. Like, you got to get everything right.
Yeah, and it's surprising that we saw this kind of game coming out from Fade in particular, because he did have 2 very good Beastmaster games in the series they played versus Wildcard, but Bait just clearly proven themselves to be the better opponent and really taking advantage of that. I mean, how badly did it go in the lanes for Bait? Because for Felt, because they were like far behind.
It was really, really bad. Like the Beastmaster lane, like, you know, Fade, we talk about this person who needs, like, step it up and has stepped it up in the past. And it worries me now. Against Rebellion, he got absolutely dumpstered. Game 1 now, he got dumpstered as well. And he's not, like, picking new heroes. These are, like, his bread and butter. These are the heroes that he's really good at. So, like, what is the plan B at this point? Like, you just have to play better at some point, right? And that's just really what it comes down to in this particular moment here. But I also really liked how the supports this game, they went to Dindy. Like, they made sure Dindy had a good game. Sure, Dindy won his lane in a 1v1 situation, but the fact that Stomanen and Loden kept coming mid made sure kids had the worst game possible as well. So the only thing you have left now is Hitimmune on the Baden, who is having a good game, but he's not the one supposed to create the tempo. He's just the one supposed to farm and eventually come out of the woods being incredibly farmed here. And I don't know what Solji, he was all over the place feeding this game. His brains out. He had so many deaths. Not the best look Felt has ever had.
Yeah, I love when you use that term.
As long as it comes to MVP, I really hope it is Stomanen, because the impact this guy had early on was phenomenal. A lane Abaddon Undying, which is it feels unkillable, was very vulnerable in the end.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was a big fan of Stone, and he will be our MVP for this game number 1 on the Weaver. Just absolutely making so much space on the map, like shoving the waves. It's so hard to catch this guy because he's just like going halfway down the waves, just coming out of invis to group up the creeps and using that hammer and then scuttling himself away. I was questioning it. I did say, really, Stonen, like Meteor Hammer, is this really the meta? But you know what? It worked. I actually thought that looked really good. So shout out to him for just subverting my expectations. The Yules was very interesting as well. I mean, I saw one fight where like they literally just need the vision, so he just like Sakuchi's in, Yules, Sakuchi's out.
Yeah.
He just covers his own timing, and he's like, oh.
And he was also using Yules into hammer combo, so it's a own little like setup as well.
But
he was just very farmed this game. I mean, item build wise, I think it was fine. There's nothing wrong with his item build. It looked good overall, but at some point in this game, just Bait were just so far ahead. This game was definitely about the laning stage, and they really needed to curveball like the timing that you would have on Felt, and they made it where they was so dominant that the timings just never came for Felt, and Bait really just ran away with that.
And what really hurts a lot is this Stomanen item build when you're playing as a core from behind. You gotta use BKB because he used Yules on you. That really stings.
Yeah, there's not a position anybody wants to be in, and Bait are just absolutely taking the reins in this game number 1 and not giving Felt a chance. Can they get back into it? We're gonna have to find out after this short break.
burned. Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's top tower is under attack. Has fallen.
Howdy folks and welcome back to the NA DPC where we are into game number 2 of Bait versus Felton. We expected a close series, but game number 1, it really was all Bait's game. A couple of slip-ups here and there, but overall they were the victorious team, and it's going to be Felton who have to go back to the drawing board and come with a new plan for game number 2. But that's kind of scary because their draft, it kind of made a lot of sense. I want to ask, do you feel like it was too meta, too predictable?
I think this was more Bait ingenuity in a sense. You pulled off a minus armor strat, which is the first one in the North American tour, basically. Even adding tour 1, we did not see a full-on minus armor strat just kind of surprise you. So Bait pulled an ace up their sleeve, and I think Felt should do exactly what they did. Just emphasis in the laning stage. You know, execution more than draft.
Do you agree, Phil?
It's definitely a lot of execution. I guess from Feldson, like, we really need to see Fade in this next game because, like, he's been having like such bad games that like I can't even like make an excuse for them. Like, you're losing your lane so badly to the point where supports are surpassing you series after series now, and you're playing your best heroes. And whether it's like a disconnect with him and Solji, if one lane goes that poorly, it can ruin the whole game.
Yeah, it does feel like after that Shopify series, he's just kind of got into his own head or something. I mean, who knows what it is, but this was not a good game for him. Needs to get back on the ball like we know he can be. Right. And it's really like a stark difference to what we were saying at the first couple of series. You know, we were saying that Fade was a standout. His Enigma was looking great. He won a game off the back of his Black Hole. Yeah. And some other games he was doing fantastically well, you know. And as I was saying against Wildcard, they pulled out his Beastmaster twice, and he did really, really well in that hero in that series. So really surprising to see him being the weak point of this team for game number 2. Do you think it's time to pick him something else and just, you know, wipe the slate clean and give him something to just reset?
I mean, that's the thing. Like, he has this set of heroes. Like, I think of Fade, I'm just like, he'll play Brood. No, and that's going to get banned. Then you got his Beastmaster. Then he has Enigma. Then maybe he'll play a Lycan. You're seeing a trend. He really likes playing these Zoo heroes. It's his bread and butter. I think they're just playing the laning stage wrong. They need to find new creative ideas of how to get out of the laning stage and how to enable Fade.
Okay. And is there anything special from Bait which you want to see? Because as we mentioned, they have a few of these.
More special than last game, huh?
We could try it.
We can try.
All right. I mean, I think Cinder brought it up pretty well about item builds. So the Crimson Guard, which has only been picked up 10 times, has only won 3 games so far. Maybe Funnick goes for like the ones that are really not being built at all. You know, the Yashakaya stuff kind of builds up. Or like we saw, okay, this is super frisky, but the, Mask of Madness, Storm Spirit stuff at the end of the game, not really actually having any impact in the game whatsoever. Don't listen to me at all in that case. But I guess hero-wise, just continue with this kind of weirdness. Something that Feld cannot see coming. Something that's really hard to dissect and kind of what's the discussion going on when you have like, what is this first pick? Why did they pick that hero? And just confusion, mass confusion.
Yeah, I mean, the discussion about Stomnon has often been about his hero pool and about how he doesn't really like to draft stuns for himself. And that can make it very hard for the team to start fights. How come this game was different?
I think this game, like, it's working a lot better than instead of Dendi moving around the map and trying to make things happen where he's often not successful like a Primal Beast. They're just playing around Dendi now. They're bringing the supports to the mid lane and letting him play more of a farm-heavy type of like hero. And I think he performed like flawlessly this game. Like he did well in the laning stage. He scaled. He carried the game. All his team did was just play around him instead of relying on him to make the moves across the map. And it makes a lot of sense because Funnick is a type of player who will just sit on his own and do his own thing. You don't have to enable him at all. Like he'll just kind of like chill there. And it seems like Stonebank often gets last pick. He has a big hero pool. He can win his lane in a 1v1 situation. You can enable all 3 of your cores this way, and it looked really strong for them.
Is that like something they can rely on though, like getting them into this 1v1?
For who? Both side lanes?
Yeah.
I mean, apparently, Funnick was first pick Alchemist. He did fine, even though in a matchup what they could have counterpicked. And then the Monkey King was there to counter the Beastmaster, and I think that's reliable. And I think playing around Dendi can be something you can do every game. I don't see how it's hard, right? You just bring your heroes around the 6-minute mark, collapse on the enemy mid laner. Maybe if he's like playing co-op in these games, he can have more support from his team. That way he isn't forced to make the rotations, and he can also snowball.
Also, there was a bit of a pattern that Bait was repeating in that last game against Felt, and he was targeting the heroes that have A, no escape, B, no stun. And that's really where Stomanen with a hero like Weaver can a lot of prod and poke. That's what I was looking for. Prodding and proking around and just kind of getting a bit of hit damage here and there, putting them on the move. You're not really being contested. They don't have a stun to lock you down. And, just shutting down hit immune as well, because Abaddon, what can he do? He can hit you back, but if you're hitting him from range, you're having a good time.
Yeah, that was the unfortunate thing about that game as well. The one hero that came out of the laning phase with a decent advantage was the hero which can't really set anything up. When we've seen Abaddons fail, it's been when they're either far behind or when they're far ahead, but their team's far behind. Yep. It's not a hero that can kind of solo carry a game. You need to be able to get on top of people. You need team fight control around you. Otherwise, everyone's just going to run away from you and kite you and not hit you when you pop your ultimate.
Exactly. So, I agree with you 100%.
I also think one big thing they should do this game is just pick the hero for Fade early as possible, because he didn't really want to play the DP, but they gave Fade a first pick DP. Give Fade Kits a later pick in the game, better against Dendi. I think if Kits has a better game, this game will maybe be salvageable.
Alrighty, let's move into the draft for game number 2. It is time for Bait versus Felt. The second matchup here. Can Felt come back is the question. The first phase ban on the Alchemist is already a little
in their
bit of an
heads
alarm.
right now.
Yeah. It's a concern. Was it that good? I guess it did pretty damn well in the lane.
It was hard to read in the draft. Where is this hero going? So they were answering the off-lane Alch. They were answering the safe lane Alch with the second pick. So it just makes a lot of sense drafting-wise in the first phase especially to get a hero a way that is super difficult to read. Where is he actually going?
Yeah, and we've talked a lot about Stoneman's aggression, and on this Weaver, I think the main thing he did was completely destabilize this lane, right? Like, he was just really, really disruptive, and that meant that your traditional matchup of Abaddon plus Undying, which should technically do well against a strength offlaner like an Alchemist with no escape.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll witch
should have
doctor.
Oh my god! Come on,
let's
Dendi,
go. Okay,
please.
This is actually fantastic.
It could be offlane as well.
It could be offlane as well. That's the spice. You brought up another hero that is replacing the Alchemist, but has exactly the same function in this draft. It is a hard-to-read hero. Where is it actually going? And that's actually thanks to the other teams.
And the best part about like having a hero like this in particular, like Alchemist or Witch Doctor, who aren't particularly meta, and you can flex it, that's kind of the double threat of like most of you haven't played this lane, and also, unless they've been scrimming versus nouns maybe, but most of you haven't played this lane, and then also you don't know where it's going. So like there's two big question marks above this pick. So we've been asking for it literally since the first day they've been here. So
I mean, if
I'm happy.
If you can play support Weaver and win, you can play support AA in a game like this, and I'm sure you can win because they have 2 healing heroes. Like, I'm fine with not picking AA if there's only like one source of heal, because the hero is a bit weak. It's not the strongest laner. I don't think it's absolutely terrible and unplayable, but like I watched Rebellion pick AA when everyone said AA is unplayable, and they won a game at the major with it. So this hero is definitely playable in the right matchup. You have one support already. The normal problem when you have AA is like you've already selected both your supports. You don't want to add an AA to your draft. But I've seen this before. We watched this in the Nouns game. You know, Pango just rolling around Little Nick, just chipping at them slowly. But the heals are just way too much. And it's not enough damage. Like these heroes.
With the right item builds, you can. I mean, that's the
Perhaps.
thing. We did
the
not
mid
see
Pango could be better.
Mid Pango, but also the adding of the Diffusal Blade. That's what we were missing in that Noun series when we saw the Witch Doctor just bump up the heals. It probably could have been close to not be enough and still not have the impact.
So I was like,
but
there we go.
it is something they didn't have, so it's a what-if question.
Yeah, it's better than just Hood Blink, which we saw, which is absolutely zero damage.
That was questionable at best. Yeah,
So-
I definitely would have loved to see the diffusal last game, and I really want to see a diffusal in this game.
Right.
That could at least do something to limit your Witch Doctor. Force him to use a Greaves a little earlier, if anything.
Yeah.
And also, like, Felt, and in consideration of kits, he's a Pangolier master, I was about to say, but I think he's a very good Pangolier player. So it does feel like a Felt-type hero to get into the draft, have a lot of impact through your mid lane, and be able to kind of answer every phase of the game. You have a bit of early game, you have a fairly strong mid game depending on your item build, and you also bring that security for late game through itemization.
Right. But we would also say as well, I think Kits is the only Pangolier
10 seconds
player on the team, so it's not really a flex either. And you're seeing Fade's hero pool. Like, if there was a game to pick some Zoo, why not? You're against Witch Doctor Io. It sounds amazing, but they're all banned now. Like, literally, look at the bans from Bait right now. Every single, like, yeah, sure, there's a Visage left.
Yep.
Is that a situation you want to be in where you just have to pick one hero? Well, we're going to have to see something new from Fade here, which may be a blessing for him in disguise, because the Zoo has not been working out for him the past few series here, but Bait really realized what his hero pool was, and they just took it away.
Yeah. And Bait is continuing with the flex path. They not only have the Witch Doctor that can go 2 places, they have the Primal that has already been played by 3 players in the team. 2, 3, and 4.
Wowee.
So very difficult to read the Bait draft. Where are they going? They're covering all their bases currently right now, and Felt, they're just forced to respond, basically. And no, they're responding anyway with the double pick in the second phase, but this is like you have no option now.
I feel like you should be ready for this. If you ban out the Bloodseeker against the side of Bait, then they're probably going to pick one of their most played heroes, which is the Primal Beast. So hopefully they have an answer for this ready. I don't mind this, I don't mind this. But again, it's not that burst which we really wanted.
And also one thing that I was thinking about when you mentioned the Bloodseeker ban and Primal Beast, which was played by Dendy, he did not have a fun time playing against the Bloodseeker. It could have been a counter against the Pango, but since you brought the Primal, why not pick the Clockwork? They decided to go for Mirana instead. I would have really liked the Clockwork with the Pango in a sense, because how they counter the heroes, not necessarily the synergy they have together, but how well they work against the draft that Bait has. And I mean, I'm okay with this Centaur pick.
I mean, it might just be Fade didn't have enough heroes to play with a Clockwork in the laning stage, right? Because like you don't want to play Centaur Clockwork lane. That lane does not sound good
that does
at all.
not have fun. Yeah.
So like maybe since he was so heavily focused in the banning stage, you're like, hey, what heroes you got left? And he's like, maybe I just got a Centaur left at this point, right? And pick something that's good with the Centaur and the Mirana. It's good enough.
Yeah. And the only odd pick Fade has played before was the Night Stalker, but that was also very game specific.
Yes, it was. He doesn't get that luxury this time. All he gets to see is maybe nothing, but it could be the IO +1. But this could be IO Witch Doctor offlane, Primal mid, and then he doesn't see his lane whatsoever here. And I think this is like something that you can take advantage of again if you want to play that Monkey King style again. That is available for you here, as the Centaur does not want to play against the CK. That's pretty good as well. Versus Pango though struggles a little bit, but against the other three, they don't really have much for the illusions.
Is Centaur not okay against the illusions with the AoE stun and the... Not really?
Whatever.
It's not like it's
Whatever.
not great, not terrible.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's something. It's not like helplessness, but it's definitely not damage.
Yeah, no, it's like a lukewarm glass of water on a hot summer's day.
Not too hot, so you just say, ugh.
So this could be the partner with IO. Yet again, more flexibility, right? It could be IO CK lane. It could be, Witch Doctor playing with the CK in the side lanes. They could have Primal plus IO lane. That lane's pretty disgusting as well if you don't have like a carry that has a stun.
And they also have last pick for bait. I feel like they have a tiny draft advantage here.
I mean, I think if you're Felt right now, like you can't think too much about what can bait do and more think about what is going to make our lineup good.
Yeah.
And really round that out.
And then they're just going to pull off the Funnick goes offlane CK Ags Rush, and we see IO carry for Stonebank, and things
After
just
seeing
go
last
all over
game,
the
they
place.
could
I mean,
do it.
they could, yeah, exactly, they could do it. Like this draft
for
is
it.
really hard to read, honestly.
It's impossible to read, actually. I would
So,
say impossible.
Felt, come up with something spicy. Give us some spice.
They need a carry here that can lane with Disruptor that isn't easily counterpicked.
I mean, is Ursa in the pool?
Slark? No, Ursa's banned.
Versus banned.
Right.
Slark could be okay. I mean, it helps you
I
a
mean,
little bit.
it doesn't give you the burst, but then again, without the Ursa, I don't think there's...
It doesn't give you a lot of AoE either, where
Yeah.
I think I would want them to go the route of something like some Shadow Fiend. Like give you some AoE, give you some
I can see
attack.
it.
I mean, Troll, that's honestly, that's fine too. It's a hero that is quite good versus the CK. You do go Battle Fury at one point. The Whirling Axes on the Illusions is very big. And then that hero was quite good versus Troll.
All right, time for the fun part. Who's done playing? All right, it's Dendy Midwich Doctor. Let's
Yes,
go.
it is.
Dominant's
Yes, it
going to be on the Primal Beast. We have Funnick playing the off-lane OD. Goddamn bait. They just spin the wheel. All right, we got 5 heroes. Spin the wheel. Who gets which hero?
I mean, we had talked about like how many veteran players. With becoming more veteran, the more you play, the bigger hero pool you have. And Bait is showing that they have very, very big hero pools. And maybe this is their route to becoming like stronger in this region, winning more games, just like picking a bunch of strategies that you just cannot read and just being able to make it work.
Yeah, and I think that's the big difference between Wildcard and them. Even though Wildcard's been going for like a ton of different heroes, they just didn't have the cohesion. I feel like Bait has what they're missing right now. And the only thing I'm curious about is how does the OD work out in the offlane with a Primal Beast? Is it going to be like a Stompy lane? Because it is, in the end, a troll that you're playing into.
Definitely going to be Stompy in one regard. I like what Bait are doing. I don't know. You two Bait fans this draft? You switched?
I mean, I think this draft, they definitely have an advantage as far as like how this game should play out. I mean, the Dindy Midwich Doctor still on and is also going to be roaming around. It's a well-balanced draft.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. And their laning stage is, I wasn't so sure how it would go last game. And more importantly, what they're playing against looks a lot weaker this time around.
I think Bait's draft was, one, super hard to read. Props to that. And secondly, I still think they're the better team compared to Felt, no matter what the draft is. So I believe in them.
All right, you guys are both going Bait, which means I'm absolutely going Felt, because every time we believe in Bait, something crazy happens and they lose.
That is also
so
true.
Let's go Felt. They're 100% going to win this game too. But let's find out how exactly it's going to go down. We've got our casting duo of MLP and Cinderin.
Oh, thank you so much, Nomad. Game number 2 here between Felt and Bait. Cinderin, we've got the Dendy Mid Witch Doctor. Everyone's been waiting. How do you feel about it?
Now, that's not even the hero I'm most excited about in this game. It's the offlane OD.
What?
Dude. It's amazing. I don't know. Okay, I'll just say, no matter what happens, I just love watching these Bait drafts. I think it's really refreshing, if nothing else, to just see other heroes and other strategies and other ideas being put to use. It's not strictly good. It's not strictly bad to do stuff like this. If you make it work, it's obviously amazing. That's a lot of fun. As far as Felt goes, I think they're also thinking a little bit outside the box here. It's nice to see them also rethinking a bit, putting Fade on the Centaur this game to really change things up a little bit from what they've mainly been playing. To be fair, his entire hero pool also kind of got banned, so that was a bit hard to find anything at that point. I think Bait designated 5 bans to offlaners in the first 2 phases, banning like literally every hero that can summon any unit. So there weren't many options left, but yeah, I don't know what Bait have been like studying or preparing in order to construct these lineups for themselves, but it's fun to see. There's some positives about OD here. Troll has one of the worst mana pools in the game. OD does a lot of damage to this hero. He is also completely out of the ability to control his hero when he ults. You can banish him, you can banish his target, and buy time. And you have some really good heroes to set up for with your Astral Imprisonment. You can connect with Primal. Oh, hang on. There's a save against the Glimpse.
Yeah, that's
loading. Nicely done. So it's a counter to Glimpse, as we just saw there. It sets up nicely for Primal Beast to trample and connect with the Onslaught. And it also sets up for Witch Doctor to get in position to get his spells off. So it's decent.
Everyone's just kind of tipping Stonebank for finding 2 bounty runes for his side, so happy days for them.
Yep.
I do like it. I mean, I don't know why you find this OD pick interesting, personally, per se, but I do think it has a lot of impact this game.
I guess you're a hater of the hero.
Oh, I hate this hero with
Yeah, that's why you don't find it interesting.
Well, what do you find interesting, Syndron? What am I missing?
I think it's fun.
Oh.
I don't know, sue me. I also think Venomancer is fun, and Necrophos. So
That kind of tells you what kind of person Syndron is, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't like techies, though, so that's my saving grace. And you think that one is funny, so I'm pretty sure that trumps everything, doesn't it?
The new techies, I think, is fun, not the old
Bet you love the old one as well, you sick fuck.
Mid lane, Kits. Kits is going to take a lot of damage for this Melodic. Dendy kind of giving it to him already, and I'll tell you, last time around we saw this mid Witch Doctor was Dendy against Arbit, and Dendy won. That was a pretty big win for him.
Yeah, this is a very good matchup for Witch Doctor. This hero is amazing in any 1v1 against a melee hero, as we do get First Blood top. So the Banish into Trample combo being put to use for the first time. And Troll doesn't really have the best way of getting away from... Oh my god, they're going to kill him too? I think so.
They don't have Trample, but they've got plenty of damage. Albino, one more hit will do it, and they've got it. And the thing is as well, like, once you've got Onslaught, you've got a stun set up as well after, like... This is actually a pretty disgusting combo.
This lane is strong. Especially, I think this lane peaks at level 3 on Primal Beast, because you just banish someone, you line up the full Primal combo, and OD deals really significant damage as well during the Primal's onslaught. So, yeah, you're not... Albino is an awkward land here. Well, okay, you can always just... When you're trampling, you have phasing, so...
Yeah.
Disruptor can run through you as well. It's a two-way street.
Didn't have the Astral to really set up anyway. Funny, quite low on mana. But still 2-0. Happy days here for the side of Bait. The Belt. Just Belt and Bait together.
I mean, they did belt them last game, to be fair, so...
How's the bottom lane going? Is Stonebank having a good time? Because right now he's 9-1. I suppose he is with an IO. It's the classic IO-CK, lane. So it's like, well, what are they going to do?
This should just it's just an easy lane on paper for CK. I don't think there's much kill threat coming out from Centaur and Mirana. They're going to do a little bit of harass here potentially, but yeah, I don't really see them stopping him. At the same time, though, IOCK don't have any kill threat on Centaur either, so usually this lane should just kind of turn into a wash, especially if Centaur goes Vanguard. They can't really pressure him at all anymore. Dendy again. Oh, he's kind of in trouble himself, actually. So yeah, Witch Doctor fares very well against melee heroes in the mid lane because every time they need to come in range for CS, you can land Maledict. Part of what makes this spell balanced is that it's hard to land. It has pretty short cast range and a small AoE, but melee heroes CSing is very telegraphed and very easy to connect on. So Dendy has been taking advantage of that in this mid lane to land Maledicts consistently, but Kits has done his own. As long as he gets water runes, he can mitigate most of the harassment, and at the very least do okay. Dendy's still ahead on the CS though.
Yeah. They get Snowman quite low here down at the bottom lane, but he's actually going to go for a bit of a fight back against Fade. Just with the IO, he just has no real fear here and slowly regen up just fine. So still 2-0. Doesn't seem like Feld have managed to crack any of the lanes here against the side of Bait. Funnick. I was about to say, I'm curious whether he'll go for Meteor Hammer, but obviously there's nothing really to be curious about.
Oh yeah, that's a given. Off-lane OD with Hammer.
Yeah.
A classic. Now that the timer is different, I guess you just level 2 banish into instant hammer, and it's just going to land.
Funny.
I think.
Chase is on for him.
He's fine.
No one snares out, and Stominen does rejoin the top lane, so can't really kill him off.
So correct me if I'm wrong, hammer is 2-second channel now, right?
Correct.
And then it's half a second fall time?
I think so.
and Astral Imprisonment is 2.5 on level 2. So you can literally Astral into instant cast, and it's going to land perfectly every time.
Right.
That's very easy. In the past, you needed to have level 3 banish, and then it needed to be like over a specific letter in the banish text or whatever when you...
Yeah. I think it was the H.
Yeah, exactly. The H was the marker to go by. On level 4, I think there was the H. Anyway.
Yeah.
It's good to have something to remember it by when you're old.
Dendi mid lane again, going to be jumped here by Kits. Does go for the cast Maledict, but doesn't get a bounce in the cask, so...
Kits needs to be really careful when Dendi hits 6. If he starts using spells to farm when Dendi is 6, if he gets Maledict cast and ultied, he dies. It doesn't even matter that he gets ulti off himself. He still takes damage afterwards, and the damage from Death Ward is more than enough. Pango's base health is pretty terrible, and you're very quickly going to claw into that the first 2 burst bonus damage tiers, if you will, of Maledict, and then you clear him out. It kind of goes both ways, though. It's not like Witch Doctor's a very tanky hero himself.
Oh, here we go.
He doesn't have level 6, though. He was 1 creep away.
Oh, it's a classic Dendi play. Go after, you know, just 1 creep away. Oh, never mind, though. Onslaught is there.
Yes, friends.
Kits is going to go down.
Well done.
Stominum with a very strong rotation, and Dendi, he loves going for these attempts at, you know, prior to that level 6 mark, always 1 creep away, but doesn't need it anyway.
And Albino Zebra TP'd in to try to help, and that means that's also a wasted TP rotation, so that frees up Funnick to have an even better time in this top lane, and you know what's fun as OD? Press Banish, baby. All the time, you just get that mana up with your Essence Flux, and then you press that Banish. Now, the good news for Troll is there's no good news. I take it back. Never mind.
No.
He has pretty good farm, actually. That's good.
Kits. Oh, the Death Ward's going to reach. Kits, I think
dead.
he's just dead. He's got raindrops, but it only takes the first tick out. He's going to try and bottle charge. One more time will do it. Kits still trying to help his team while he can, but is definitely going to go down as Albino at least does help pick off Dendi, and now the onslaught right through.
I don't think right past, I think, is what we're working with here. That was a complete airball from Staman in there. Could have perhaps been a kill, actually, if he connected that onto the Disruptor, but either way.
Top lane.
Oh, he dodged that Banish.
There's rotations incoming as well. Funnick, he hasn't really got much in the way of defense right now. 2 supports making their way up towards Funnick to help hit Immune. Meteor Hammer is going to be committed. Does actually land, but hit Immune, kind of revealing the supports are on the way because he does keep going. Can they lock him down enough, though? Arrow, not going to be there, and he's fine. Onslaught is out. Stominant. Going to take down Albino Zebra now.
I think this is honestly an underappreciated aspect of OD. This hero is really tanky in the early levels. This is a ranged hero with 9 armor. It's an int hero. 9 armor and 1100 health with this Meteor Hammer only.
Oh,
he is so damn strong.
He's going to be able to run out. He's got no mana for Battle Trance if he needs it, and Funnick looking for an Astral does land it into
this
the
arrow
hammer.
Yeah, he's dead.
Ouch. And it's exactly what you pointed out as well. Like, Troll versus OD, not only is it the Astral, but you just don't have a mana pool.
Yep.
Oh, well.
That's a good voice line. I like that. Dendi traded mid in the meantime. He traded his life away to get the Pango, and Dendi got the kill first, so he got experience in gold. And then Albino Zebra was on the receiving end the other way. So he finds his level 5 on Disruptor, which is a pretty meaningful level for him to get this early on. Obviously, level 3 Glimpse can do stuff like this. And
Very
then
nice.
you're almost level... okay, not almost level 6. Take it easy. Relax there, Mike. We're not even close to that. Funnick, though.
Funnick. Oh, it chases on. Swashbuckle does land. There is going to be an Astral, but with the Thunder Strike.
Nice illusion play there.
Oh, it certainly is.
From Albino. Good stuff.
The only one to escape there is Lowdyne at the top lane. So massive plays here from the side of Phil.
They might glimpse him with an Ops.
They're looking. Oh, Lowdyne is going to show himself. Glimpse is quite short, but it'll be long enough.
Yeah, I noticed there's a ward there now, but still a nice kill. Triple kill for Disruptor.
Wow.
He's rich. Buy your Mana Boots. Or buy Midas. Don't buy Midas.
Meanwhile, mid lane, Dendi's just casually pushing in with a siege creep. I mean, like, why the hell not? Albino's going to get caught out here by the onslaught of Stominum, but the glimpse is always there. So he's all right. But they're allowing this mid-tier 1 tower to go down. Like, it's still being chipped away up, but never mind, Fade. He'll intervene here on the Centaur instead. Bait. I mean, they know they're in the Radiant Triangle somewhere. Do they want to try and force a bit of a fight? It doesn't seem like it.
No. Dandy aiming for his patented dagger rush
Yep.
on mid Witch Doctor, as we've seen. I think it was the same build he went against Shopify.
Yep.
Top tower is under attack.
It's pretty strong.
Yeah, it covers your bases, right? Your hero has terrible mobility, but is completely positioning dependent to land the spells, so you buy that ability.
Stonebank, he's a tanky boy here down at the bot lane. With that armlet
Could
up,
just TP out.
he's going to try to, and the Rolling Thunder, never going to be used up. Stonebank would be just fine in the end, and that's a little bit demoralizing. You bring your mid Pango in to try and secure that kill into a lone CK, and you just can't do anything.
Bottom tower is under
It's still pretty good, though, regardless, because of what the collateral is, right? They force him out of lane. They start pushing this bot tower. Centaur has a purpose here. We'll claim this fully from 100 to 0, and they're still defending mid with albino zebra, so... Yeah, this is honestly looking pretty good for Felt. The only lane that is doing pretty poorly, I would say, is the Troll, but he can obviously, just go jungle. So the big breadwinner on bait will be Funix OD. Aside from that, pretty good stuff from Felt. They kind of missed the arrow mid, though. Dendi will live as a result, and that is...
I mean, they're chasing. Soldier's
He's fine.
trying, but Dendi, he's going to heal up. Soldier, now the one in a bit of danger, is going to blink right in Dendi.
That is the shortest duration tether of ever.
Well, Felt. They will lose one. Dendi will remain alive.
Fade. Bottom.
Uh-oh. Here we go. That's your highest net worth hero on the side of Felt. Going down very quick.
God, I love the sound design of this video game. It's so good. There's some spells in Dota that are designed in a way that just makes them satisfying. It's like, okay, this might sound ridiculous. Have you found yourself clicking harder when you use specific spells?
Yeah.
There's like some spells just like, just yes, OD ulti is one of those spells. You just absolutely slam that click when you get the OD ulti off. It's the best. That and Culling Blade,
Oh, that's the one. That's the one for me.
And for all the sickos out there, it's picking Anti-Mage and hitting creeps with mana.
Finally something we agree on.
Yeah, some people love that. I don't know. But, yeah, the sound of this game just wonderful.
But then
It's
again,
just so satisfying, man. I guess that's also part of the reason I love watching OD. This hero is kind of polarizing, both in terms of like public play, but also in its performance in pro games. Because it has moments where it's just like, okay, this is the best hero ever. And there's also just games where it just doesn't do very much. But
Glimpse back.
High
Speaking of
impact.
that OD, does get trapped up in that static storm.
He
He's
should
gonna
be
get knocked
okay
around,
here,
but
I think.
He's just so tanky.
Yep.
With the IO behind him, they actually can't take him down.
Oh, Kits needs to be stampeded here.
Dendi's still chasing, has blink up in one. They might find a troll.
Oh, that is not the target they were aiming for, but it's even better.
It certainly is. Stun is out, but Dendi...
Wow, nothing happened. Okay, hang on.
Death Ward's on
Now it did.
cooldown. Charge in.
Ah, he's toast.
Here we go.
He has ulti.
He does, but can he get it off? He does. Just in the nick of time. Pulverize, just gonna lift him up anyway, so who the hell cares? Hidden Mute still trying.
Still needs to finish the kill, though.
Yeah, they do, and they aren't
Right,
yet,
no,
but
no.
there's your Astral. That'll get the job done. Glimpse back, though, Funnick. Gonna get caught out here on the OD, so they could trade decently. They do wish, but the problem is he just relocates.
I actually think they can bring the OD back here and win this fight. I think that should be the call here from Bait. They know Troll is dead. They know Centaur is bought without Stampede.
And Dendi's still there.
They should just come back. Yeah. Yo, are Felt sleeping here? They know they left. They're coming back, buddy.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, that's just a flat-out blunder.
Yeah, now you've got the Death Ward to come out, kids.
Did he not hit Maledict on either of them?
He did not.
Oh, he didn't have it. Okay. Wow, if they get away with one death here, that is a godsend for them. That could have gone so much worse.
Arrow's not going to land. Rolling Thunder being channeled for a moment. Fade's going to show up as well here on the Centaur. There is going to be a nice Pulverize, but a huge hoof stop out. It's connected on two, and they do find the mid-Witch Doctor. Stormin are now also caught out.
Bait got no kills there?
They got
What?
no kills. Bait got baited.
Okay. Oh my
no.
god, they all have 1 health.
At least the sound cue was satisfying.
It was a great sound. And I'm sure Funnick feels very great about that. My goodness.
What happened? What is this game?
That is... I cannot believe that was the outcome of that fight. I feel like Felt just stole something from them, It was... That fight was Bait's, and they just didn't get to have it at all. They got no kills.
Oh.
That's still unbelievable to me that they didn't get a single hero there.
Oh, here we go.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Just kidding. They're not getting
wait.
him either.
He didn't land Maledict.
Nope.
How? I guess you just kind of misclick sometimes.
Sometimes you just don't hit.
What can you do?
Click better next time.
It happens. It's just buy a new mouse.
I guess so.
Speaking of sound cues, by the way, TB attack animation. That has to be one of the worst sound cues in the game.
Depends if it's on you. Then it's pretty bad.
I mean, it's bad. Like, remember TI-10 True Sight? That epic scene where they're taking down the Tiny at the end? And then TB attacks and it just... it sounds so terrible. Anyway.
I'm trying to think of what the worst sound in Dota is.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Isn't there like a new... The PA persona
Oh, that was bad.
attack sound?
I did not
think
like
that's
that.
probably my least favorite sound in the game, is the PA persona attack sound.
Radiant's
I didn't like that at all.
is under attack.
Smoker. Felt?
Yep. They're going to immediately get broken here by Stomanen. He is in glimpse range, though, so... Okay, he places a ward. Nicely done.
Just setting up for a
Actually-
team fight.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to turn into one. They do have relocate, so technically all 5 bait heroes are available for this play.
Well, they missed the obs with the sentry.
Yep, that's true. He's actually going to linger there. This could become important because there's a decent chance now that Felt spread out a little bit and we can find some picks from this side from bait. They are waiting, or they just have full-on info about what's going to happen here and they want to go on Albino Zebra first. Stomanen,
Gonna jump
straight in there.
They do find the Disrupt done with the Pulverize to lock him down. Surely there's no way out for him, though. He's somehow still alive, still running. He's gonna make it. Oh, what the hell is happening?
Great blink stomp there from Fade.
Wow. Albino Zebra makes it out once again. There was no Melodic to just make sure he goes down.
Radiant's
Yeah, so I think Dendi overestimated the damage there of Voodoo Switcheroo in that instance, thinking that would be enough to kill the Disruptor. But also maybe didn't expect the rotation to be that quick from Felt, but great reaction from them. They assisted immediately with Fade on the Centaur once again, and
Radiant's middle
they're starting to get themselves into a really comfortable position now in this game. Bait dropping the ball a little bit, and keep in mind, mid Witch Doctor is pretty momentum-based. I think I'm trying to think of more momentum-based heroes. There aren't many. The steam is really going out of this for now for him. Needs just needs 1 or 2 moves to go well sometime soon to get back into a decent position now. That said, though, it's not a crazy lead for Felt, but compared to last game, they're definitely looking much more comfortable, really playing around each other. Albino Zebra here will be killed off, trying to dig up a treasure. He finds a salve. Won't have time to loot it, though. So that's going to be lying there forever.
Unfortunate. Funnick, in the meantime, bottom lane going to chase down Kits on the Pango. And Kits, scan is going to land. They know he's there. Rolling Thunder, they're going to be popped. So Kits should be able to roll out, but he's going to try for the kill instead. Fade is joining in to try and help with the damage output. They do land a hoof stop. Still the OD's alive, but it's not enough. Stomanen still trying to help out. We'll find Fade, so they do trade position 3s here. And I suppose when you look at the net worth, I suppose the Centaur's worth a little bit more. So make what you will of it.
I mean, that's pretty even overall, I would say. I don't know if Lodine had cooldown on relocate. If they could have relocated there earlier, this would have been a very different story because Funnick survived for a very, very long time. He was chain stunned for like 12 seconds there before he finally died. A quicker relo and a mech there would have made a world of difference, but they end up at least getting the trade. Maybe they were hesitant. They were like, if we relo in here, we're just killing ourselves, right? You don't want to just give the enemy extra kills. But a 1-for-1 trade.
Well, Dendi almost thinking about trying to make the jump in on Albino Zebra there, but does blink his way out, realizing there's a few too many heroes, I think, for his Witch Doctor to take down.
Wait, Soldier's bought Vessel.
Yes, he has,
That
apparently.
is not a common item. Oh, Dendi.
Yeah, that's a leap away.
Did not get the bounces he was hoping for. They bounced on the wave instead, and now he is in trouble. He has to TP out here before he gets glimpsed.
dire.
He's
And he'll be...
Oh.
okay.
Wow.
Close.
That is very close. All right, so 14-14, but 4K advantage the way it felt.
Yep.
I mean,
They're looking great this game.
Things are going great. I just wonder, like, you still got the issue of your troll being the highest net worth, and the thing is, like, he's still against an OD who just directly counters him. Even the Primal Beast kind of directly counters until you have the BKB up, so it's...
Yeah, but once you do have it, the enemy team don't counter you at all with anything else than Astral, right? So at that point, hit immune is definitely getting there, right? Like his game is looking pretty solid at this point. When he activates BKB and ult, the only thing stopping him is relocate and OD saving his primary target. At which point he's just going to hit something else, right? As long as there's something in range. So honestly, I think this is becoming an okay troll game at this point. Lodine is very dead here. My goodness.
There can be quite a bit.
Oh, the arrow didn't even make it in time.
Oh, there goes Lodine. So they will TP out the rest. I mean, worst case scenario, you lose your +5. Not too big of a deal here for the side of Bait, but again, Felt just in control of this game so far. Bait not getting the momentum they really wanted off this mid Witch Doctor, so having to sit back, relax, and try to get some more net worth going on their end of things. Question is, can Felt really like keep pressuring? Because it does feel like you find a pick off here and there, but they are kind of not finding the big ones you'd hope for as dominant.
Whoa, okay.
Bit of an aggressive jump in. May pay for
you
it now.
don't say.
Yeah.
That was kind of crazy. He doesn't even have the real backup here.
I mean, he's still getting his way out, which is very surprising.
Okay.
Oh, Static Storm has been dropped.
Oh, he just got killed by Funnick, I think.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Funnick.
All right.
Still Stonebank's in. Fade a couple hits away from dying. Should eventually go down. And Willen now they've got hit immune. That's a lot of damage coming in with the Maledict and the Death Ward to the BKB. It'll wear out for now. Eventually, he should just pop, surely, and he will go down. Stonebank in the meantime, though, does also drop. So Bait not getting the worst, but not getting the best as Dendi. It is a great cast, but there's no follow-up to it. He will still drop. It's still a win for Felt, but it feels like it should have gone a lot worse for the side of Bait.
Yeah, that definitely could have gone a lot worse. I mean, not really fully... That's just... I think that's the kind of fight where scrappy is just the perfect word in the English language, because that was not really... They were not fully coordinated in it. It was not happening at the same time. The Primal gets killed. He buys back. They find a flank move with the Chaos Knight going in onto the Centaur pretty much alone. Doesn't really kill him fully. He needs help. They finally end up killing the Troll at the end using OD ulti on him when he has 200 health. Yeah, things could have definitely been better there. Stomanen.
Being chased down.
He is probably dead here if they get any vision, because he doesn't have TP. Okay, they just stop chasing.
Just give up?
Yeah, if Centaur would have run in there, that's a kill.
Oh, now Funnick shows up. Meteor Hammer is there.
Perfect
Relocate
timing.
out. Fade. Massive trouble. First they were the Hunters, but now they're the Hunted as they go down. Fade is dead, and now a hit immune shown up. Well, hold on a minute.
He doesn't have BKB ready, actually.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
It's a few seconds away. Still Funnick does go down. Stonebank also going to go down. And I felt they make the team fight work. Never mind what I said.
I mean, it's kind of an even trade, I suppose. Stomanen wants to kill that wave and then get out, but I don't know if he's getting out now. He can't just one TP because there's a Mirana hot on his heels.
Uh-oh. Now a courier under the...
Yeah, he's being scouted here.
Stomanen gets the courier. That's a ring of health gone, apparently.
Little snack. Arrow. Wide. Okay.
Unlucky. But Stomanen also lost his courier in the meantime. So I believe that's his BKB being delayed now.
Everything is an even trade.
Absolutely.
Well, it's only delayed if he could get the last component in the next 2 minutes. I don't think he's getting that anyway.
That's fair.
Okay, so I'm just curious what Bait buy in this game, actually. So I think the Chaos Knight's success is integral to them winning this game, right? Like, he really needs to scale big time. And with this 3 deaths and the way he's died, I think it's just like his progression curve is just flattened quite a lot. What does Witch Doctor buy? He's buying Lens. I don't know. I guess that's one of the tricky things for me about Witch Doctors. How do you make yourself good later in the game, right? Like, what do you itemize so you can keep being relevant after 35 minutes or something, right?
Ags?
Yeah, I guess, but that's the thing about your hero, right? You're only your ulti and your shard. You have nothing else to offer. This is a free Roche, by the way. Double damage troll. Very fair.
Indeed.
No problem. Grabs that with the disarm of Pango helping him out.
Love to see it. Now Aegis up on Felt, so they're definitely looking to try and force us to a game number 3 as things are looking very healthy so far for their end of things. You know, not the cleanest team fights we've seen, but, you know, clean enough to get the job done, it seems, as Bait still falling behind, looking for some answers here in game number 2.
They're definitely bringing the numbers, right? I think that's the one thing Felt has done better than Bait this game, is bringing the correct amount of heroes to plays.
The Stominant now caught, but Onslaught is going to be there.
I don't know if he's getting out of this. He doesn't have mana.
He doesn't have mana, but they don't have a Disruptor to glimpse him back. But nevertheless, Diffusal Blade will slow him up and he is gone. Another nice pick off here for the side of Felt. Seems like now maybe they just pressure a T2 bottom tower. I mean, why the hell not?
Yeah, this tower's gone. And Bait can't threaten to kill Roche because first of all, he isn't alive, and secondly, their lineup kills him pretty poorly. So obviously that Aegis has 4 minutes left on it on Hit Immune. Just came to mind because a lot of the time this is what Radiant will try to trade off for their bottom tier 2 tower in these situations, but not possible. And Hit Immune makes quick work of that. Is he just going to force them high ground here? Force them back?
Well, the rest of his team is run towards the side of Bait.
Back off here, I imagine. Yeah. Funnick could get glimpsed. They have a ward.
Oh, not close enough, apparently.
Oh, this Pango roll.
Oh, close call. They won't find anything for their trouble, sadly, for the side of Felt. Dendi also escaping their grasp, though he might try to cut the wave. Dendi, you had a TP, sir. They're too far now by the looks of it. He'll be okay. He'll just cut the wave and probably TP her.
This ward could be really valuable soon from Albino Zebra. If they stick around in this area, they do need to deward the Bait ward there, though, which is a pretty common ward for the Radiant to have right now, so I'm a bit surprised he didn't check there. I guess he's out of sentries. All right, well then, doesn't really have the possibility to check, I suppose. But yeah, they want to play on this ward for sure. Try to get any sort of opening. Centaur can just jump someone and they can get a free pick. Kits, cutting the wave.
Stomac tried to make the jump in, but the disarm was immediate. This could not catch him out, and the Kid did have his whole team on the high ground of the triangle anyway, if he needed it. So Bait trying to find themselves an opening now, cracking the armor of Felt, but unable to do so far. How does the scaling go? Like between the Troll and the CK, like who do you think scales better into the late game?
In like just hero versus hero matchup?
Yeah.
Who gets the first bash? I mean, theory crafting like that is always a bit weird, right? Because it's so much down to who gets the initial jump. Do all spells get used? Do you get lucky? Somebody told me Chaos Knight is a lot of luck.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Casino Knight is what they used to call
I
it.
don't know, I mean, with the items that they've built so far, I would say probably... Oh, hang on. He's not dead, Funnick. That's not enough.
No, it's not.
I think probably I would just give Troll the advantage here because he has Battle Fury. He's going to scale faster than the Chaos Knight will. And he has a cleave item, right? That's what you want against CK, so... What CK can do against Troll, however, which almost no carry can, is he can almost solo kill him in a stun if Whirling Axes are not running. And together with OD's Burst, they definitely can. So that's a threat that the Troll will always be playing against, is he needs to be a little bit careful with not getting too out of line since he isn't playing with a single save. There's no Glimmer Cape to mitigate OD ulti damage or anything, so... Just to not get too crazy.
Oh, Funnick gonna get caught out.
Cooked.
Yeah, he's caught. Oh, never mind. Relocate is there. He will barely survive. Just barely. But at the cost of their IO.
Oh, they glimpsed loading instantly.
They did.
Okay,
I was wondering too.
I see.
I mean, you could have probably just glimpsed the OD, but I guess he could just astral himself, right?
It's really hard to glimpse him because he's standing still, right? He was stunned the whole time, so he wouldn't have moved. So you need to time it literally perfectly as he's getting reload out.
Fair.
That's almost impossible, actually. So...
Astral's delay, Meteor Hammer as well. Hit Immune just going to kind of tank through it.
Some decent damage there.
With this Aghanim Scepter OD, obviously very annoying to play against. This Kids is going to try and zone them out, buy himself some time as they make the jump in on Funnick. But Kids is in a very deep position.
How is this working?
Oh, it's actually working out. Oh, he went to the fountain. He got
Dendi with it. Okay, what the hell just happened? They are actually getting 3 kills here and defending their racks.
Well, what happened, Syndra, is Kids tried to zone them out.
So he went in there to try to solo zone the OD.
He got stuck.
He got stuck at the enemy fountain.
We're going to see a replay in just a moment, I'm sure.
Okay.
Because I'm pretty sure he got that classic you get stuck in a place where you shouldn't be stuck for some
Right.
reason in Rolling Thunder, and you know, Fountain can still hit you if you're touching the outer walls, I believe.
Yeah, it can. So he got stuck there.
Here we
had
go.
to swash.
Look at this.
So he's going in here to zone the OD, which I think is okay. And then, oh my
He got
god,
in the
stuck.
fountain.
I didn't even know you could get stuck there. And they have to help him with Fate. And I'm like, why are these two heroes not dead, right? They're diving the tier 4s.
Oh no.
But all of Bait they're flanking from the side. Stonebank was smoked around trying to pincer the back line.
What is happening?
And then they end up getting Fate in the end. That was actually just, okay.
Is that bad luck?
I don't know. Divine intervention, I guess.
Yeah. Gaben said no.
It's pretty big for Bait, to be honest, because that should have probably been Atlanta Barracks, or at least some serious threat of it. You kind of get a freebie there and get out. Stonebank eyeing up a butterfly. Okay, he changed again to hard. I would not like the butter, I think.
Yeah, I mean, evasion's nice, but that's
If he's torn between these two items, I think he should just buy Scotty, to be honest.
makes
Okay,
sense.
now he's going Thorn, because he obviously has the Mage Slayer already. I don't know.
Bit of indecisiveness.
Yeah, I understand why he's a little bit uncertain here, because he wants to itemize the best possibly against Troll, and it's just kind of hard to find the perfect item. I actually think the best thing to do against Troll, and this is going to be kind of hard to pull off, the best thing to do against Troll is to not BKB and let OD save you when Troll ults you. But that's hard to do, right? Because then you're dealing with all the other problems in the fight.
Yeah.
But there was a case to be made in this game actually for not going BKB and just full-on tripling down on stats, getting Scotty and Heart, and just having these mega illusions that go in and fight for you. And if Troll ever tries to take the fight to you, it takes him really, really long to kill you. You can get banished, you can get reload, you can get healed.
Jump in. Dominant.
that's
Caught
a
out
free
in the
one.
mid lane. He's gone.
He does have buyback if they choose to push. And Funnica's got a pretty good push going in the bottom lane, so might get a rotation out of them potentially, or
Dire's bottom tower.
well, they are pinging that bot tower. See if they want to deal with it. Currently sticking around an offensive position here. Funnic getting a little bit of free mana here. Slurp.
Meteor hammer.
That's not well timed.
No. Bit of a mistake there from old Funny, because Bait.
He might have been messed up by the pathing, because he might have tried to place the hammer a little bit more offensively, and then he was out of cast range, and the new hero starts repathing. Then when he
Right.
got back in position, try to cast again, it would have been too late. That might have been what happened.
Wouldn't know, Syndrome. I don't play OD, nor do I buy a meme hammer.
Well, you're missing out on two aspects of this beautiful video game.
I have standards, Syndrome. We've talked about this.
Stonebank smoke's gonna break, but it's breaking on a moonlit Pango, so not gonna get anything out of it.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. If this, they just get this Roche for free now. Bait are nowhere near. This is huge. This is probably Elena Barracks, right? I don't know if they can deal with this Troll twice. It's going to be a shard coming on to probably Pango, I would imagine. Give him the roll up.
Well, there goes the Aegis.
Yep.
There goes the shards.
It's looking good for Felt now, for sure. It already was looking good, but this might just be the nail in the coffin, to be honest.
We'll see if Bait can pull off another miracle here in this defense. I mean, to be fair, it was basically Kits going a bit too far that cost Felt last time around. So we'll see if they can, you know, hope that this Pango messes up again, or whether Felt are just going right after this Rax. But I imagine they could at least get away with one. The Rain Drax is under siege.
As soon as this Lotus ends, he's going to banish him. And he's going to banish him a second time.
Bloodthorn is up on the CK, by the way.
If he banishes him another 2 times, Troll can't ulti.
Jump in, Stonebank, he'll go in very, very early on onto Fade. Fade, molting quite fast, is going to go down. That's a Centaur gone. Kids, how deep do you want to go this time, sir?
How deep is your
It's a great song.
It is. Oh, another catch. Who is that on?
That was on the Disruptor, I believe. No, never mind, it's not. It's on the Mirana. Jump in,
boy.
hit immune.
He didn't BKB.
Yeah, he did not. And he's caught out, hit immune, still going. Meteor Hammer is going to land, but no, he's got the BKB now. Lowdyne also going to go down, so Funnic, Lowdyne are gone. Stonebank in massive, massive trouble. He's going to try to fight back, but can't do it. He's down without buyback, and that might actually just be it.
Are under attack.
It's like, how do you defend now? You're a minute away from your CK being back up, and well, even then, the Bloodthorn, it just didn't really feel like it made a difference.
No, I gotta say, I really question his itemization in this game. I just don't think this was the way to go about it. I think he's too fragile. His illusions aren't strong enough. And the troll's outpacing him. But there's a lot of things you can put a finger on in this game, right? Ultimately, Bait, again, going for a little bit of a wacky strategy. It looked great in game 1. This time around, it didn't work so well because they had a couple of moments where Felt just read them like a book and outnumbered them on the plays. And after they outnumbered them a couple of times, they got their own strategy going, and Bates falls very flat. Witch Doctor falls off a cliff in this game. OD still doesn't have a BKB, so he can't stand his ground and cast spells in fights. He has to play very, very heavy backline. And that's Megas. There you go.
That it is.
And they even get out without losing anyone.
I mean, Bait aren't calling it, but you know the game does feel as good as done.
I heard Witch Doctor's really good against Megas.
Oh, amazing. I mean, maybe if you can pick up like a Radiance or something.
Oh, he's got Ags now. All right. Well, if the Courier makes it, that is. Doesn't look like it will.
We'll see. Nevertheless, like, you are against Megas. Bait, they're going to try and play this one out all the way. So Felt are going to be forced to try and go after the Ancient, of course, before they can really put it into this game. So there is going to be a smoke out. Bait going to try and hunt somebody down, but Kits is now in the mid lane with an Invis rune, so he's probably just going to break the smoke whenever it does come. Rolling Thunder, Stonebank is the target, but now they've got the shards of the OD. So he can actually just walk out with the Astral. Instead, though, they have caught out Stominant, and well, never mind, they've still got the CK. Stonebank is gone, GG is called, they've had enough. No way of defending without that CK. And Felt, I mean, they're fighting back. Game 3 it is.
Yeah, we were wondering after game number 1 if Felt were just going to be broken after they got surprised by that strategy and kind of got run over, but they pulled it back. This was a pretty convincing change. Fear was talking about, you know, pick Fade's hero earlier, put him on something else.
Yeah.
They put him on Centaur. It's a totally different style of hero than he's been playing so far. And I mean, if this game's anything to go by, go crazy, you know. Do something else than your Beastmaster Enigma every game, and it might just work out.
I love me a game 3 here, Syndrome, between Bait and Felt. Again, it's been some scrappy Dota, to say the least, but scrappy Dota is one of my favorite kinds of Dota. I mean, why the hell not, right? Game 3 between these two teams, of course, both sides just trying to fight to at least stay in the middle of the groups. You know, you don't want to be in that elimination zone if you can avoid it.
Yeah, winning the series is actually pretty big. It would put you at 2-2, and the current bottom teams are 0-3 and 0-4.
Correct.
And they replay 7 games. So even 2 wins is, it's not guaranteed out of relegation, but it's very close.
Close enough.
And that, I mean, these two teams, let's be honest, they're not playing to go to the major. They're not at the level of the teams going ultimately there.
Right.
But staying in Div 1, getting more experience and, you know, growing as teams is the goal for these two. And whoever wins game 3 is very close to feeling pretty safe.
Absolutely. Well, with that, let's throw to our panel and see what they had to say about this game number 2.
Thank you very much, Mike and Cindy. Yes, indeed, it is Bait that very unfortunately dropped the ball in game number 2, dragging us out to a game number 3. And I was right, guys. You have to pay the Bait tax. Once you start believing, that's when they get you. That's when they get you.
Seems to happen every single time, at least on my behalf. I don't know what is going on, but there's this. Let's just talk over this clip right here. I mean, this is probably where everything went wrong. I mean, this is just a portion of the long team fight. This was like 1.5 minutes of Bait chasing around, trying to get some kills for themselves. They're all like less than 10% HP time after time after time again, and just couldn't able to close out anyone and end up losing heroes, and then it's a downfall. All these fights you see after from that is just Felt controlled.
Yeah, I mean, I think Felt played a lot cleaner game. I'm glad that Fade had a good laning stage for once, but at the same time, like, these things that were happening by Bait, they're just getting outplayed straight up this game, all over the map. Game number 1, they're outplaying them like crazy. Going into game number 2, now they're getting out. This is the Bait we love to see, the inconsistency. This is it.
We love to see it.
We love to see it. This is what makes the fans go crazy. And you know,
Dude,
this wasn't one of Bait's best games. And especially looking at Dendy, I looked at his items. It was like 25 minutes. He has a Blink Dagger, building into an Aether Lens. He had support network this game. Like, he couldn't find the kills. He unfortunately missed quite a few Maldicks as well in those earlier fights.
Those are really crucial.
Things got really weird and very wild.
Yeah. You talked about Blink, don't forget the brown boots.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lovely, lovely pair of brown boots, the raggedy old brown boots just on the bottom of this Witch Doctor. Not an ideal situation, not really what we were hoping for from this Witch Doctor, which actually did really well in the lane. Like, he bodied the lane super hard for the first, like, 8 minutes. And then it all fell apart. It really fell apart. I love this game.
It has to go back to it's like the Moose effect. Like Moose would play with his Witch Doctor, smoke him around, probably like telling him what to do on the map and making things happen. We didn't see Stomanen and Dendi really link up for any kills in this particular game. The Witch Doctor can only look as good as like your team that is enabling it. And I feel like it was just solo Witch Doctor. He didn't really play around his team very much.
And there was one play when they did, and Stomanen charged in the wrong direction also. So, and this is also the first time Bait has ever lost a game 2 that goes into MF3. Inside Tour 1 and Tour 2.
Right, okay, gotcha.
To define.
And to be fair, even the series where Bait does lose 2-0, they always look better in the first game than the second game. I feel like this team, like hopefully I'm doing some cursing here, but like whenever they do badly, it feels like they tilt into the next game.
Yep. Hopefully they can get it together. They can keep it together on Bait, but felt were the winners and our MVP of this game number 2 is going to be Mr. Kits on the Pangolier. When games turn into this kind of devolved state of just brawling, mud wrestling with the shirts off, then Pangolier is always going to be the king because he is essentially a mud wrestler of a hero. He just gets down and dirty real quick and absolutely thrives in these situations. So absolutely no surprise to see Kits doing well in this one.
Yeah, without a shirt and just wearing a breastplate. I mean, this guy, he went for the right item build. I'm happy he got the diffusal blade this game, gave that extra bit of oomph that they also needed to close out some kills. He was, out of his team, the most reliable player. Let's put it that way. Of course, we saw some good ultis from Albino Zebra, and Fade was having an all right time from time to time, but I think Kits, when they really needed someone to step in to save the day, he did.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and just give an honorable mention to Albino Zebra playing the Disruptor here. I think in general, this hero, it's won both matches, right? Like it's a very potent hero. In other regions, this hero is often first picked. Sure, they did it this game, they first picked it, but in the last series, it went all the way into the second phase here. I think Disruptor is a hero that's going to need a little more attention, I think.
I absolutely think you're right, and I think we'll see that in the very beginning of the next draft, which is going to be coming up very soon. But first, we're going to have a little break, and we'll see you on the other side. Hello, fans and friends, and welcome back to the NA DPC, where we are now into the final game of the day. It is Bait versus Felt. It is game number 3, and let's just remind you guys of what's at stake here. Both of these teams are hanging on the precipice of being in that relegation slot. They need this win. They're both in 5th place. They're at 1 and 2 right now. A win here would really put them in a decent place to keep on playing in Division 1. A loss is likely going to end up in a tie, possibly down the road or something like that. But it definitely makes their situation a lot more harder. So it's do or die now. Which team do you think is going to be able to keep their cool in this do or die situation?
In a scrappy series, I would not use the word the most consistent team because you don't want to be consistently scrappy. So
Yeah.
I guess the one that ends up being more polished is that does the least mistakes.
Yeah. I mean, whatever I say about Bait, the opposite happens. So
Okay.
We need a decursor with fear.
I mean, I don't know. Like, Bait is a team that is incredibly hard to read. They're so inconsistent. Sometimes when you think things are going to go really well for them, disaster strikes and everything goes wrong. When you have no faith in them whatsoever, they want to prove you wrong so badly and make things work. So, like,
I love this team.
I just don't know what to even say about this team anymore.
At the very least, like, you know, for most of the NA teams, we know what we're going to get. We see a series and it's like, okay, you know, it's TSM versus Fel. Let's be honest, TSM are going to get the 2-0. I'm not going into any Bait series being like, yep, Bait's clearly going to get wiped, or yep, Bait's clearly going to win. You know, they
Never
can
know.
They can lose against the
You
bottom,
gotta
and they
try
can win
it
against
sometime.
the top.
It feels amazing.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. The teams want to play. We want to watch. Everything is go, and it's time for the draft for game number 3, Bait versus Fel. Let's get into it. And once again, Fel are going to be respecting the Alchemist. That'll be their first ban in this drafting phase.
Yeah, this was very suspected that Felt's probably going to repeat the same pattern from game number 2. Remember that they were victorious and they have the first pick, so they can continue repeating what they just did. But for things for Bait, gets a bit interesting. Did they not trust their execution enough because it went a bit goofy? Or did the draft actually have some flaws here and there? Because they were in a very commanding position. They were winning fights. They were ahead of net worth. They came out shining from the laning stage. And that was one of the rare games where you throw away your lead from a laning stage that you won, because I would say 85 to 90% of the cases when you win all 3 lanes, you win the game.
Yeah, generally speaking. And I was a little surprised too that, like, I think for Bait in particular, they didn't go back to what really worked for them. Like, the CK didn't really feel its impact that game at all. And we're getting a rerun. Here comes the Pango, because you just won with it. Why not do it again?
Banned.
Oh, very smart. I'm glad you were paying attention.
But the Furion is there for hit immune if you want
Yeah.
some.
Oh, NP. So that was the trade they made. It was they got rid of Pango, but they got the NP. So
Good trade deal?
This is I mean, he played fine on Troll that last game. It looked good. It was definitely a good Troll game, and it got to the point where he could carry the game. But this hero in particular, he really shines on. And sure, it's like an OP hero, but he does really well on this hero. So you did make your trade there, and kids, I don't think there's anything about the Pango last game that he couldn't do with another hero. Like, it was good versus CK, but is that really what they're going for on Bait? Do they really want that CK that bad? And if they're afraid of it, Felt will just ban it. So very interesting choice here by Bait to ban that. And I don't know, like, do you guys want to see the Dendi Witch Doctor mid again? I'm not so sure I do. Maybe I want to see the offlane Witch Doctor this time around, because, like, it seems like whenever Dendi wants to rotate with this version of Bait, it just doesn't work out.
I would go back to the point you talked about Moose and the connection he had with his +4 player. It can work if Stomanen makes an adjustment, or if Dendi makes an adjustment with the same hero and Stomanen just plays what he just did. So it's either one, right?
Yeah.
That's how I feel.
But
I
can
would
they
like to
kick
see
it
him
into that gear where Stomanen and Dendi randomly are just going to click and make this happen? Because Witch Doctor mid is not a hero that is very popular, right? It's only Dendi doing it, and especially if you look at his item, Brown Boots blinks. He needs to get kills, which means he has to play with Soda on the map, and it's going to be your +4, and they just have not been clicking so far. They seem to play better when Stomanen is just doing his own thing. He's like Weaver, running around, like cutting waves. Dendi's farming. Like this.
You can't do that with Witch Doctor though, right?
No, you can't. Not really.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the fact that talks for that is the 16, 17 minute mark when Dendi's Witch Doctor was gaining like 150 GPM. That's basically just passive gold that you were getting for 6-7 minutes. You're not making any progress towards the next item that you want. Passive income.
Pretty good things about that stuff, but not in Dota. Yeah, it was a roughy last game. I'm willing to see it again, though. I mean,
right.
you talked about inconsistency, which means they're never
Right.
consistently bad, which means now it's going to be a good Witch Doctor game. See, I'm figuring out
be.
the code.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Playing the system here.
yeah, I really am. I'm
right.
behind enemy lines.
Don't build too much optimism.
Yeah, time to get into the stocks market.
It starts to feel too good, you know it's something wrong.
I mean, surely bait isn't just that inconsistent, right? They can find some sort of consistency.
But is inconsistency the key word in this game 3?
Well, the problem is like they are all over the place. I think the reason why they're inconsistent is because they just play so much different stuff. They don't seem to like practice one thing and really just nail it down there and perfect it. They just playing a different type of strat every single game, it feels like.
Yeah. I mean, for me, this was like the big kind of. This was a chance for Bait to prove themselves, honestly. I kind of wanted to see them come out and just smash Felt in a clean 2-0, and that would have
Right.
given me a lot more faith coming into like the rest of the season. Because you look at their matchups so far, you know they've had a pretty rough line. They've already played Nouns and TSM, right? So obviously their score looks pretty bad, but those are great teams, and I'm not super surprised to see Bait lose to those guys. I would have liked to see them bring more to those series, but. Whatever, you know, let's see them do well against these kind of smaller teams. And it is worrying that this is going to 3 games. It is worrying that this like still haunted by this. I'm willing to give them a bit more time to figure it out.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you know, if we get to the end of the season and we still haven't had like a convincing 2-0 from them, then I'm taking the Bait hat off.
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem with Bait and why there's so many believers because their ceiling is pretty damn high.
It is. It absolutely
It's
is.
very,
They were the only team to threaten TSM last season.
but you know, the floor is also pretty low too for them, and
Yeah.
you never know what you're going to get with them.
Big old building. Just a big old cave.
It really is.
Don't know what the material is built out of. But then again, one of the heroes they've had success with the Witch Doctor is actually the Clockwork I was begging to see in game number 2.
Yeah.
That was the one I wanted. And it was also a key component in why their Tour 1 game against Rebellion, I know I reminisce this all the time, but the game 1 in the Rebellion series was so good because they had the Clockwork to lock down to get the Witch Doctor to connect with the casks.
The highest of their ceilings, game 1 versus Rebellion, or game 2.
I miss those
Tour
days.
number 1. But the thing you do have to think about, right, is Stomanen. He played a hero that had a stun last game. They lost. He's going to be playing potentially
see
the
a pattern?
Clockwork again. I don't know if this man likes to play with stuns. Like, his
Doesn't know what to
Skywrath
do
is
with
so
them.
good. His Weaver was so good. These are like the type of heroes that he normally shines on. So seeing him on a Clockwork is very bizarre for me.
Well, his 2 most played heroes are the Rubik and actually the Earth Spirit. So he does
Earth
like
Spirit.
stuns. Yeah. He's just not played Earth Spirit in a couple of months, but
Those
those are
are
his 2 most
bait.
played.
Yeah, just haven't seen the... I mean, I saw the Rubik, which
Yeah.
he is pretty good with.
Mike
but-
would be happy if there was an Earth Spirit on the field, but Isle
I'm not
Clocks...
sure he would. He talks a lot about how bad that
Yeah,
hero
he
is.
does. He
Is-
does.
Yeah.
The IO Clockwork kind of filling in the support role, so I believe we're getting a Funnick hero now.
I mean, this is bait. Funnick does play Clockwork. Don't put it past him.
Yeah. I feel like could probably play the Witch Doctor as well.
So
the Drow's
it might
gonna pop out.
actually be that route, yeah.
It could be, yes.
Stonebank Drow. Okay. What do we think about this?
His draw was pretty good.
Stonebank Drow was pretty
Yeah,
good.
it's not particularly good against the NP, as NP can always, teleport to the back lines. It's fine against the Enigma because you do have like the split shot, which you can kill the Eidolons, but you have to be able to get in close and do that, and you don't want to get too close either. And I think this Enigma tiny lane is very scary for the Drow because if you end up getting tossed back there, that could just be your death every single time. So it's definitely very, very risky here.
I agree.
I kind of want to see him go for something like the Silver Edge or Blink Dagger or, something like that, so you don't have to reveal yourself early in fights here, because I feel like if they see this Drow, she's just going to have, Disruptor, Nature's Prophet, Enigma, Tiny, all these heroes just going to, dogpile on her. She's going to get absolutely destroyed. So you need to play back in the shadows. You need to have vision control. I think that's really important, which at the moment they do, right? Felt don't have great vision tools at the moment. All they've got is a Nature's Prophet, really. So, yeah, let's get some of these vision-based...
All right,
there's not really much they need to ban, actually.
I'm ready to curse bait now. I'm just looking at their lineup here. They've got a bunch of single target garbage here. You've got the Clockwork that goes in. You have this Witch Doctor who's single target. You've got Drow. You've got Io. You have no
Drow,
team
Io.
fight. You're playing against a Disruptor. You're playing against Enigma, Tiny. There's so much AoE team fight control here that I think they're unfortunately in a situation yet again where they have to destroy the laning stage. Come out with an item advantage, because that's just how Dota is right now. Whatever you're lacking in your lineup, you can make up for it with items. There's so many good items in the game, but you need the gold to buy them.
And Felt is playing with 2 comfort heroes. We highlighted Hidden Immune basically with his Nature's Prophet, then we have the Fate Enigma. And I'm not a big fan of Io Drow together. I mean, of course, it's physical damage amp for the Drow Ranger, but it's not your usual run at you, destroy you type of combo. Io can relocate, say, from Black Hole, yes, but at the same time, you're 2 perfect targets for Enigma and Tiny and Furion to just jump on you.
I kind of want them to do the Dendi hero last, you know. Give Dendi the big fat last hero.
Funnick Witch Doctor could be,
And we get Funnick Witch Doctor, and then you can lane the Clockwork with the Drow, and like Io has a friend.
So what does Dendi play then? Let's look
Unlike
at
MLP.
Let's look at his pod history.
I mean, Dendi playing versus a puck in a game like this.
They already played 1 minus
feels very
armor
difficult.
strat, so I don't think it will be a TA.
I mean, the thing is, like, when you play versus puck, you want to play something like a DK that stands its ground, doesn't mind getting coiled, but yeah, they're going to do the TAs. So that is a hero that will stand its ground and just kind of like fight the puck back. And it is a puck counter, so more single target garbage here, but it's still a lot of damage, though. You have 2 carries now. Yeah. We'll see how it works.
Just cleave with side blades.
They can win their lanes, though.
Fights.
If they win their lanes, they snowball, they can do Roche, they can group up, and can Fade finally make these summoned unit heroes work.
Exactly.
That's gonna be the big worry
It's
for
like
me.
Kits has a very strong pre-20 timing, but if he doesn't have a team to fall back on after that happens, Bait will run you over. It's as simple as that. Like, Enigma just feels a bit defenseless. He needs time to actually have a lot of impact. He needs items that are somewhat expensive. He's got a lane that's already kind of contesting him, so he will be slowed down by a little bit. And then this Nature's Prophet, which Hidden Immune kind of fills in all the gaps that they need on the side of Felt. The fear, the literal fear into your opponent is this Nature's Prophet. We have a different type of fear
There's
here.
no fear in this game, actually.
There's no literal fear, so he has to fill in that gap, like I said.
Indeed. Gap filling. Well, whose draft do I like more is the question. I think I like Bait's draft. I think if this Witch
And the
Doctor
curse
has a good
begins.
lane, So I'm going to go Felt, of course. Felt are going to win this one. No, I don't know what's going to happen. Predictions are pointless. Life is meaningless. Let's just watch what happens with
Agreed.
MLP and Synderen.
It is indeed MLP and Synderen.
It is indeed meaningless. I thought that's where you were going with this. I'm like, yeah.
I was about
I
to
know.
say that. Still, Bait versus Felt game number 3. You commented in the green room. This is exactly how you wanted to see Bait play this draft out. You wanted Dendi on another mid hero.
I wanted them to play Clock Drow,
Yes.
Io Witch Doctor, and another hero mid for Dendi.
And they've done that.
perfect. Yeah, I think that's step number 1. If they would have brute forced the Witch Doctor mid again this game, I would have had a lot less faith in them than I do this time. Whether TA was the right choice, we'll see. Based on what the panel said, they feel like Bait plays the best when Dendi is playing a farm-heavy mid-hero and the other players are kind of doing their thing. They get that with this. I'm a little bit worried their lineup might not have enough playmaking going on, but if the Clockwork does a good job setting things up, could just be okay.
We'll see how it all pans out. I mean, I said that is the way they're going to play the lanes. I don't exactly know yet. Stoneman did take the Clockwork, and he might do something silly, but we'll see.
I don't think there's any point in not putting Io with the Witch Doctor and just playing that as a stable lane that can just sit against Nature's Prophet, right? You have a lot of regen. You can probably just farm. And Clock is a much better protection for Drow Ranger than Io is against Tiny Enigma. Because what effectively ends up happening in this lane is that Clockwork becomes a wall. He literally just keeps walking into Tiny and pressuring him away. And if Tiny tries to toss Clockwork onto Enigma, you need to have quite a lot of damage to shoot through him, and should you succeed, it's the support dying for the enemy expending everything, and your Drow is just hitting creeps. So this laning combination is just great in general, to be honest. Clock Drow, I think, loses to very few things. Drow takes a lot of advantage of Clock hitting level 2 and level 3, where he just isolates targets, and Drow has a lot of damage from big range to help him out. Yeah, so it's pretty stable, I think, what Bait have got going here.
Yeah, I agree. Snowman and Stolen, they are indeed going to be together, which, only makes sense. Very, very strong lane, as you've pointed out many, many times now. So we'll see what Felt do about it. Of course, game number 2 did go their way. Very, very different kind of draft here from the side of Felt, but after seeing game 2, you can certainly have a bit more faith in this side, as they are going to run into Funnick and Lowdine. They'll leave them be, as Kind of hard to get through the Eye of Witch Doctor even now, though they do go for a bit of a glimpse back, but Albino Zebra is the one to take more damage out of this. Slowdyne just completely goes for the body blocks. It was the Arabic percussion voice line.
That's amazing. I don't know how that sound came out of your mouth. That was great. They went for the bubbly block. I don't even know. I can't replicate it. That was awesome. All right, anyway. Yeah, so the reason I think Eye of Witch Doctor is good in this lane is that this lane is all about sustain, right? The thing that kills this type of lane is high burst damage. Disruptor and Nature's Prophet just don't have it. They have constant slow harassment that Io and Witch Doctor are just going to shrug off as long as they have mana. So the goal in this lane for Witch Doctor is to get Arcane Boots as fast as possible. Once he obtains that, they're good to go. They can just keep the heal running non-stop and stay alive. He's also choosing to start with a Ring of Basilius. I really like to see that. They have Bassi and Headdress, actually. Loading is a...
he's gone.
Okay, they did not play off each other correctly there. So Loading went off to the right, and when he tethered to Funnick, he didn't tether... He wasn't far enough away that Loading got to the left side of the trees.
Oh.
So, yeah, what can I say? This just shouldn't happen. They just got right-clicked to death.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate, to say the least.
That was a very unexpected kill on my end.
Yeah, I'm sure on the side of Bait as well. I'm sure they did not expect that.
I don't know. That just doesn't happen. And the Nature's Prophet of all heroes gets this first blood, so he's going to have a great head start now in the lane. Obviously, keep in mind that assuming that this is what they were going to be up against, they have itemized against it as well, right? So Nature's Prophet has started with Blightstone and 4 branches, and the Disruptor is also just mass spent gold into stats. So they're literally just looking to hit as hard as possible in this lane to try to pierce that region. And that time around, it worked. I think down the stretch, this is not going to cut it, but even just getting 1 kill in this lane is more than I think they could have hoped for, to be honest. So,
oh, absolutely. Definitely not expected. How's the other lanes going there? Like bot lane, Dominant going for a pretty deep dive here.
Building a little house there.
Yeah.
It's nice. Pretty house.
Misses out on the courier, sadly.
Imagine it feels like kind of a curse of Greek mythology. You build a house, but it breaks down all the time after you build it.
Where did that happen in Greek mythology?
No, it just sounds like a kind of curse you would have, like Sisyphus, and you keep pushing up the boulder and then it falls down again. You curse to whenever you build a home, it will break. That's clockwork.
That's a real tragedy right there.
It is.
Well, thank you for that, Cinder. That was rather depressing.
Yeah, I'm happy to help.
And what about the mid lane there? There's no houses in the mid lane.
That is a very happy and joyful lane because tell you what, it is TA against Puck, and this is the kind of lane that everybody just loves to hate. So it's great.
Happy days.
Happy days in mid. This has generally, historically speaking, been a TA favored matchup. I think Puck does better now than it used to, but I still would expect Dendy to build a little bit of an advantage, especially when he hits level 5. The damage becomes overwhelming. Puck can't really deal with getting rid of Refraction very easily, and you should be able to do, first of all, this, just run at him and force him out with a Melt Strike, and then maybe grab a Deny or two. Also, another thing, obviously, the way Refraction interacts with denies used to be different, right? That's when it was crazy. Puck just couldn't handle the denies that TA was able to output in the lane, but now that obviously works differently, so can hold his own pretty well in the beginning.
Yeah. Well, pretty even lanes going on so far. I mean, the top lane pretty nice here for Hidden Immune, but kind of to be expected with a Prophet, plus the First Blood, of course, always helps out. Rotations into the mid lane, of course, Water Runes have spawned at the 4-minute mark. Stominant trying to guard one for his Dendy TA and does manage to save. Bit of a chase here from Solji, but not really too much he can do. Just chasing down Stominant, trying to be as annoying as humanly possible. The one thing that does surprise me a little bit is the fact that they have not been able to pressure Fade as much as I would have hoped. Like, yeah, his CS isn't amazing, but it almost felt like with this kind of combination in the bot lane, you could have maybe found a kill.
Clockwork... So this is kind of a double-edged sword, this lane, right? Because Clockwork is good at protecting Drow, but Clockwork is not good at fighting Eidolons. So
fair.
You need to hit the timing window where Eidolons expire and are then off cooldown or on cooldown to be resummoned, and that's where you have your moment of opportunity. It is possible to get kills in this lane, of course, but I feel like most of the time that will be down to the Enigma making an error. It's not something you can just brute force, and eventually you will get it. Clockwork can't just run at Enigma all the time. He's going to get out-traded by Eidolon hits, by Tiny with the tree. So what you're primarily doing is you're just playing as a wall between the Tiny and the Drow to let Drow farm. And if she's farming, it's okay. It's good enough for now.
Absolutely. Oh, Solji could find himself in a bit of danger.
Oh, that is...
Unlucky.
Yeah.
They could still chase him down, but no, never mind. Just tosses him away.
You're not only cursed to have your houses break.
Fade?
That...
Fade? Where you going? Fade!
What the hell?
What are you...
What? I'm completely at a loss for it. I have no idea. That was actually... I'm just dumbfounded by what just happened.
Did he disconnect? Maybe.
He disconnected. So to give him benefit of the doubt here, I think the tower is being pushed, right? So there was no creeps to claim in the lane. And he's like, they're farming the small camp. I want to go and contest and steal some experience and maybe grab a last hit there. But his Tiny was well far away. He couldn't help him at all, had no mana. So effectively, he's offering himself the one situation that I told you can't happen, right? Is he has no Eidolons nearby, no Tiny to protect him, and he effectively walked into the Clockwork. So that was just, that was crazy. I feel like whatever justification he had for doing that, that's why my reaction was what it was. Like, the mental gymnastics to go for that is pretty crazy. That was so greedy. Holy.
It really was. Funnick though, top lane gonna get caught out, but his heal is ridiculous.
Yeah,
even
he
without
can
the
survive
IO.
this.
Yeah, he's just like, yeah, whatever.
He's gonna get the mana boots with one more CS, but Nature's Prophet gets a good deny there. So Funnick will not be quite in range for that just yet in terms of the monies.
It's a pretty slow game in terms of kills so far as well. Like 1-1, 7 minutes in.
Good start for Felt though. And I mean, keep in mind their lineup is kind of greedy, right? They have Enigma offlane, who always is going to need some time. Nature's Prophet carry is one of the faster ones. But still, overall, their lineup doesn't mind taking it easy because Nature's Prophet can play very greedy if it's the kind of game for it. That's also part of why this hero is so good, is that he's globally there, he has great stats, and he can play whatever pacing the game has. Is it slow? He can go Midas and keep farming lanes and go jungle. Is it fast? He can buy more active items, he can be a part of all the fights. So whatever state the game is in, there's no game state that's bad for this hero. And we are seeing the Midas here, so they are taking the slower approach. A lot of players in this position will opt to rush for a Maelstrom as a farming item instead. He's probably just going to get both. Oh, Zebra. He is going to live?
Yeah, apparently. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Stonebank does get caught. Nice toss back out of the Dream Coil, so they'll snap the coil. Stominant is going to show up, but the Avalanche is going to lock Stonebank down, and he's dead. The IO could not get there in time with the tether to save. Stominant, maybe he makes it.
He's okay. He's not okay.
No, they just jump in for it with
Not
the
at all.
spells they have, and Lodine, well, he's not safe either. He'll tether away, but the Malefice is there. That'll lock him down just enough, I
He has
believe.
boots. He doesn't have boots. Never mind. He's also dead.
Yeah.
Why would he have boots? He's IO.
That's
Stop
right.
saying dumb things, man. I had the Tiny select. I'm like, boots, he's fine. I was like, what? That was the other guy.
Nevertheless, 1-4 now. A lot of kills being given the way it felt.
I mean, this is a total snowball move, right? This is the kind of situation that wins games. You took the tower, you got 3 kills, and you're ripe for looking toward mid already. Nature's Prophet's level 8, Puck is level 8, and your Enigma has Black Hole ready. It's go time, baby. You just start putting pressure on the next lane. We were talking about how arguably Enigma is a greedy hero in this game, right? But look over to Bait. What have they really got in the tank right now? Clock's level 3, Io's level 4. It's minute 9. They have nothing. They can actually, I think Fade, or Felt rather, can just go mid and take the tower. And I think Bait can do nothing about it.
See, in these situations where your support's level 3 and 4 remind me of my pubs where we're both level 3 and 4 at 9 minutes, and the one core still takes the tomb away from us.
I was just going to say, you reached minute 10, and then this TA is like, I need book.
It happens every time.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope that doesn't happen this game. I think if they give the book to a core, that's when they're checked out. Somebody's going to tilt off the surface of the earth if Dendy takes the Tome of Knowledge in this game.
Oh, do it, Dendy.
Now I kind of want to see it. Do it, Dendy, come on. Who do they give it to? They haven't bought it yet. I think you put it on clock, probably. You need some way of starting fights, right? If Storm Island doesn't get level 6, you have no way of initiating and setting anything up.
Yeah, and he does pick it up himself.
Yeah, that's good.
It is rather depressing, like, to play clock and you don't hit that six timing around 10, 11 minutes. It's like, it does feel like this hero does somewhat lose its potential as albino.
Good cogs there, but then you can't connect because of the Enigma coming in to cover. Yeah, there's certain heroes in Dota that just feel extra bad when the team isn't active, right? I think this is one of them. One of my least favorite heroes to play is playing Dawnbreaker with 0 setup. On my team. That's also just rough. It's like, I have this ulti, guys, I want to do stuff, and everybody's like, yeah, me too, in the jungle. And then there you are, throwing your hammer at creep waves and feeling miserable. So on Clockwork here, right, he wants somebody to play with desperately, but his carry's a Drow, his mid laner is a TA. These heroes both want to farm. So he needs to play with Witch Doctor, and it looks like that might finally happen now, but it feels a little bit late to make the first movement at 11. And on top of that, Felt seem very prepared.
As an Earth Spirit Joyer, I completely understand those feelings, Syndra. Let me tell you. Every time.
Radiant structures are
Still.
fortified.
Like, they are just farming bait, not interested in fighting. Though I say that, top lane, Soldier gets caught out, but Kits is in. Coil is there. That's going to be one down. That's Lodine. Spanic, he's going to try to make a run for it. Here comes Storminant to try and help out. They'll at least end up finding Albino Zebra. And in fact, Kits is dropping rather low now.
Okay. Oh, he's fine.
Spanic turns back around. Death Ward is there, but down a black hole. Fade is not having it. No Death Ward for you, sir. He will drop, but Fade will still lose his life in the end.
All things...
Oh, no.
That is unfortunate. I mean, all things considered, that's probably pretty decent for bait, given the circumstances. They are going to get a mid tower out of it, so I would say definitely well worth it. Nice deny there from Kits, though, will mitigate the damage that does, but still, the map control more important than the gold. Being able to push this mid wave out gives them a lot more breathing room in the top area, top half of the map. And they would love to finish this top tier 1 tower as well. Now that Black Hole's on cooldown and Coil was expended and Kits is low, maybe you can brute force this tower. Looks like they are going to just go for it at least. And yeah, Stonebank will get it. Soldier trying for a deny here. Okay, that he never hit it. He swung the tree, then he stopped, and then it was too late.
Well, there goes the T1 top tower. Solji sticking around for a little bit, but not really in too much danger, I don't think, here on the Tiny. Meanwhile, the side of Felt still in the lead by 1k, 3-6 right now in their favor. This Prophet is still getting bigger and bigger. In fact, like, you look at his net worth, he's really starting to get a little bit out of control. Midas and Maelstrom up on the Prophet, going right into the Gleipnir next. And it's... Sure, you're playing this farm game with the side of bait, but, you know, you're up against the Prophet, an Enigma, and a Puck, all of which seem to scale very well going to the mid to late game. So it's... I feel like it's a very risky game Bait's trying to play. Is Stominant. He's going to get caught out here by the Coil. Does go for the Cogs to try and buy himself a little bit of space, but he's going to drop. And I just kind of asked the question, when does Bait want to group up and go?
Oh, they don't have the luxury to do it yet because Dendy isn't ready. Like, that's just TA in a nutshell. When it's whether it's played mid or safe lane, you need a specific set of tools before this hero really unlocks. There's 2 ways of going about it. Either you get Deso or you get Dragonlance plus Deso or Dagger, and that is complete now. So now he finally has a bit of a toolkit here to start fighting if he wants to. I'm not sure if this is better, honestly, than buying Deso in this game. I don't know if you, like you said, if you have to take the fight in that way, or if you could just keep farming. Because, yeah, it is a kind of scary proposition to go late game against Enigma, of course, but your lineup scales really well, too.
Oh, no! I mean, they should still have him. Hidden Immune is going to go down.
That's a huge kill.
Massive indeed. Oh, well, that was a bit of a rough start to the kill, nevertheless.
They got there.
Yeah. Dendy, mid lane, start forcing it in.
I actually think at this rate, the way this is going, if Bait just picks off Nature's Prophet once or twice, they're out-farming them. They're just being more efficient with the map. The fact that they got that mid tower is so huge for this. They have way more access to play the map more greedily and more effectively. And it's not like Felt's lineup is very fast and can just punish it, right? They're missing some key components. They're close to the Tiny Dagger, which will help alleviate, or rather create some pressure onto the side of Bait's side of the map. Puck has the Witchblade, of course, but no mobility item himself either. And that means Bait can relatively easily and quickly push out waves and then go and farm jungle camps. And their lineup just does it better, right? That's one of the biggest assets of TA is its ability to farm super effectively, and you give it the added benefit of the IO overcharge and the added benefit of the Drow aura. Things can get scary really quickly. Dendy buying Shard here.
Shard?
I mean, the sounds is clearly amazing, right? Against Puck, against Enigma, against Disruptor. It is a very good Shard game, but I think there's something to be said about rushing the Deso as well, so you can just literally two-shot heroes with Drow. Oh, the timing!
Yeah, absolutely. Avalanche is there. Hookshot completely. Oh, no! Oh, no!
He's still dead, though.
Oh,
But it's gonna cost them.
it certainly is. There goes your Puck. There goes your Tiny.
Radiant's top tower
Oh,
is attacked.
that's a sad series of events.
It's a symphony of sadness.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't know if we're gonna look at a replay of that one. That was,
Sometimes you miss, and then you miss.
yeah, I mean, that was.
It's neither. I think both teams deserved casualties. I mean, to be fair though, it's really unfortunate. So Stamanen is going for the hook shot on the Tiny. He doesn't know he has dagger, right?
Yeah.
And he blinks at the exact same moment. So I mean, that's just unlucky.
Oh.
They still get the kill on Dendy, but they have to extend really far. And that gust from Stonebank is beautiful coming in from the side, catching the two of them. And the black hole was, he thought he needed to use it. He didn't. That goes on cooldown. So a little bit of a mess
Hookshot.
overall.
This time around does land.
That's
Soldier
a freebie.
gets caught out.
Oh,
but
maybe not a
Stoneman-
freebie. Good toss before he died.
Yeah, Tether is there though, trying to keep Stoneman
Oh, that
alive. Now with the
heal.
mech out, he is perfectly fine for now. But the vessel
Wait, wasn't he?
coil is locking them down. Bait. Do they want to keep trying to fight? It seems like they do. They'll make the jump in on albino. That's the disruptor gone. Problem is though, Funnick is dropping rather quickly, but the IO is going to keep him alive, Spirit Vessel or not. It doesn't matter. He's still fine.
Was the clock vesseled when he got healed from like 200 to full? I think he was already. How the hell did they heal him so much?
That's kind of why nobody seems to like Vessel. Holy
IO
Locket's available as well, by
IO
the way.
with Locket and Witch Doctor Greaves. I guess it was all of that at once, and then even if he was Vessel, he's still. Maybe he got Vesseled right after the burst heal, but either way, big win for Bait. Aegis #1. It's that
That it is.
insane Radiant advantage. This is why all the teams love Radiant. They get Roshan. I wonder what the win rate is of Radiant right now.
I mean,
in all
it's-
pro games.
It's probably depressing.
45, you think?
Better than 30-something, Synderen, at the very least.
Oh, yeah. Well, hopefully. That would be very, very interesting. I'm not sure what it is.
Well, still, Bait now. They switched the net worth back their way. Like, you still have this issue of the Prophet being the highest net worth, but they really haven't had much of an issue quite yet with Hidden Mute. He's still just casually hitting creeps. Does have his Gleipnir looking towards the BKB before he does get involved.
I think the biggest thing in this game actually is, so I personally don't think Vessel is a very good item in general.
Right.
And it has a short timing window where it has its impact. That timing window is about to close. So Fade's build is just super slow now, right? He has this Vessel. He's somewhat close to a dagger, but then the next item is going to take very, very long to get to. So even if the prospects of late game are scary, Enigma doesn't have any of the build-up items that makes him farm faster. He doesn't have Midas. He doesn't have any sort of additional way of accruing gold except having his Eidolons push the waves. And because the Vessel hasn't paid off very much, he didn't get that gold influx from fighting that we sometimes see when Enigmas do go for this Vessel plus Shard build. That isn't out of, isn't crazy, isn't a rarity per se, but I don't know if this was the game for it. Because if he wants to play fast and wants to put pressure, that's cool. But then maybe the Prophet shouldn't have gone Midas. You know what I mean? Like one of them is playing a bit slower and greedier. The other is playing the faster Enigma build. And if they both played the fast build, these fights would have gone better. And they could have played it a little bit earlier. Maybe got the mid tower. Hook shot.
Is
the
there.
trap silence.
That's a big one.
Cogs. Oh,
So
he's
close.
gonna live.
Kids.
That was close. Oh my God,
Oh,
Dandy. Perfect.
Dandy.
Oh,
Oh.
perfect again. Everybody's perfect.
What a series of events here between these two.
That was a real thriller.
That certainly was. Everyone's just perfectly fine. Very, very close call. I mean, the shot's almost paying off as well.
Oh, hit immune. Hit immune is showing on this trap. This is really, really bad. This is so greedy. Dendy set the trap earlier.
Yeah, he did. Silence is there. No BKB to purge it off. And hit immune. I mean, he claimed needs the creeps.
That is such a big kill to get. I love this from Bait, that they turn it into a smoke as well. They're just naturally grouped up because they relocated, so they can turn this into their next play. Kits.
This Shards is kind of working out.
Yep.
It's really annoying to play against.
Did not land the gust, though, so Kits will get away. But yeah, I loved the smoke in that instance, but didn't pay off.
It's dominant. Staring at albino. Does get a very nice, easy hook shot for himself, but should have the glimpse back. Dendy, though, just going to take him out. No problem. And Bait. That damn voice line is actually pretty funny.
Dire's middle tower.
Tier 2 mid tower. Gonna go down. You know the thing is with Dendy's voice lines, I can't tell if he's saying it ironically or not. You know? I don't know if he's in on the joke,
Dire's middle
but
tower
it's
has fallen.
hilarious.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Uh-oh.
Gleipnir. Speaking of, Stonebank. Oh, he's in a bit of trouble
Yes,
now.
BKB
Black Hole
and
is
Pike.
available, but Fade doesn't go for it.
That would have been a good time to Black Hole. There was no clockwork hookshot to cancel it. I think he definitely should have not held it that time.
Coil. It's gonna lock him down, but where's the follow-up to
Yeah,
him?
nobody's here. Just very disconnected here from Felt. Not on the same page at all with what the goal is.
He just got the blink up with the Enigma as well. It's literally on the courier.
Yeah, the thing is he didn't need to use it. He was next to the Drow there after he got tossed in. I think that's just a clear-cut Black Hole. But maybe it's the nerves. Maybe he's worried about messing up. But as soon as that clockwork hookshot is used, what's he really scared of? I guess a TA trap can be placed and then do a mini silence, maybe, but still think that was worth going for.
Speaking of hookshot, does get committed here. That not a man. Never mind. Death Ward is there, but the Avalanche does cancel. Still, they do get the battery assault, so Soul G is going to drop. 11-9 now. 2K advantage to the way of Bait. He's felt really struggling in this game. Number 3 now.
The biggest problem for Felt is not the gold, it's the map control, right? They just have so little space to work with. Bait has taken 5 towers. Felt have taken 2. Or sorry, 4 towers. They didn't take the bottom tier 1 just yet. But the part of the map that Bait have access to, and the fact that they have TA, this is one of the biggest perks of this hero, is when you're ahead, you start placing traps. So you just have extra wards all around the enemy side of the map naturally, because you're playing here anyway. It gives them so much random intel. The Nature's Prophet pick they got earlier was randomly because of a TA trap. He's desperate and goes there to farm because they're controlling his side of the map, so you also leave a defensive trap on your side of the map. And yeah, all of this added control, you can tell that Felt are just really starved for space. They're finally going to go for a smoke now because they're kind of desperate and they need to get something going. They find Dendy, it would be big, but he's quick on his fingers.
Yeah.
You wouldn't think this guy is 52, but it's unbelievable how fast you can still be at that age. Gets the Daedalus.
Let's pick up the Daedalus now. That one-shot potential is kind of coming in here for the TA.
Yeah, it's nasty. You couple that with the Drow Aura
It hurts.
and the attack speed from Io. A lot of the time with TA, people focus very much on the one-shot burst because that's the flashy play, but it's just as important on TA to have attack speed. You just have consistent high damage output during the fight. I think Io would love to play with the TA more than the Drow, so he's going to have the overcharge for most of the fight, and he will just be laying into people with these big crits constantly. Look at that attack speed he has right now, just clearing things out. What's his attack speed here? 0.5, so 2 attacks per second with the overcharge running.
That's nice.
That is very nice. All
Right
right.
here. This isn't so nice. They'll make the jump in. Black Hole immediately out. Hook shot off the marks. Dominant still. The TA. Dendy is
the
alive.
heal, though.
The heals come out. Dendy will survive. Oh, and Phil need to run. Get out of there, boys. It's not safe.
Okay, the fact that they only lose 1 hero here is... Oh, maybe they lose 2. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, they did.
Yeah, that's a crit. Now, Dendy almost had the Hidden Immune Nature's Prophet as well. He was like 0.1 of a second away.
That was clutch from Stomanen, though. So he couldn't get the hookshot on the Enigma, but he hookshot next to him. He got another target, and then he gets the cogs out to stop the black hole. And the insane heal that comes out on Dendy there, Io and Witch Doctor combining it. I think they had 0 vessel charges on the Enigma, so they couldn't pre-place that, and that just meant Dendy healed from like 200 to 1.4k in half a second.
And to make matters worse, Fade now gets caught out on the Enigma. I mean, he will at least have the
Who
Eidolons.
caught who, though?
Yeah, he has help. Never mind, Stomanen getting a little bit too excited, I think.
They didn't have relocate. I think that might just have been, not what you expected. Yeah, I did not expect that, at least.
Top lane.
Not sure what the mindset was. Maybe he was expecting a reload that wasn't ready, or maybe his plan was to just try to force reactions or whatever, but effectively just gives them a kill there. Not a big deal, though. Dying on clock in this instance, but Kits could be a big kill here. Stonebank hounding him, gets the gust.
Does get it. Losing vision.
Multi-shot. Oh, he has no help. That's not enough.
No. And now Kit's going to jump back in.
He
Stonebank.
got his BKB out of that. All right.
That's big. Tips out for Kits. Gets away with more than he should have, really. And
Yeah, for sure.
that's going to be it. It's the state of the game now. I mean, I know you said net worth doesn't really matter too much. Like, Bait, are they still in control of the map?
I think so. I mean, this was a bit of a setback because of the death on Clockwork and the fact that Drow's BKB is on cooldown, but I still think Bait... You look at how they're playing the map, right? They're still in the dire side with 2 of their heroes. They're pushing out the Enigma now. They might even kill him, actually. Fade has no idea what's coming his way, but Stonebank guesses incorrectly. Sees him now, though. Fade with the dagger. They need to hit him.
Oh.
They missed everything. Oh my god. Well, that was a bit of a lag. Maybe that was just for me. Hit immune.
It does show up as well in the Prophet. He's going to try and TP out and should be just fine to do so. A few errors here and there from both sides, but
It's a bit hard. It's a bit tricky to catch the Enigma there because Drow's Shadowblade was running out, and you kind of have to start that with an attack or a multi-shot, or Enigma can just blink.
Stomanen. Cogs is there. Glimpse is quite short.
Okay.
Glaive Tear is out.
He could hookshot the camp.
He does.
There you go. Beautiful.
Very good, and he's fine now as well. Meanwhile, Lodine.
He's not fine.
No, he's not. He is going to go down.
Funnick with the Wraith Pact. Against what?
I mean, I guess the Prophet.
Yeah. I don't know if he's got this. Does this guy have something going? It's like, I'll buy every item that nobody buys. So game 1, he buys Crimson Guard. He buys, what was the other one he bought in that game? Solar Crest?
Yeah.
And this game, it's Wraith Pact. I mean, so the damage armor from Vlad's is obviously good for his friends. All right, that's a really fast kill there.
It certainly was.
But I feel like surely there has to be a better item here.
Coil, Dendy,
Yeah,
needs
no
some
BKB
help.
yet. No
Nothing.
heals.
Oh boy, that's rough. Dendy's down. Funnick now in trouble as well. Stonebank's still going to try and salvage the situation. BKB popped, hit immune. He's in
Huge
trouble. He's going to
damage.
try, but he can't get out. Kits also silenced up. He should be all right. Surely. Blink away to the south, orb away.
Yep.
He'll be fine.
This is Roche, though. Dendy bought back for this. They have to get the Aegis. Yeah, this is going to become impossible for Felt to do as soon as Dendy gets BKB. Then they can't... These kind of moves don't exist anymore. You only kill him with Black Hole at that point.
And that's a quick Rosha.
Yeah, that was very quick. Shard on the ground. Loading's going to pick it up. I guess you put this one on... Witch Doctor, probably?
Yeah, why not?
It's Witch Doctor, Io, or Clock. Clock has his own, actually. He already bought his.
Yeah.
So yeah, you give this to good old Woody.
Is that what you call him?
Woody, it's good.
No?
It's a fast way of saying WD,
True. That's fair.
and it reminds me of Woody Woodpecker.
I thought you were referring to Toy Story Woody.
Oh, sorry, I don't watch movies.
Oh. Did you have a childhood?
That's debatable. I spend it all playing video games, so did I really?
Ouch. That's too real.
I have no regrets
No, neither do I.
about playing video games.
No.
Look where it got us.
Yeah, I know. Amazing, right?
I get paid to talk shit. My life is awesome.
It is. It's great.
All right. Okay. I mean, so Dendy's BKB is 700 away, 600 at this point, actually. I think you just chill for a minute as bait here and you hit that item timing, and then you're really good to go. If you at any point kill Enigma, who also has BKB, so big item there. Oh, hook shot.
I believe they picked up a double damage there on Dendy. He doesn't activate it, but he may not need it. That's a big one.
That is indeed a big one. This is going to lead to more. That's collateral damage here. Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, Albino's gone as well.
Quick work of him. Can they high ground with this? I mean, they don't know for a fact that there's no buybacks, but they have Aegis. Dendy's BKB is flying out. They have a creep wave. This is perfect timing. This couldn't have been any better. They can absolutely go for the Stone Bank. Ice cold. Just going straight up there.
We'll do so. Hit Immune, going to try and sprout the tower, but it won't matter too much. They'll just go right through it anyway.
There's the first glyph. Radiant not glyphing this wave. They still keep the siege creep alive, so it's okay. This is Elena Barracks.
Certainly is.
Whoa, what was that? Pike before stuff.
I'm not sure.
Okay, he just piked himself in. Now he actually has to be careful because he doesn't have Pike.
Fade looking for a big black hole opportunity here if he can.
All you need to do right now as Clockwork is not be in vision. He needs to not stand here. He needs to be far away so he can just hookshot the Enigma.
Oh, that toss back does not help. Albino's gone. He does have buyback available, but they've also lost Solji.
Now BKB Black Hole's available.
It
That's
certainly
a good
is,
one.
but where's the hook shot? Where is it? Oh, it's not there. Stominan's on the wrong side, but it won't matter. They don't have the damage.
He didn't Midnight Pulse before holding.
Oh, no. Hit
Okay,
him,
this
he's
is-
gone. This is going to be it. It's a mess of a fight. Kits is still trying to salvage. Jump in is Solji. Hit Immune. Still got to deal with Dendy here on the TA. And they are running. Get out of there, boys. It is not safe. So Kits at least found the Drow. Stonebank is down, so mid-racks will drop, but that might just be it. Though I say that, Hookshot is out. Stominan, he'll lock down the Prophet, and Hit Immune is gone. That's a dieback. That is now tier 4 towers under siege.
I mean, the puck can't stop this because they can out-heal everything he does. They have to keep the wave alive, and they can keep pushing. All right, I really thought this fight was going to be way better for Felt for a couple of reasons. First of all, Clockwork hookshot the Tiny, so Enigma had a free BKB Black Hole. But then he didn't Midnight Pulse on it, and they didn't connect all their damage into the Black Hole on 3 heroes, so it didn't kill anything. The heals just outlasted it. Secondly, the way the whole fight started with them they're just falling. They're just running in and dying.
Now, Kit's down, we'll buy back, but now, well, you're going to lose Fade. That'll be a dieback.
What?
Not even a dieback, that was just a death.
Oh my god, he's dead too. All right, that's it.
That's got to be a GG call, surely.
One by one, we're making it fun. All right,
Here
that's
we go
another
again.
one.
Save your buddy syndrome it is. GG is called, and
Okay.
bit of a rough way to end that game for sure for the side of Felt, but you know, sometimes you crack under the pressure. Bait proving to be the better team here in this series overall, winning a 2-1 over Felt. And yeah, I mean, if you're Bait, you're sitting happy now. Like, you're kind of in the middle of the pack.
This was a great game for them to win for a couple of reasons. I mean, obviously the standings, but also the fact that I think today Bait picked like, I don't know, 12 different heroes in 3 games or something like that. They're playing a lot of different stuff, and seeing multiple things work against a team that's probably a peer pretty much is a good feeling. On the flip side, I think Felt in this game compared to game 2, pretty disappointing in terms of cohesion, right? They were all over the place. The plays didn't really work out. They didn't combine their spells and their heroes as much as you would have liked to see. So, I mean, there's always a winner and a loser, right, in these games. And I personally, it's nicer to see even a losing team that perhaps is a little bit inconsistent. It's better to see them on their, playing better than this, even if, look better in defeat. Same could be said for Bait in game 2.
Yeah.
I mean, so, just inconsistently across the board, but Bait, they grab it this game. And that was very sudden.
It was.
They just won in like 2 minutes. Like, okay, this is starting to look good for Bait. Oh, okay, that's over.
Well, suddenly our
Well, you
panel's
know.
also ready, Syndrin. So let's throw to our panel and see what they thought about this game 3.
Suddenly we are, yes indeed, and suddenly it's a throwback as the Dendy TA gets it done and Bait close out the series with a 2-0. I mean, guys, they did it, and actually they hit their timings, they ended the game. It looked somewhat clean in the last kind of 5 minutes there, other than getting 3-man black hold, but it was fine. He didn't use his Midnight Pulse.
You know what they did do, though?
Yeah, I just missed the target.
No, I don't care about that. I'm saying, what did Bait do that was so good for them? Dendy's playing a farming hero yet again in the mid lane. He looks so much better on this version when he's playing more of that type of role instead of something that moves across the map. Like, they pick the puck. This hero counters most all of like those roaming mids, like the Storms, the Embers, whatever it might be. But if you play a TA against it, kind of like game number 1, you win your lane, and then you can just go farm for the most part and out-farm them, and then you can have these rotations come to the mid lane, and I think that works really well for Bait.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that's when they've kind of hit their stride and in their comfort zone.
Yeah, exactly. Like Bait, when they get to play a TA power spike lineup, revolving around getting Dendy online, they definitely look good. I totally agree. Instead of forcing Dendy to make the plays, but instead playing around him. And Felt, they run into this problem of their mid-game timing, right? They have heroes that need a lot more time and a lot more items when the other team has a power spike. So that can cost them the game before they get online. And that did, like Synderen said, happen very suddenly. This is exactly what these drafts show you on paper. If you don't get strong in the early mid-game, Bait is just going to run over you very, very fast.
Yeah, and again, it was nice to see this team kind of hitting their stride. It's something which we've kind of, with these middle to bottom teams, struggled to see a little bit. You know, finding their timings and like really, really abusing them and making the enemy suffer during that time. Yeah. Bait here, you know, they were ahead, but they didn't throw. And then when it got to the point where they had enough money to actually just run up their high ground, you know, they did it with confidence and felt they suffered from that as well. And that's the kind of decisive action which is gonna eventually bring Bait up the calibers and into the higher tiers of this DPC.
You talked about the Furion win streak. Well, that's gone now.
It is gone. He was undefeated up until this series. I mean, I don't really blame him that much. It feels like Kit's in the mid lane, when he is counterpicked by Dendy, doesn't really have a good game, but at the same time, like, Fade on these summoned unit, like, type of lanes have been a miss so far for Felt in the last few days here. Like, I thought there was definitely a chance this Tiny plus Enigma lane could get a couple kills on the Drow. It's not out of this world. In fact, it's pretty scary if you play it correctly, but Solji and Fade just have not been able to find that cohesion to really make them feel like a threat for the other team.
Yeah, and I think we do need to look at Felt here and say, you know, we're now concerned because you look down this list, right? Nature's Prophet, Comfort Hero, Puck, Comfort Hero, Fade, Enigma, Comfort Hero.
Yes.
You know, it really is so in their wheelhouse this draft, and nothing really worked. No one was really kind of firing properly. I think there was something going on in the team for this game because this wasn't the Felt which we know how they can play. You know, they can play better than this, especially on these heroes as well. So a little bit concerning to see Felt in this position, but Bait, absolutely fantastic. And MVP, we got to give it to Dendy.
I think he performed the best in a sense because it was a winning factor for the team, right? We've kind of put the storyline together that Dendy, the player to play around as soon as he gets that timing to start playing. He's got the team to back him up and let's go, let's do your thing, you know, and just run him down. And of course, he's got a bit of a frisky item build with this Daedalus. Could have just been a Crystallis and then start building it to, say, another item that he might have potentially needed. Maybe a Hurricane Pike if he felt like positioning-wise he needs help. But still, he just packs enough punch with a BKB Blink Dragonlance already.
I mean, it felt like he had the most impact, but I was kind of looking at the scoreboard. I don't know, Stonebank looked like he had a pretty good scoreboard there. But I think the whole team played pretty well. But Dendy, I think what makes him the MVP for me is that he chose the right hero on that last pick there, and he was able to perform on it. And he did a really good job this game. And I feel like he caught this NP. His traps are right on point, catching NP, farming out there. So it's like game impact was quite there, even though if he didn't have the best score on the team.
Yeah, for sure. Like the traps were valuable in catching both the Puck and the Nature's Prophet. And also, Stonebank often had the IO behind him as well and was kind of like reloading in the side of the fights when Dendy was the one starting them and just kind of picking off around the side. That was their approach to this team fights. And it was really cute. It worked super well. Lodine and Stonebank were playing some really nice two-person Dota together. And that was, again, nice to see from this team. You know, when these guys click, again, they do look so good. And as you said, such a high ceiling from this team. And now we get to speak to a member from the side of Bait, and today we're going to be having a chat with Mr. Funnick. Funnick, congratulations! How are you doing after this win?
Hello, thank you for congratulations. I'm doing really good.
Glad to hear it. Your drafts have been very creative. We've been enjoying them a lot. Who's the one pushing these kind of new ideas on the drafts?
It's kinda, it's more me, because I'm like always trying to do some random ideas on drafts, and sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, but this time it worked well for us. And it is pretty well.
It's kind of loud over there. So, when you call what with the Witch Doctor in game number 2, was that your call? Was it Dendy's call, or do you just draft it and then decide later who's going to be playing the Witch Doctor?
It's just our hero. We use it lately a lot, and we enjoy playing with it. And we end up to try new My Hero team that randomly came up in 24. And this didn't go well for us. This is a situation when it didn't go well.
Certainly looked good.
All right.
So almost as good as Dendy looks there.
Hey, nice to see you, Funnick, coming out with a win from this one. I wanted to talk about your series game 2, actually. This was the first time since Tour 1 and Tour 2 that you lost game 2 that goes into a game 3. Did that have any impact on the team? As you're mostly a team that actually does really good in game 2 when it goes to a 3-map series.
And it didn't go bad for us. We just discussed a bit what went wrong. We took some not needed fights. Actually, it was like this. We were saying, Slonebank, please come and fight with us. And he said, no, I'm tilted. I wanna hit the grips. We say, okay, we go. No problem.
All right. And also, outside of this series, you've been around for a very, very long time, and I think you might have some experience of this. Pro Dota, being all serious, there's a plenty of good East European memes that don't get as much coverage in the English streams. I've been to some of those streams and, just talking and getting like, oh, I've never heard of this before. So are there any good memes about or concerning Bait as a team, or maybe one of your players, maybe you yourself?
I think if you put in Google Bait memes, you will find a lot of them, so you can easily do that. But talking about your memes, I'm not sure which one. There is a lot of choice, so you can Google.
So no favorites in particular?
Maybe the loss that we did 0 kills. This is like the best lately.
All right, thank you.
All right. Hello, and what is Bait's biggest strengths? Like, what makes Bait a strong team in your opinion? What are you guys really good at?
I think we're really good at solving our problems, and we can discuss very effectively. And not going deeply into some screaming or super fighting. We kind of have understanding of each other. I think this is our best part.
So that communication is really strong. How close do you think you are as a team to kind of hitting your stride and finding that consistency and maybe threatening the top 3 teams?
Oh, well, it's hard to say, but this run is going better, I think, for us than the previous one. In previous DPC, probably it's just Stoman in one favor. Since he's here, I'm very thankful he's here.
Yep.
All right, one last question for me. So, you play a lot of different heroes in the offlane. Do you have a favorite hero to play right now in the offlane?
It's so much choice, Amigo. It's so much choice. It's very hard to say. But maybe lately, Switch Doctor, it's like you kind of just put your one spell, put follow on your core, and have fun. I think this is the most part for the beta.
It sounds like what Dendy said when I asked him that question. Just, Witch Doctor is a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, Witch Doctor is not a fun hero, but yeah, go ahead.
More heroes or what?
No.
Oh, I thought there was still something to it. About Stomanen actually in the team. Have you enjoyed having him in the team? And I mean, I'm a personal Stomanen enjoyer myself. I've known the guy for a while. He's a great dude. But how does he sit into the team? Has he instantly clicked, or did it take some time to mesh with the team?
So I'm also Stomanen enjoyer. We are two here, you know. And I think he fitted us.
Shout out to G-Panda.
He fitted us pretty well. I think we missed some macro scenes in terms of game, and he filled some of our gaps in this point. And I think this is like the best what he bring to us.
Definitely more of a quiet and reserved voice for the team, I guess. All right, last question then, Vanik. Which hero do you hope gets nerfed into the ground in the patch, and which hero do you hope gets buffed to be ridiculously overpowered?
I hope Bounty Hunter can be buffed once in this precious game.
Yeah.
And about nerfs, there is plenty heroes maybe to nerf, like Enigma, Natures. They got nerfed, but they still like in almost every game.
That's true. That's true. Hopefully, you get.
I wanna get this aura nerfs and put more buffs on solo items. I don't know how to explain it rightly, like solars and stuff.
Yeah,
so you have more opportunities to make a place yourself.
Yeah, death to auras. I'm down for that. I agree completely, Funnick. Alrighty, I'm not going to take up any more of your time. Thank you so much for coming to talk to us, and best of luck in the rest of the DPC.
Thank you very much, guys. Also, I enjoyed my time with you.
I'm glad.
It was a good interview. And thanks for our fans, of course, for supporting. We wait you every game on Twitch TV on our games.
Absolutely. Awesome. Shout out to the Bait fans. Thank you very much, Funnick. Goodbye. So funny when they zoom away. Funnick with plenty to say. I mean, what a lovely interview. And Stominen also basically interviewing him at the same time as well.
He wanted a piece of that interview for sure.
And then they also made a cameo appearance. So you guys had a bit of everything there.
You really did.
Yeah, but I really like the point that he talked about, not the auras, nothing about the auras, the singular items, the Crimson Guard which he played, the Solar Crest that he built earlier on. It's kind of nice that he brings those up because nobody ever seems to talk about them really.
Yeah, I know. It's because no one's buying them except him. He's trying to bring it back.
I mean, they're just not the strongest items this patch for the gold spin. So
true.
It is what it is. Everyone eventually figures that out. They really nerd it out and be like, this is what I can buy with the most value for my gold. And unfortunately, those items don't make the list.
No, they do not. No, they do not. Well, with this win, it does put Bait in a slightly better position, stepping them a little bit further away from relegation, which is really important for this team. So fingers crossed, that they get to stay inside Division 1 a little bit longer, and you can have a look at the scoreboard there. It's going to push them up above DogChamp, which are now neck and neck with each other, both sitting at 2-2. Meanwhile, poor old Fet sitting at 1-3, meaning that Wildcard and 5-Rat, they are sniffing at them. They really want to try and overtake Felt here, which I think is really important for these guys to try and get themselves a win under their belt.
It is. Last tour, the theme for Bait was, can they hold on to Division 1 and get 2 wins? Now, I think the theme is, can they get 3 wins? Because they're in 2-2 with 3 series to be played out. So I think this is a pretty interesting scenario. But is Bait actually way better than last tour?
I mean, Bait last tour was only better than the worst 2 teams.
Yes.
And that was it. And I think they've came a long way this tour. Maybe it'll still be that, but I don't think they're going to be in relegation. And I will say the competition in this tour is definitely a lot better than tour number 1.
Yeah, it is so strange how some teams like DogChamp and Felt, their performance would be mapped on a graph where it's kind of like a slow, gentle curve going up and then maybe starting to curve down again for some of them. Some of them are continuing that upward trajectory. Bait, it's literally one game up here and then down here and then up here and then they're never in the middle, which is why they're so fun to watch. I don't know. I'm a Bait enjoyer. Definitely not going to be kind of putting my hopes and dreams on them, but every time they turn up, they're going to do something cool, and I'm definitely enjoying them. And maybe we'll get to see them play again. In fact,
I figured out the secret. It's just don't believe in them.
Really
I didn't believe in them in any of these games, and it worked out.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a vocal curse, because I was about to say that I actually believe in Bait, but you just segue to the casters. So I was like, maybe that's the trick, we don't have to say anything about it and just throw it over and see what actually happens. So we don't accidentally jinx it,
Well, if you want to watch these two teams play again, then you won't have to wait very long, because the next day of gameplay is going to be tomorrow, where we have the big day. The big day. We got 3 series coming up. It's going to be Wildcard versus TSM to start things off, where Wildcard are desperate for a win, but TSM probably not going to give them one. Then we move into DogChamp versus Bait, which again is going to be probably a similar to series to this one. Very evenly matched when it comes to skill levels. But Bait, again, just with that higher ceiling. And if they can reach it, then DogChamp might not get much of a chance. And then we move into Felt versus 5-Rat. Thoughts on that one, Fear?
5-Rat versus Felt. It's going to be very, very important for both of these teams. This is like 5-Rat's last chance, right? I feel like there's almost no chance for them if they lose versus Felt to stay in this division.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for them for sure. Like, this is a do or die moment for them. Their coming up games after that will be Bait and Wildcard. So, like, potentially series they could win, but like at that point, you're also relying on other people to start dropping series and hoping for the ties. You never want to be in that position.
You don't want to be 0-5. Like, maybe you can come back from that, but it might be a little, like, probably it's not in your control anymore. It really depends on how the other teams do.
Exactly.
And for a team that already was here for an entire tour, getting knocked out to Division 2, it doesn't sound great.
Yeah.
It does not at all. It does not at all. Well, that's going to do it for today's games, guys. Thank you so much for watching and joining us at the BGL NA DPC for today, but we are all done. Make sure you join us tomorrow. We've got plenty more NA DPC action coming your way, but from today, we're going to be saying goodbye and good night.